start this party. All right, all right, all right. Come on in, guys. We got the first slide on up. I'm not sure if this confidence monitor is up and running yet. Not needed, but tell me when you guys are ready to go in the back, because these people are ready to go. I thought for sure I could get here in a half hour from Silver Lake. It took me an hour. My God. We're all from LA, but we picked the one hotel that's the hardest to get to. So I know a lot of people are running late, so throughout the day and in the morning, I know people will be coming in and out. Are we ready? Ready to go? All right. Is there any cue music? No, we're not doing any like Coldplay, Weekend, no jazz? All right. I'll be my own soundtrack. All right, guys, congrats, and welcome on out to the AList Summit. I think it's our 14th summit out here, and for those that are new, this is really our way of trying to figure out and develop communication and solve challenges facing marketers today to be engaged with consumers where they're most passionate. We refer to it a lot at Ayzenberg Group as frontline. And when we look at AList Daily, I don't know how many people here are AList Daily, just in general? Cool. By the end of the day here, make sure you guys are all subscribers to the AList Daily. We get about 100,000 unique readers a month. And believe it or not, one of the top stories in the last 6 months have been anywhere and everywhere around competitive gaming and esports. As well, a lot of briefs we receive as an agency, whether it's beverage or automotive, toy, or insurance. It's funny how gamer keeps coming up on those briefs as a key descriptor of an audience you want to engage with. Furthermore, competitive and esports is coming deeper into that journey. So I actually want to ask you a few quick questions to kind of gauge the aptitude for the audience and see where we sit here today. So first off, by show of hands, I assume everybody's going to raise their hand, but have you ever watched or attended a competitive gaming event? Just leave them on up. Leave them on up, all right? We pretty much got everybody saying a yes on that. Do you consider yourself a gamer, though? Okay, a couple hands fell. Have you ever sponsored a competitive gaming event? Okay, so I know we're live streaming the event here right now, and for those who maybe don't see this, about all the room is watch gaming in some capacity, but maybe 25% have in one way, shape, or form spent or invested in this. And it's a big deal. It's something that trying to figure out the journey and where things are going kind of gives light to that. I think one of the speakers here today from Wargaming is joining us. They talk a lot about esports. They talk a lot about competitive gaming in that space. I also find that gaming as an overall journey is something that has a different type of definition. And one of the things that Ed Chang's going to be speaking about today that comes on up and talk a little about revenue cycles. I think we talk a lot about money in this space, but what I think is misleading is if you look at the journey curve in traditional classic competitive sports and sponsorships, we're being trained in the last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years to buy like this. How do you sponsor an event? How do you spend money? Where do you reach your audience? And you're buying in this traditional cycle. I have a theory that I think is a lot different. It's very nonlinear. Gaming is very different in terms of the audience. This is revenue based on celebrating the event itself, where gaming events are actually a celebration of already the success they've been having. I'm really interested to get to the bottom line of that. So Ed has a really interesting theory on that in that journey. So I actually look forward to having him there. Another area that, and there's a video here I want to play here in about 10 seconds. I wanted, believe it or not, there's actually a chief competitor officer in our industry. It's Peter Moore from EA. Peter couldn't join us, but there's a great interview done by Dean, who I know is here, and did at his Games Beat with Jeff Keighley, and he did a really interesting breakdown to define what competitive gamers are versus the esport area. So let's play this 90-second piece to kind of set the table here. And I'm not sure if it's a click or a play.
Think of competitive gaming as a pyramid, and we see a lot of tiers. It's an incredibly exciting space. Esports, Jeff, is what we really see at the professional level, and focused on all the excitement we're seeing right now. We saw the Turner Sports numbers on E-League that came out yesterday. It really is what we see as event-based. It's a very important part of the ecosystem. Our focus, however, is making stars out of all of our players and looking at the base of the pyramid, the 60, 70 million young players who aspire to be part of esports, but the real action that we see where we can help, we can engender, we can build community, we can help build out the ecosystem is at the base of that, and we see a better term for that as competitive gaming.
Interesting. So, okay, 60 to 70 million players. This obviously is clearly more than just League of Legends. This is Minecraft. This is Words with Friends. This is Clash Royale. Yeah, it's CSGO. Yeah, it's Overwatch. I think there's a lot happening there. And he also talked about competition happening. It's not just once a quarter, once a month, once a week. I'd actually argue competitive gaming is going on every day. So how do we deal with that and that audience that engaging within that line? One of the other areas I think that I find kind of interesting when looking at this category, and back to a little bit about the revenue, this is from Newzoo. You look at data and look at the money being spent, we're tracking around $100 billion for gaming industry. I think I saw a report recently around $1 billion on track for esports maybe this year or next year. What's competitive gaming? Is that 20 billion? Is that 25 billion? Mobile gaming is 40 billion, which is greater than the entertainment industry revenue. So where does competitive gaming fit within the ecosystem of esport revenue and the overall marketplace? And I know Joost here from SuperDad is going to be talking a little bit. He can help us with some of these alternative facts and kind of figure things out and where the numbers lie. But actually the thing that we spend the most time with and the brands we work with beyond the money is something that's very important. And I want to hear a lot about it today, or hope we dive into a little bit, is time. Instead of where the money is spent, where is the time spent? Blizzard and Activision alone made a pretty prolific statement here within Facebook. I think they said something like 40 billion, 42 billion hours, right? A little bit ahead of Netflix. There's some incredible time spent with your brand, and we're not talking seconds here on a billboard or an ad. We're talking minutes, hours being spent within the category within competitive gaming. And I think when you do any research or insight studies, the top 3 things that trend on consumer and time spent, especially with millennials, internet, social, gaming. I would argue that the gaming has a social and internet component to it. So there's a lot of time being spent in this area and how that is within a competitive set. So let's not just myopically focus on just the event side of an actual celebrated 3-hour championship, but the entire journey. There's an incredible amount of insight in there. And actually one of the things, in terms of valuing it, I know that whether I think of Blizzard and the partnership Facebook made with them, and being able to stream, or Amazon and Twitch. I know we have Steve Fowler here joining us. We have Adam and Tyler joining us as well from Blizzard, and talking a little bit about some of those investments and what they're seeing. And also what we're seeing is trying to figure out how to value that time. So Ayzenberg about 2 years ago developed an Earned Media Value Index. I don't know how many people use it here. We have hundreds of brands and agencies currently using the Earned Media Value Index. You can go to AList Daily, get a link. It's an updated index. It's accessible to help calculate and drive value and understand how the time, how the impression, how the energy is spent in there. And it's something that I think is leading the way and one of the tools we've been developing. Well, also, some of the key things that I just kind of shocked me as we're planning for this event was the news that broke around NBA and 2K. I don't quite know all the mechanics of this, but in 2018, you're going to be able to watch Cleveland and the Warriors go at it, and supposedly an eSport team matched right there also playing that game online in parallel. Or Major League's BAM, right, a distribution platform built over 10 years ago for Major League, NHL, HBO, now for League of Legends and for Riot. Something's going on. There's some smart people figuring out where the time is in trying to own and operate against that. And our brands and our partnerships are trying to figure out that same type of journey. I know Christina's here from TBS. She's going to be speaking in terms of network and time. I look forward to hearing about that and driving into that journey. One of the other areas that we get into a lot too is understanding, and I think that's also going to be spoke a lot upstage here, is trust. So how do I trust the partnerships? This goes to teams, this goes to the games, this goes to the brands. Jeremy Simon has been working together with our team on a new product called the Brand Trust Index. It's a little bit of a different take, I think, on something that you're all be familiar with about how we look at social and linguistic speech, how we look at data science to actually develop an index and understanding trust. So we got value, we have trust. And I think in terms of generally what we do at Ayzenberg Group, and for those who don't know me, I'm Chris Younger, by the way, and I'm definitely here all day to connect with you, is understanding how we look at data and how we look at the science to actually inform creativity that connects with the passion of the consumer and where they're most aligned with your brand message. So it takes a ton amount of tools. This agency's probably the last 3 years has made a huge pivot in that area, and how to actually bring that dialogue and understanding how a partnership like ours can help address competitive gaming. So with that said, I think one of the things that actually excite me the most here is not only the people that are attending here, some incredible talent here in the room. I think we have some incredible talent here on stage. And for those in Summit fashion, this is an interactive type of journey. Do not leave here. I've gone to so many conferences. Don't leave here feeling like I didn't get 2 or 3 great takeaways. These people are here. They want to be engaged. They want to be part of the journey. Same for the people on stage. Make sure we're trying to drive in and make ourselves a little better. We get 1% better today. We're definitely taking a step forward into what I find to be a very challenging and very interesting space. So with that said, the actual reason that I think we're going to get a great day out of this is because of Mr. Jim Louderbach. So I'd like to introduce Jim, who's going to be our MC for the day. He's going to keep pressing on questions. He's going to keep us on schedule. I'm sure we're already behind. Sorry, Jim. And keeping this fun and engaging. So Jim, please come up on stage, sir.
Thank you. Video here first, but thank you very much, Chris. Nice job. Good. Not sure if we have a video to go up. If not, we'll just roll right into it. Let's roll right into it. Thank you guys for attending, and thank you everybody on the live stream. We are live streaming this around the world, and that live stream is at alist.com and ayzenberg.com. We'll have questions from you guys in the audience, so make sure you come up with good questions, as Chris said. But also, we'll be taking questions from the live stream. So those of you out on the live stream, we're going to be looking at you guys to try and keep the conversation going forward as well. So I want to jump right into our first session right here. And the name of the session is Winning the Game. It's a look at successful brand strategies. And we've got 2 very different folks who are very instrumental in the esports and the competitive gaming world. So Christina Alejandre, who's from E-League and Turner Sports, who's actually setting this stuff out around the world so people can watch it. And Michael Tubman from Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings bringing esports into, they have more than 1,000 locations, and esports is a key part of all of that. And our moderator is Manny Onicle, and he's going to be leading them in a discussion about successful brand strategies with esports and competitive gaming, and Manny is from the next level. So guys, come on up, and let's get that discussion started. Thank you.
You have to sit far away.
Yeah, go there. Wow, those lights are bright.
Yeah.
It's 9:30 in the morning, so we want all you guys to wake up. There may be some cursing, because I like cursing. So we'll start with that. So my name is Manny Onicle. I run The Next Level, which I write about the business of esports every single day at tnl.media. I also run Versus Sports, which is an esports team, as well as strategy, and some more announcements coming up. But you don't want to hear about me. Let's get to our esteemed panelists. If you can please introduce yourself.
My name's Christina Alejandre. I'm the general manager of E-League and vice president of esports at Turner Sports.
I'm Mike Tubman. I run sports and competition for Buffalo Wild Wings.
Awesome. So I prefer a general casual conversation, but let's get into some deeper topics inside. Christina, let's start off with you. E-League's now been around for almost a year and a half. You've made impressive strides with Counter-Strike, 2 seasons, an Overwatch tournament, as well as obviously your Counter-Strike major. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
1 million consecutive viewers on Twitch, which is amazing. What's been the most positive surprises you've had with your experience, as well as what's the most challenges?
I would say I'll give a surprise from a personal level. When I started at Turner Sports, I was cautiously optimistic that they would treat it like any other sport, but they have huge stick and ball or sport ball sports that they focus on, like the NBA and NCAA and PGA, and they've had all of these amazing productions. And I was a little bit worried that potentially esports would kind of be treated as like a fun side project for them to be working on. And I was really happily surprised that all the promises that I was made before I started were coming true. So we had Emmy Award-winning producers and directors working on the show. We built a studio. The same people that built the E-League Arena are the same people that who just won the Emmy for the Inside the NBA set last year. They were allocating all of these resources that they would to any other sport and treating it like any other vertical. From a level of E-League as a whole, one of the great surprises was actually that we were granted the major after only one season of anything related to esports under our belt. And for us, that was a huge nod to how we had done our first season, and we were really excited and really fortunate to do it.
No, it's amazing. And if anyone, you haven't seen the E-League studio, it's phenomenal, and
Yeah.
it's amazing. I mean, you put it in production to basically sports studios that you see across the world.
Yeah, and we had to definitely customize it so that it was applicable to esports. There's certain competitive integrity things that they don't have to think about when they're filming, Shaq and Charles and Kenny.
You're on a first-name basis, clearly.
Of course, I'm on a first-name basis. I see them all the time.
Michael, to you. Talk about how Buffalo Wild Wings got involved with E-League from the beginning and what you looked at esports for your audience.
Yeah, I mean, it really all started in our stores. Long before E-League or before, any of this, our stores, both our company stores and our franchisees were embracing esports, whether it was, a local bar craft or any event where the community was looking for a destination to go and watch the sport they're passionate about. And, that kind of just rose up to us. And, when we had the opportunity to partner with Turner, we've got a lot of history with them. We're an NCAA sponsor as well. And, the fact of, the way that they were really approaching it, like Christina mentioned, the professionalism that they've really put behind it, it was kind of, a no-brainer for a great spot for us to enter, as well as, it was logistically a little bit easier too, because, we can easily show TBS in our stores.
Sure. So sticking with that same question, something maybe, potentially, conflicting or controversial is, I even wrote about it. During your first, start with E-League, there was some, I guess, hesitation with the restaurants and kind of catering to the audience, and it didn't seem like actually the audience knew that even Buffalo Wild Wings was participating with E-League. Yet you made a big transformation once the audience sort of reacted. Can you talk about that? Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it came together really quickly, very, very soon to when E-League started. So I think, there was certainly some, with over 1,200 stores and a mix of company and franchisee, getting that communication out across stores, embracing something totally new for a lot of them. It was, probably a little bit of uncertainty on some fronts, but we had a lot of plans already in place once we signed the deal, and to get marketing materials and other things printed and out to stores takes a little bit of time. So I think a lot of that was already in the pipeline and arriving to stores, unfortunately, a little bit late based on when the season started. But once we saw the desire from the fans to just flock into B-Dubs and watch E-League, we embraced that, and we quickly kind of turned on that. Our leadership saw just we're getting lit up on social media. We were getting tons of emails and calls into our home office, and it was really an opportunity for everyone to really understand just the passion that is behind this. And we took that, and we quickly made sure that we went out and re-educated all of our stores just after week one, and made sure everyone understood what it was. Here's some speaking points, even if you don't know what it is, so that they could make sure that they're talking to the people and helping them really get at what they want. But it's an opportunity. I mean, we could have totally just ignored it and done nothing with it, but we see a lot of potential in esports and any kind of competitive sport, just alongside all the traditional sports, and we really want to continue to grow with that.
No, kudos to you for coming back to the audience and community. I think that's amazing.
I will add, because the first week we saw the Reddit threads and stuff like that, and Buffalo Wild Wings were super responsive and super engaged and really wanted to improve the experience. So for us, that was really gratifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Christina, back to you. Turner has a long experience with traditional sports, storytelling, broadcasting. Mm-hmm. How are you kind of combining traditional sports with your esports broadcasting, whether it be streaming, new technology, AR, VR? Talk about what you're looking into that.
Well, like I said earlier, we don't treat it any differently than we do any of our stick and ball sports. And so that's one thing that's really important to us. And storytelling is something that is paramount to us. I use and kind of steal the example, because we're really led by Craig Berry, who's my boss and the head of production and content at Turner Sports. And he tells a story about, he was watching the Winter Olympics years ago, and there was this story about a curler, I think he was a one-arm curler or something, that was in the Olympics, and he found himself so sucked into that story about this curler, and he didn't know anything about curling, he didn't care about curling, but he got so sucked into this story about curling that he ended up watching every curling event for the rest of that Olympics. And that's something that has always stuck in the back of his head, is creating these compelling stories and really making the players and the teams, the stars and the focus, and their kind of story arc as it relates to the entire season. And that's something that we try to carry throughout everything that we do. Even Overwatch was just a week-long tournament. We were working closely with Blizzard to find out who the different players and the different teams were and what stories to create around it. And even under a short kind of turnaround time, we were able to create some of the stories. We were able to watch some of the stories during the week. You know, there's a thing with Seagull doing the handshake with Malik, and they messed up the handshake, and then Jimmy Fallon picked it up because he was doing something on awkward handshakes. And so for us, we picked up on that, and we found a clip of Jimmy Fallon doing an awkward handshake, and just trying to create that interest in the players. That's something that's just, you can see across the board. Also from a talent perspective, if you watch Inside the NBA, a lot of people who aren't really huge NBA fans sometimes tune into Inside the NBA because they love watching, you know, Shaq and Kenny and Charles and EJ going at each other and whatever, because they know their shit, but they also, you know, will also give each other shit at the same time. You said there would be swear words. Yeah. But, you know, that's part of the allure. They can learn a lot about basketball, but they like the chemistry that's going on between. And so if you look at even our desk, right, we have some controversial figures sometimes sitting at our desk, and but they know their stuff, but they also create entertainment because they're not afraid to share their opinion. They're not afraid to disagree with each other. And we don't want just a kind of desk that's just going to all agree with each other and tell you the stats. We want people to tune in because they like listening to them and listening to them even argue about things.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even the intro to the E-League Major Finals with the curtain was amazing. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely look it up online. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah,
Michael, back to you.
Big
it was huge. Can you talk about some of the, you haven't released it publicly, so we're going to release it now. Can you talk about some of the metrics, engagement, just the value you've gotten from the partnership?
Yeah, I'll go into a spreadsheet now. Yeah, I mean,
Your PR person's going to jump across.
Yeah, luckily she's not here, so I'll get a phone call soon. You know, I mean, it's interesting and it's a challenge at the same time, and it's not even just with esports; it's with sports in general. As we look at our restaurants, you know, people come in and we've got 50 to 80 screens in each store. You know, we can't track what they're watching on a screen, so we don't know if there's 80 people in there watching E-League or if they're all in there watching the NBA Finals or kind of a mix of all. But I think what really kind of, you know, came out of it for us was really looking at social and understanding, you know, where, you know, we're just, you know, one of my favorite things to do on Friday nights with E-League was just follow our social thread and watch people posting about how just beyond excited they are to watch E-League on a screen at B-Dubs. And, you know, it's just that validation for the sport that just kind of confirms everything around what we're doing in the space, is that, you know, it's such a growing and such a passionate group of fans that, you know, it's getting to the point where a lot of the traditional sports are, and to kind of go along that journey with them, it's exciting.
Wait, I didn't hear any metrics.
That's true. You did not.
Wow, his PR team has trained him well.
All right, I'll let you off on that one. Christina, let's talk about the brands, right? Obviously, you partner with B-Dubs, Sony Pictures, Credit Karma, Arby's, Dell, HyperX. It goes down the line. How's the conversations been with brands since you started over a year ago to where they are now that you brought non-endemics and endemics over?
I think there has been a lot of education in the space in the last year, which some is attributed to E-League, but some is just the growth of esports in general. So there's less of an education process going on when we talk to the brands, and it's more talking about how we can add value. And I think that Turner did a great job of working with brands like Buffalo Wild Wings to find clever ways to integrate, and a lot of it is social media too, you know, the viewing parties, promoting the viewing parties, letting everybody know that they can go to Buffalo Wild Wings and they can watch. And now it's, again, not educating people about esports, but educating about how to reach out to the partners and get them, get the audience engaged with those partners. Because if you're a brand and you're looking to get into esports and you just think, okay, I'm just gonna slap my label, on and run a few commercials during the breaks and whatever, the esports community is not really gonna embrace that. They'll see it as, I mean, almost like a sellout kind of situation. But if you as a brand show, and I've said this before, if you embrace the community that you're trying to reach, they will embrace you right back. So Buffalo Wild Wings is a really great example. Buffalo Wild Wings opened its doors. They're like, you know what? Friday nights, you guys all now have a place to go. You can go to Buffalo Wild Wings and you can watch esports, right? We're not just showing football. We're not just showing basketball. We're actually showing esports. And even week one, the frustration that happened in week one stemmed from this passionate fan base that were like, sweet, we get to go to Buffalo Wild Wings, we get to have parties with our friends, and we get to watch it. And so they completely embraced going to Buffalo Wild Wings and watching esports in a Buffalo Wild Wings. They were tweeting like crazy pictures. There were viewing parties that were going on. And you know, Arby's, another example, right? We have people in our audience chanting Arby's. At how many sports events do people actually chant the names of sponsors during sporting events, right? So we had people chanting the name of Arby's, and they whoa, hey.
Just cut you off.
That was the Arby's chant. We had people, you know, they created commercials that was, it's the same voice, Buffalo Wild Wings as well, in their same kind of theme of commercials. They had NBA and other sports commercials. Their commercial for esports was the same exact model. The Arby's ones, they have the Ving Rhames voice going on. They did that for commercials for esports, and people loved it.
Yeah, I mean, authenticity is such a bullshit word, but
Yeah.
it's actually like meaningful in this case. And you
when
nailed it.
we kicked off because a lot of people thought we were going to TVify esports, we were going to put all these breaks in, and we were going to just sell out esports essentially. And I remember watching the Twitch stream during our first broadcast, and the first thing we had was, I think it was an Arby's takeover. And the minute that started, the whole Twitch chat was like, sell out, sell out, sell out, TBS or sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out. And then the commercial aired for Arby's, and we saw tweets like, what an amazing commercial, this is the best. And we very rarely see the word sellout with our sponsors, because we work really closely with our sponsors to make sure that they integrate in such an effective way.
Yeah, absolutely. Check out the Arby's commercial if you guys haven't. It's on YouTube. Michael, back to you. I recently wrote about how females were the hidden audience inside esports. My calculations will say that approximately by the end of 2017, about a third of the esports viewing audience will be female/women. I don't know about B-Dub's demographic comes to stores, but what do you think about this as a new opportunity for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of just goes along with the opportunity of esports. I mean, it's the same with any sport. You know, we don't really, I'd say maybe we're 55-45 men to women.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, beyond just going there as a sports destination, where it's a family restaurant. People will go there with their family, whether it's to watch sports or just to have dinner or lunch, and we've got that solid mix of everyone, from a variety of age ranges, and when you look at it, just putting esports on, we're not targeting messaging just at, millennial males or anything like that. It's really, we just want to, embrace the sport, put it on our screens, and, work with great partners to get people in there to watch it.
Yeah, no, that's phenomenal. I think we're kind of close to time, so I'll round it out with the last two questions for you both. Christina, obviously, E-League's broadcast on TBS and Twitch. You recently had an announcement with actually E-League content going into movie theaters. Mm-hmm. I'm fascinated by Super League Gaming. They're doing a lot of things with Minecraft and League of Legends. And I just look at the physical retail space being obviously open, is why not use unused physical space? What can you talk about of potential content in movie theaters for E-League going forward?
We're trying to expand viewership as much as we possibly can, and we understand that people are going to consume esports in their own time, in their own way. So we want to provide a myriad of ways for people to actually be able to consume, and movie theaters are one of them. If they want to consume it in movie theaters, that's great. It's, it is the second closest thing you can come to actually being at a live event itself and experiencing it on the big screen. So that experience really immerses people into the actual event. But not only that, but we have Game Command, which is our kind of mosaic player. You can watch basically any point of view of any player. You can watch the actual observer feed. We are trying to find new and innovative different ways for people to consume, because we want to be able to reach them across all platforms.
Yeah, no, I think that's amazing. And Michael, last question for you. I just happened to notice your recent promotion with Madden and NFL.
Yeah.
Just because I look at this shit 25 hours a day. Can you talk about further that sponsorship and what you look at potentially sports and esports games coming together?
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at esports, I mean, I think, E-League and Turner was a great entry into it. But what we really want to do is, embrace and show esports, which is, any game that people have a passion around. And, I look at the sports titles as, when you look at our traditional guest, a little bit easier to kind of latch onto and consume, where there's not a little bit of that learning curve with something like Counter-Strike or League of Legends, where it's just, chaos going on the screen if you don't know what's happening. So, being able to partner with Madden and with the NFL teams, I mean, specifically we're partnering with the Minnesota Vikings, which is, our home base, as well as with the New England Patriots. And, they're coming in with a club series where the teams are running it. And, it's like a lot of things, it's, this is a very new space. Everyone's trying new things and learning new things. And for us to kind of get in there and try and learn with them, it's a unique opportunity. So, and we've got a great partnership, with the teams and with the NFL, and it's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, for sure. Actually, one more question for you guys before turning over to the audience. And when you have Jesus' son play as your quarterback for the Patriots, you're going to win, right? So I think that's a no-brainer. What do you guys see as, where do you see esports is going to go in 2017?
Why did you have to ask that question? I think we're going to see a lot more experimentation with different ways to distribute and deliver content for esports, and we're going to see more growth. So, you have these games and you have these leagues that are firmly established, so now it's time to innovate and now it's time to experiment. So I think in 2017 you're going to see a lot of experimentation. Cool. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I think, content is a big piece. I think you'll see more of it going to linear TV probably as a complement. Esports is digitally native, and I think it always will be, and kind of that's the kind of the inverse of traditional sports, where they're each trying to go opposite directions as far as how they get at different customers. And then, I know like with the announcement with Overwatch League and kind of the regional play, I think that's going to be very interesting to kind of see how that comes to fruition and potentially brings in, that localized fan base that you see with a lot of traditional sports.
Yeah, I think even between Overwatch and NBA's E-League, I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that geographical location-based content. I'll turn it over to the audience for any questions for our panelists.
Yeah, we have time for one question. Thanks. You want to bring the mic up? I can grab it if you want. I'm going to keep this thing rolling right on time. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great panel. Question is related to community. So both with Buffalo Wild Wings and Turner, you have the opportunity to create a community by among your people who are viewing, either through online simultaneous chat within the restaurants, or people who watch esports are used to chatting with other people. Can they also chat, talking to the announcers about the show? How do you create community amongst your fans who you're gathering?
For us, it's all about engagement. So constantly being a part of the conversation, constantly engaging people, not taking ourselves too seriously, like we only talk about just E-League and just whatever. We want to be a part of the whole entire esports community. So for us, a lot of it is reliant on social media and being available and doing active listening and making sure that our fans are being heard and addressed when given feedback.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's inherent. I think a good example of kind of how it's worked well with Turner and E-League is, I mean, through everything on the social side and all these viewing parties that are going on, and then Turner through the live broadcast kind of highlighting and kind of giving a hero aspect to a lot of those things and really highlighting the community and the different ways that they're engaging.
Cool. Thank you guys very much. And Michael, that was awesome. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. I think I just learned a couple things there. One, I think curling is going to be the next big esport, so that'll be really fun. And I cannot wait as a Patriots fan to go to a Buffalo Wild Wings and compete against Gronk. So I am all over that. So thank you guys. Coming up next is we've got Stephen Roberts, who's the chairman of ESL, and he's going to do a little keynote for us talking about, ESL, if you didn't know, they own a big chunk of the esports world. They work on branding, marketing, events, bracketing, live, on demand. We're going to hear a lot about how brands can be part of that experience with a focus on endemic and non-endemic brands in both esports and competitive gaming. So Stephen, come on up and take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I bet you thought that you'd only see millennials up on this stage. Well, I'm here to prove you different. if someone like me that can fully understand the ecosystem and frothiness of esports, you all will be able to as well. It can be difficult though if you're not a gamer. Esports and the marketplace that we're in today, and the frothiness in the marketplace, can be really difficult to understand, and to where to place your brands and how to engage your brands in esports. So hopefully today I'll help you through the journey, the same journey that I made. I come from traditional TV and traditional media, so it's a similar journey that a lot of us will make to ensure that when you do enter esports with your brands, it's authentic and it's real, and it's something that the community embraces. Let's get started. We don't have much time. It's probably important for you just to understand where I sit in the ecosystem, or where ESL sits. ESL is the largest esports company in the world. That's a non-publisher, an independent company. We produce over 20,000 hours of live esports in 6 studios around the world. We have 12 offices. We have 550 people. Truly a global company that really mirrors what esports is. Esports, as we'll go through, is truly a global sport. And that's one of the nuances that I think has to be dealt with when you're looking at brands and looking at the opportunities, both in terms of a global nature as well as when we start regionalizing what's going on. Different games are important in different regions. One of the perhaps more important things about ESL, not only do we have 15, 20 of the largest arena events in the world, and we own and operate some of the largest online leagues, both amateur and professional, but the company was created 15 years ago. So when esports or competitive gaming was probably not even in its infancy, it's probably in the womb. And it was created and founded by gamers for gamers. And that's a pretty important nuance for not only ESL, but for esports and competitive gaming that you'll hear. Christina talked about it and Michael talked about it. The authenticity and the credibility that needs to occur when you're bringing brands into the sport. And it's that authenticity that the community will embrace if it's done correctly. So before getting into detail, let's talk about esports, because there's always a lot of hesitance to even talk about esports as a sport. And so I think that's sort of a key thing through this journey of understanding and, frankly, buying off and believing what esports is all about. As you see here, ESPN came out this year, or last year in 2016, saying, for the first time in generations, we're witnessing the birth of a new sport. Gaming is what every traditional sports league is desperate to become. It's young, it's global, it's digital, and it's increasingly diverse. It's all of those things. People wonder, is golf a sport? Is WWE a sport? How can esports be a sport when you're just watching people play games? Let me roll a video, and hopefully this will help you through some of that. Do I have to do anything else here? Oh, there we go.
I'm a huge soccer fan, but this was way bigger than the 10th Champions League.
This is the most intense game I ever watched.
This was like 4 hours. This was like 4 hours.
The audio is bad.
Closest match.
You guys hear that? Okay.
Was like a rear use, skyrocketed. When I did the Tiger move, at that time I didn't think. At that time I didn't think. Thanks to this reward, but after everything there, I realized that I made something. I realized that I made something, or it's gonna be there forever. patient. They long patience.
I can't hear
They
it here.
long
You guys hear what's going on?
They waited practically a year for this moment.
I really do remember.
Kill the video.
Sorry about that. Back.
Well, there's a few more videos. We'll see what happens. So after that, you probably really don't get it. Hopefully by the next video, maybe. What that video was making the analogy is that at the basic level and the characteristics of esports, there is a connection with traditional sports. It's the same passion, it's the same skill. When you reach the levels in esports, the same levels that a NBA player reaches, it takes that commitment and that skill level of any other traditional sport. And you get the passion and everything beyond it. So let's try to move through this a little bit and give you a little bit more of a foundation on esports before getting into how we've worked with some brands, because I think it's important to build that foundation. Esports is a little bit more like track and field than it is the NFL. Where there's the javelin, there's the 440, there's the hurdles, different disciplines, and they don't necessarily cross over. Same thing goes for esports, where these are all different disciplines, and not only do the fans not necessarily cross over, but the players don't necessarily cross over. But what's interesting here is not only these games, but the numbers behind them. So League of Legends, everyone's probably heard about, 75 million active players. Dota holds an event every year where it's crowd-funded for the prize money through in-game purchases. And those in-game purchases represent a small amount, but last year there was an $18.5 million purse for this event based upon the engagement of the community. Counter-Strike, one of the most popular esports today, over 500,000 concurrent players. Heroes of the Storm, 75 million monthly active players. Hearthstone is a digital card game, kind of like poker, 10 million plus accounts. So you can see Halo, 60 million copies sold. So what's important here is a couple things. One, different disciplines. So depending upon what your brand is and who is attracted to your brand and your demographic, you may choose a different type of discipline to put your brand in front of. And it's really important to take a look at that, because not all esports are the same. And within that target, there's a huge engaged market. But again, Hearthstone, very different from a Counter-Strike or League of Legends. Millennials, we've talked about millennials, and this is really this hard group of people to reach in now what is traditional media in general, not even just traditional sports. ESL audience is 81% between the ages of 18 and 34. 75% are male, and that's a number across esports, not just ESL. ESL is pretty similar to that. The perception of gamers and esports enthusiasts being in their mom's basement by themselves playing games should not be the perception any longer. It's very social. These enthusiasts have a great deal of disposable income, on average $76,000 household income. So dispel that perception if that's in your mind. It's not true. It's really social. They're on talking to their friends. They're trash talking with their friends online while playing. And they actually come to all of our events to meet the people that they've been communicating and competing with. It's a really interesting dynamic. A few more stats. You guys will be statted out, I'm sure, today, but just a little bit to set the table. 76% of enthusiasts say that watching and engaging in gaming and esports takes hours away from their consumption of traditional sports and traditional media. So this is where they're spending most of their time. More than double of the online population have subscriptions to Spotify. So again, disposable income, and engaged in other activities as well. Interesting thing, we like to look at this market. We had one of our events, we created a anthem for one of our events, and we threw it out there just to see how well this composed song did. Within a week, it became a top 10 downloaded song on Spotify in 8 countries around the world, 2.5 million downloads. The NFL network picked it up because of how fast it was trending for their season last year. So again, really important when you're looking at brands and how you can engage, because these players and enthusiasts have other interests rather than just games as well. Content. This just shows a consumption, from 3 years ago, video plays went up for almost 5 times, from 120 million to 560 million. Unique viewers, 32 million to 100 million, 3 times. Hours watched, 44 million to 166 million. Again, this is just portions of our content online. You may see a lot of this type of analogy. This one's interesting. They say by 2018, there'll be more enthusiasts for esports than there will be for the NFL fan base. And again, key metric here, this is global, not just mostly in the United States like NFL, but it just shows the scale of what's going on. Now, I have another video in back of here that was supposed to get you excited, but let's see if that happens.
It's more than esports. It's not just a competition. It's the competition.
This right now in the Spodek Arena is a moment that every player waits for the entire season long.
So many Game 5, so many losses, but not today. They're back, they're big, and they're Swedish.
Welcome to ESL 1 Grand. You couldn't ask for a better venue and better teams to face up in the finals.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL National Championships. We've got some amazing action coming your way today.
What a great time to be here in London.
The crowd is already packed, ready for some fantastic Counter-Strike.
I didn't believe it when they said it was sold out, and I walked into the stadium and it was just ridiculous.
This tournament has been nothing short of amazing. So many storylines and so much to talk about. It is going to be unreal.
Live from the Barclays Center in downtown.
Please, what are you calling it? No!
My first time at a big arena event, I was on the floor, and I literally just closed my eyes, and you'd think you were at an NBA game or an NHL game with the crowd going nuts, and I didn't necessarily know what was going on the screen, but that's beside the point. Again, let's get into brands, because maybe you still, with that, not getting it. But I think once we start dealing with the brands, let's bring it a little bit closer to home. So I'm sure everyone's read in the last, we'll call it 6 months, professional sports leagues getting involved. There was a slide in the very beginning that Chris put up with the NBA getting involved. So the 76ers have a team. Paris Saint-Germain has a team. Manchester City has esports teams. Some of the brands that have jumped into esports: Coke, Red Bull, Intel, MasterCard, Geico. So some major brands, and we'll get into some of these in a minute. A lot of sports celebrities and celebrities in general, Rick Fox and Shaq, Magic Johnson, buying or investing in teams because they understand the dynamics of a sport. They understand the passion that goes into it. They understand what goes into a team. These teams have nutritionists, they have sports psychologists, they have fitness, people. Again, anything to perform at those highest levels, this is no different than an NBA team, and these guys understand that. And that just, again, sort of opens the door for different types of engagements for brands. As Christina said with Turner, this content is now finding its way on more than just Twitch and YouTube. That's where a lot of the core consumption is being made. But as storytelling gets better, we've had content on ESPN, on Fox, on the BBC, Canal+. So you'll start seeing much more of a traditional media acceptance of esports as well. Looks like we're going to
in the professional division, you become a professional player.
We're going to talk about Mountain Dew, but I'll let the video roll.
The Mountain Dew League, it's definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm going to show you some clutching tips here. Patience is super important when clutching. Pretty simple tip, guys.
GG versus LDLC, victors of the Mountain Dew League Global Challenge. It's Rogue.
Battled it out in the end in double OT. How does it feel, brother? It feels good.
All right, so now I'll set up the video. Mountain Dew dipped their toe in the water of esports a couple years ago. And in learning about their experience, what they decided, again, to be as authentic as they can within the space, they wanted to be involved in much more of a grassroots basis. Rather than just putting up their brand in a pro event or one of our arena events and tell people, drink Mountain Dew, they really wanted to get engaged on a grassroots level. So we have the largest amateur Counter-Strike league and community, which we renamed Mountain Dew League. And what that enabled Mountain Dew to do is really get into the Counter-Strike community in ways and engagements that you saw in that video. Interestingly enough, in doing this, we worked closely with not only their marketing executives, but also their media buying agency. And so when you're looking at esports, because it has such scale with social media and on the digital distribution, media agencies or the media side of your business can be really helpful, partly in just helping to determine some of the metrics. In this case, we had started off with a metric of wanting 10 million impressions for Dew. We blew it out of the water and had 60 million impressions. We focused really heavily on associating Dew, since this was an amateur league, in helping people get better to improve their performance. So we had a lot of tips. Those tips had almost 1 million views or 660 million views. So they took a very different approach. The other aspect with Mountain Dew was they wanted the brand to be aspirational in some way. So we were able to take the winners of this amateur league and have them have an opening or a pathway to our pro league. So the winner of this amateur league got an automatic entry into our Counter-Strike Pro League, which is the largest league in the world. So that gave the brand sort of an interesting way to associate themselves with, again, the authenticity and a pathway and a great storytelling of how these amateurs were able to go pro. Next. Oh, sorry. Quickly, because I think we're running out of time. Intel. Intel Extreme Masters is the longest running sponsorship within Intel, corporate-wide, number one. Number two, it also is the longest running esports circuit. We're in our 12th season. For them, starting 12 years ago, talking about a brand that has authenticity and credibility to the community, you probably can't get closer to Intel. They spend an enormous amount of time for the last 12 years moving forward to every season, getting better and better at telling the story about how their silicon chips are the type of performance-enhancing tool that gamers should use. And they do a really good job at integrating their OEM partners at every event so that the people at the event, gamers, can test drive the latest technology, understand the latest technology. No different when Nadal comes out with a new tennis racket, of why that racket is a better performing piece of equipment than some other ones. Some quick numbers, because scale here was really important to them, being such a global company. We have 4 to 5 global events, and we picked those markets heavily on their key strategic business markets. 55 million unique viewers, 2 billion impressions, 150,000 live visitors, plus the Masters itself has $1 million prize pool. Again, hitting just one of the events so you can get an understanding of the scale. Sort of the Super Bowl of esports is, of all places, an Intel Extreme Masters event in Katowice, Poland. We get over 100,000, close to 120,000 visitors or fans for the time period. Last year it was 4 days. This year we're expanding it to 2 weekends. 86 million video plays over just a few days. Peak concurrence of 3.5 million peak concurrence. Hours watched just for this one event, 24 million. So pretty impressive, and this is the type of scale that I think is really open because of the global nature of esports for all your brands. Quickly, because I have 1 minute, but you guys had technical issues, so give me a couple more minutes. I'll be really quick. This video will probably roll, and then we'll have time for a couple questions. Totino's in Oakland. I'll talk over it a little bit. We wanted 10 million impressions for this one event. Got 20 million plus. Gave out 30,000 samples, and you'll see their activation was a bucking couch, which was a really interesting activation, and again, there it is, which created a huge amount of social media impressions and was very consistent with their brand. A little bit edgy, a little bit kooky. And it was a great activation for them. I know, right? I know. But, so we'll cut that, and
yeah, I appreciate it.
We've got to stay on time. Yeah. So I don't know.
No time for questions.
You can find me for questions.
Awesome, and I actually.
And there you go.
If you get a chance to go to the events, they're amazing. So thank you very much for joining us today. Yep, appreciate it. Great. Yep, thanks a lot. Next up, we're going to move from sort of the more professional to some of the more amateur leagues. We've got Ann Hand from the Super League Gaming, and she's going to talk a little bit about what they're up to, how brands can get involved, how to connect with a broad array of gamers. But we're going to start off with a video, and then I'll bring Ann up.
Anything you want to say to the other cities, like Chicago?
Chicago, you're gonna be wishing that you could FF for 5 minutes.
Chicago, where you at? You suck, boys. Come on, all you bronze players, come on, where you at? Your diamonds are like gold to us.
Well, Dallas has the best food. I mean, you can't beat Tex-Mex and ribs, so we're gonna be better fueled. We're just gonna smash everyone. In Chicago, pizza? Come on, everyone has pizza. We got it.
Yeah, Windy City, you guys are too frigid to win. And I hear Chicago's trash talking to us, but just so you know, your pizza sucks.
Great, and you're playing Chicago?
We're playing Chicago.
All right, do you have any messages for Chicago?
No, we're not playing Chicago. We're beating Chicago. You're confused.
Game on, Chicago. Free Tyler 1.
Good fortune from Dallas. I moved here from Chicago to the better city. Everything's bigger in Texas, and I got a really big trophy case to put this trophy in when we get back.
I'm going to tell you right now, Dallas, nothing. LA, nothing. Miami, come on.
Coming at you, your boy Zeus. All right, coming in with those raunchy Paris plays. Get ready, Miami. We're coming after you.
I'm Snowy. I'm 880C.
My name's Zacchaeus. I play mid and...
Some of the name is Double D. I'm going to be the jungler.
I play support, main Mariana, and Chicago clearly has better looking support, so...
Woohoo! Please welcome Super League Gaming CEO, Ann Hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you got the point, right? There might be video problems all day today, but still, hopefully, you got a little bit of the feeling of the Chicago force. Super League Gaming is a venture-backed company based in Santa Monica, right down the road. And we're very happy to be here today. You're going to see a lot of stats, and they're going to come from much better resources than Super League, but obviously for us, it's hard to deny the power of this growing, vast industry. There's over 2 billion people who play video games around the world, and what is kind of fascinating for us is just the way that we think it's on the cusp of actually eclipsing traditional sports in so many ways. And yet there's so many opportunities that still aren't being seized by it. And so just like a fascinating fact that right now, when you look at the average esports enthusiast, which is only about 150 million people worldwide, so those are people who are actually following the professional esports content. Those fans generate about $3 of revenue per fan. So that's a pretty low number out there. That's about 1/10 of traditional sports like the NFL. So just a huge amount of opportunity. And anytime I'm pitching investors or talking to different brands and I'm trying to help them really get the gravity of how big this space is, I often find that a couple of these headlines kind of wake people up. When Tencent bought the stake in Supercell for $8.6 billion, just keep in mind that that's twice what Disney paid for the Star Wars property. Super League is really about creating a social home base for all gamers. And so when we talk about all gamers, we're talking about gamers of different ages and levels of play, and also gamers across a variety of genre of games. And what it's about is it's about creating fresh content, both online and online play and offline live events. So think of it as integrated gameplay that really can unite gamers and actually get a really wide reach of gamers. Earlier, you saw, if you were here at the start, you saw a video that showed Peter Moore from EA talking about the esports pyramid. And even when we've had great meetings with our partners at Riot and some folks at ESL, this is always a very common way that people kind of look at and position what is Super League. And really what we try to explain to people is that, we're not really about the esports elite. We love them because we need those iconic great players out there to really be the rally cry, but we're about capturing the bigger base. So we're about the 99.9% of gamers that may aspire to be professional esports players or maybe aspire to be a shoutcaster or an influencer, but they're all people who love video gaming and want a more competitive format for that. And so we always often talk about the fact that we're going after the base of the pyramid. And why that's kind of fascinating is whether you're just a recreational casual player and you just want to make more friends and find ways to socially connect around these games you love, you know, Super League in that case really allows you a way to kind of get out of your bedroom or your basement and go find ways to have that game unite you, but also give you an opportunity to learn some good things about that game that maybe it's hard to learn when you're playing alone. Things like teamwork and collaboration and good sportsmanship. But also for the very serious player who's an amateur player moving up the ranks, what Super League starts to do is create a bit of a first look at talent or a feeder pool. I often, every time I get a little stuck at the company on an idea, how we want to push forward, I often find that so many of the answers lie in traditional sports. You know, the best players online right now that are amateurs won't necessarily make the best players as professional esports players. You know why? It's the same reason why I might be able to make a basket on someone's driveway, but I don't have a hope and a prayer of doing it on a real basketball court with people yelling at me and passing the ball and a coach and fans. Same thing's true for professional esports. What Super League arenas do is start to provide a way to test someone's chops in the amateur ranks and see if they have what it takes to kind of one day maybe take the stage in a large arena like Staples. So it starts, the building blocks of the company start with the theaters. You can see that. You know, we looked at it in the early days and we said, look, you know, when you're trying to think of what's a natural playing field for amateur recreational video gaming leagues, what better playing field is there than movie theaters, right? They're sitting there with this thunderous, you know, loud, you know, tons of sound and great video screen experience, but they're also empty a lot of the day. And so what we found is a very overwhelming response from the exhibitor community, really excited at the notion of turning one of their auditoriums and one of their larger theaters into a gaming arena. And because we establish broadband in these theaters and turn our equipment on, it really means that aside from the play events where physically all the people coming in are playing in the theater and seeing a very premium experience on the big screen, it also means that we can do a lot of things with that space. So we can be doing a lot of watch events and other ways. Our goal, we're very fortunate to have one of our investors be Cinemark. And our goal, as we talk to their board and their CEO, is that we really want to prove out that we can make Auditorium number 7 at Playa Vista a full-time gaming arena. So that's the goal that we have.
As we get this working, I actually wanted to switch everything around a little bit and jump right into questions first. A lot of interesting stuff, I think, that's come up, and we'll jump back in. But let's spend a couple minutes on questions. I think first I'm fascinated by the girl gamer aspect of this as well. So can you talk a little bit about that? And I also, that's my question, but you guys have questions as well. So let's talk a little bit about the questions. We think about this from a broader amateur perspective rather than just a more focused professional perspective.
Sure, and actually, even though we don't have slides, it does kind of dovetail perfectly with the next slide. So
go ahead.
So, you know, we talked about the theaters a bit. The next important thing is the games. And so as I talked earlier, I talked about the fact that we want to amass this wide, diverse audience of social gamers and really have a meaningful engagement with them. And it does start with game selection. So we're very fortunate that we have 2 fantastic initial games out there, wonderful relationships with Mojang and with Riot to bring Minecraft competitive leagues and League of Legends events to theaters. And as you talk about the girl gamer and the diverse gamer, you know, our Minecraft leagues, think of them as Little League. Think of them as, you know, just like you might go 4 weeks in a row to an AYSO or Little League type of event. We're doing that same structure around the Minecraft game. And a lot of people say, well, how do you do that? Minecraft's not a competitive game. That's the beauty of Super League, is we've designed a point and tournament system that's an agnostic platform that even for games that don't necessarily have that built into them functionally today, we have a mechanism to create a positive competitive league around it. So with Minecraft, we're talking about 6 to 14-year-olds right now with the structure of how the league works. We're actually talking to Minecraft parents too. That's important because to get on superleague.com and to put in your Minecraft ID and your credit card to buy your season pass requires a parent. And so what's been interesting for certain brands with that is that they really like the fact that we're talking to such an interesting demo. A nice kind of 40% mix of young girls playing, and equally we have mom and dads standing there. The cool thing about those events, what surprised me the most, was how much the parents stay. Anecdotally, you know, lots of parents coming up and saying, thank you for giving me a mechanism to enjoy this game with them, because I can't stand over their shoulder in their room and watch them play. And actually, I never realized this game was so positive, how much their computer literacy is growing. So you've given me a mechanism to participate in this, and we go home at night and we talk about it at the dinner table. So the parents stand on the sidelines of the movie theater seats. Interestingly, most don't sit in the seats, almost like they're respecting the seats as the playing field a bit. And so they stand on the sides and they have a lot of fun together. And of course, we do have a few fun moms in the back who sometimes at certain theaters that have bars call it Winecraft, which we don't formally have any brand endorsements around, if any of you want to talk about that later. But it's kind of fun to see that social connection that happens between the parents and the kids. And we do give out a scholarship at the end. So we've now awarded 7 different team scholarships across North America for the winning team. So pretty cool that we have a 5-year-old in Pacific Palisades who has a $2,500 scholarship to college already. That'll help him with his school applications, I'm sure. And then, of course, big announcement in November that we started bringing competitive amateur leagues around the wonderful game League of Legends. We are so grateful. We're about 3 blocks away from Riot's headquarters, and to have such a fantastic game publisher kind of really embrace us being an early stage company and validate that we could bring something that their community's been asking for. Wanting that way to physically, socially connect and deeply engage, find more people they can go back and play with online, but also that competitive league structure that some of those people moving up the amateur ranks really were desiring. So what we have now are 2 key offers, and these are wrapper offers that work for different types of games, so they're not unique just to League of Legends. But really, City Rec, which is designed to be casual pick-up play. You maybe not be too competitive, but you want to make friends and find ways to connect. And then City Champs, which is a much more heightened competition. For League of Legends, you need to be a level 30 player. So it really is finding the best of the amateurs in these cities. So that video you saw, part of it at the start, is actually, those were our first ever City Champs. So what we announced in November was that we were bringing League of Legends competitive play to theaters, that the first 4 city teams, which are our city teams, are the Miami Menace, the LA Shockwaves, the Chicago Force, and the Dallas Dynamite. So those 4 city teams, it's acting up a little again, but that's okay. Those 4 city teams actually win in city-on-city battles, and we curated those fantastic players, as I mentioned earlier. So those people you saw getting pretty riled up in the theater were really top-notch players out there who are really committing serious time in their lives to practice and move up those rankings. So with that, how do we do all of that? Again, I talked earlier about the fact that this is an integrated league platform that's designed to allow tournaments to be conducted around all types of games. And so it is an online league platform and this physical live event platform, as I mentioned. What you'll see us starting to do is starting to move more into online as an integrated way that leads into what we would almost call more of the crescendo of the live events. So think of it more like we're going to have a season online, which allows us to have a great reach. And then what we will be doing is almost having the live events feel more like our March Madness. That's where we found the best of the best out there, and we're moving them into live events and city battles. Final slide on our city teams. As I mentioned, we have 4 city teams that we've already launched, and then last week we announced 8 more cities. So we announced Seattle, as well as San Francisco, Houston, Denver, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Boston, New York. Again, all of those cities are branded city teams, so it will be the Boston Revolt taking on the New York Fury, or the Phoenix Blaze taking on the Las Vegas Wildcards. So by the time we get to April, May, as we're doing, again, this big crescendo of these live city-on-city battles, we will now have 12 cities, potentially 16 cities, that we will have these branded communities and clubs. Again, the beauty is, and I always say this is kind of the most important thing that I think at the end of the day we're doing at Super League, is the beauty of that city component changes everything for us as a company, because really that becomes now the primary driver of what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a forum for local people to bond over their love of gaming. So whether you play 2 games or you play some of the next 5 games we plan to introduce, you can still be a fan of gaming. And right now, fandom is something that it's difficult to get a hold of because there's no geographic anchor. So, you know, what I always say to people is, you know, imagine now an LA Shockwaves player. Let's say he's a 28-year-old hardcore ranked League of Legends player. He's walking down the street and he passes a 10-year-old Minecraft kid wearing an LA Shockwaves jersey who might have played in one of our Little League formats. And instantly, you've now just taken that huge, wide demo that never would have had a way to talk. How does a brand try to talk to that wide and diverse of a demo? And yet, you found a way to connect them on the one thing they both know that they each love, which is video gaming. And instantly, the older guy sees himself as Kobe Bryant, and he thinks he's just passing a kid who aspires to be Kobe and is a Lakers fan one day. So I will tell you as I wrap up that another huge surprise over the last year and a half. We've run 1,500 events to date, touched tens of thousands of people. I would say a big surprise is how much that city affinity or that desire to represent or root for your hometown lives in this video gaming community. It sounds like we're applying a traditional sports motif on something that's different. It's human instinct, it's inherent, and it's also because these avid video gamers know their time has arrived. They can see the power of esports, and they really feel strongly that it's their moment. And you can see the city pride just in the opening video that the winning Chicago Force had. So thank you.
Awesome. So, thank you. We have time for a couple questions, and I'm going to start off first. Do you have any good stories about brands that have really done a great job sort of getting into this world and activating the fandom and being part of the community, and any great case studies you can talk through?
Well, certainly for us, I mean, we feel very grateful that early on Logitech got behind us. So with the Minecraft property, they were trying to talk more to younger gamers. That's an audience that people are struggling to reach. How do you get to younger kids earlier in their life cycle and start to create some brand affinity? And they also had a desire to talk to gamers' parents. And so they did a great job at supporting our events. We did a lot of trial with different hot new products, peripherals they had. But they really understood, I think, too, that balance you're going to hear a lot today about, you know, is it a brand that actually really speaks to this audience, and is it done in an authentic way that actually improves their experience? Riot's done a good job of making sure that we always remember that if we just focus on the player experience first, every decision we make runs through that lens, whether it be a brand integration or what have you, that everything good will come from that.
What about non-endemic brands? Any examples of non-endemics that have done a good job?
It's a good question. We haven't pushed too hard on that, and I think part of it is because we want to be so thoughtful about it. I think with the city communities for us, one thing that we realize is we can create a pretty rich tapestry of local and national or global brands that actually express what is an LA gamer and how is an LA gamer slightly different than a Chicago gamer. So you saw them talking smack a bit about Chicago pizza. You know, so I think there's an interesting way that we could bring powerfully between our live events online and all of the properties that come with sponsoring our city teams, and actually tell a story, I think, an interesting, very engaged story that I think will give a brand a lot more loyalty that goes beyond just a couple events.
That's awesome. Questions from the field out here. There's a question back there in the corner. Do we have, the mic is coming, the mic is coming.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
I'm wondering, what is your recommended population size for a game? Like what size should your audience be if you want to move into a Super League format? And what's the cost of entry to do that?
Okay, and you're talking about the customer. In this case, yes. So, so right now, the way that our games work, and some of it is based on the architecture of how that actual game is designed. Usually, our playing audience in a physical theater is anywhere from 60 to 120 players. But again, this is a movie theater that has been permanently activated as a Super League arena, so you can be running multiple events per week across a lot of day parts. I think more importantly is as we have more and more of the integrated gameplay where the season happens online, you're now talking about a pretty large pool. So we could be turning on online for Minecraft and having 5,000 kids in LA trying to compete for those coveted seats that happen in the theater.
Cool. We have time for one more question over there, way in the back. Let's run all the way over there.
And I should mention very quickly, we have 16 cities by May, June across North America, 8 more cities that we will plan to roll out over the next year internationally. So our goal is to have a global footprint and really kind of own the space of the amateur league system.
My question is about protecting the Super League brand. So you're dealing with influencers in local areas. You can't necessarily control everything that's coming out of their mouth. So how do you manage not tarnishing the Super League brand while trying to have this very grassroots?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And I'm a former brand marketer, so I love the challenge, but the master brand of Super League, when you start to get into that wide of a demographic from 6-year-olds to 50-year-olds, that was a bit of a conundrum. And so that the City Lens really solved a lot of that for us. But I'd say probably the most important thing we've tried to do on the influencer and social front is, again, just show a little bit of patience. This is a very smart audience, and again, with a lot of good coaching from our game publisher partners. You know, when we launched League of Legends in the first 4 cities, Riot did a beautiful thing for us. They actually rotated us in their game client to draw their players to our website. So we had in 72 hours, 150,000 unique views, and 18,000 people fill out gamer profiles. And they told us a lot about themselves in those profiles. They told us some things about what brands they like and don't like. And that was just by rotating us in their North America client. So what they were doing for us as a partner was trying to help make sure that we got oversubscribed for those initial events. So we sold those events out within about an hour. But to the social point, they said, just watch Reddit, watch what happens, and let it play itself out. And it was very fascinating to watch how quickly some of the players got online and said, what is this thing? What is Super League? What is it? And then watching how quickly other gamers would get back and say, no, but look, Riot's endorsing this. They're listening to us. This is something we want. And I think, so for us, I think it was just a very valuable lesson that they were coaching us through, which is, look, these publishers know their community better than anybody. You've got to just listen to them and trust them that they know how these things work out, and when it's right to jump in and manage, and when it's right to just let this smart audience of people, this very engaged audience, sort through that. And again, as long as we're providing fantastic experiences, things are going to go our way at Super League.
Excellent. Ann, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for going through that. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break, so get some coffee, get out there, have a couple of snacks, say hi to your friends. And before we go, though, remember, hashtag #AListDaily if you're tweeting or posting on social. Everybody on the live stream, we will see you in 10 minutes, 10:45. having their cell.
I'm on. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm a little jet lagged. I came in from New York last night, and so I have no idea what time it is. I know it's Thursday. So I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes. I have 40 slides. I will talk as quickly and as efficiently as possible. If it goes too fast, you can reach me, of course, at my email and all that kind of stuff. But I'll try to get as much in as we can right now, just kind of for the sake of edification, and also to provide a bit of a counter-argument, perhaps, to some of the incredible enthusiasm that goes around when we talk about esports. I'll start with a slide that is basically inspired by Manny. You saw him earlier. Esports is an interesting phenomenon. Competitive gaming is an interesting phenomenon because it really gets to the heart of a lot of the experience that audiences have when it comes to interactive entertainment, when it comes to kind of this generation of gamers that has been hiding in basements at parents' houses their entire life, and suddenly they're sort of cast into the mainstream on a stage, right? My personal version of that is, I did a PhD on video games, and I built a company around it. And for the last 15 years or so, I've been analyzing it. It's a lot of fun, but I've also been defending it and saying, like, is this a thing? Is games a thing now? Are gamers a relevant consumer audience? Who are they? What do they do? Aren't they just little boys playing crazy violent games covered in Cheeto dust, as the legend goes? And in fact, no, they're actually just humans like the rest of us. They just like things that are digital as opposed to offline or analog. So one example of where esports lives today, and sort of the punchline of my 20 minutes here, is that what it really matters when it comes to the branding, marketing, advertising opportunity for esports is authenticity, right? And so Manny brought this up really well in one of his recent articles. He says, look, on the one side, you have E-League that's doing a phenomenal job bringing this into the mainstream, having a conversation with executives and all the sort of senior people that are trying to wrap their heads around it. The amount of people that they reach within the demographic 18 to 34-year-old is actually less than Evo, which is, and that's Manny's quote, and they have folding chairs on the stage, much lower production values, but that's really what matters to this audience, right? They don't really care about sort of the big setup, the big sort of capital expense about it. They want to see their heroes, they want to play the game, they want to be part of it, and they want to be seen. And so that's the difference, and that's sort of the punchline for this audience then. I'll walk you through some of the numbers. Here's a picture of me. It's super exciting. The way we look at it is really sort of in a traditional sense of like, well, okay, people spend a bunch of time watching this, then they spend a bunch of time and they play it, and then of course there's a purchase in the end. They make in-app purchases, they buy a game that they've seen, they download it, but they also buy other stuff, of course, right? They buy technology, they buy hardware, they buy fancy mouse pads, custom chairs, as well as other verticals, CPG, automotive, finance, and so on. So we try to track all of those across the spectrum to kind of measure it all out. And the way we do that, just to kind of give you a background and where our data mindset lives, is we of course have all of the viewership out there across channels. We then match it with monthly active user base. We collect all this data on about 80 million or so digital gamers. So like, well, what's the session length? How many logins? What type of games? And so on. And then we see conversion rates and spending as well. What did you buy? Was it a shiny unicorn, or was it a flaming sword, or both? And did you get it at a sale, or did you just buy it sort of off the cuff? So those are sort of the KPIs and metrics that we look at. Happy to tell you more about it. For now, so these are some of the companies we work with. Here's what you need to know with regards to our esports methodology. Esports is kind of a big ecosystem of lots of different moving parts and companies. So our approach very simply has been to talk to all of the companies in the space. We work with the teams where we get some of the streaming data, get a sense of who do they care about. What is the difference between the number 1 and the number 2 player on the roster for a particular team? What's the difference in social media followers? What's the difference in the turnout for these people? And of course, that's also their leverage and their clout when it comes to negotiating contracts. Same thing then for platforms, Twitch, Facebook, trying to get in on this, YouTube as well. You know, what are the unique viewership numbers look like, etc. Publishers, they want to know, of course, well, what's the session length? So we've seen Peter Moore talk about this repeatedly, either publicly at conferences as well as during earnings reports for Electronic Arts, saying, you know what, ever since we started this FIFA thing, people have been spending 5 hours a week more playing our games. So that's interesting data points that kind of feed into the retention, and retention obviously feeds into monetization. And then, of course, the classics, consumer data, we look at what people actually spend, not just in the game, but also around it in terms of merchandise, ticket sales, and so on. So we combine all that, and then we bring that all together into a conversation about the esports industry. So this is a common picture nowadays. Over the last 18 months, everybody's been talking about how big everything is. And big is good, right? Big is, tells us that it's important, and it really sort of is what you would expect there to happen, and the nature of the rhetoric would be this way at the beginning of an industry. And so what I want to present to you guys a little bit this morning is to kind of provide somewhat of a counterweight to all of the enthusiasm. So if we look at the overall opportunity, when we look at who's out there, who's doing what, who cares about esports in terms of the consumer side, we place esports in a larger universe, right? So people don't just watch competitive game, they also watch YouTube videos about how to get through a level. They also watch, you know, walkthroughs, they watch live streams, but they also watch video on demand. And so that entire universe we define as gaming video content, and it has today an audience of about 1.1 billion unique viewers worldwide. This is across devices, obviously. If you then look at the esports component, roughly 1 in 4 of those people watches regularly live streaming. And that then breaks out between 2 categories that are most interesting here. The people that watch but don't play, and the people that watch and play. And what's interesting about it is combined, those numbers are bigger than the actual playing audience, right? So traditionally, people would only be interested if they were buying the games and playing the games, but now we can reach a much larger universe, about 234 million people worldwide that fit in both of those categories. So that's the total addressable market according to our indicators this year. So that's cool. So now we have all these people sitting there waiting for us to serve them content. So people are placing bets, right, in the sort of old school, homey way of saying, well, let's see how that works out. And so to kind of understand that, you know, and for those of you who don't know me, I also wear a hat where I teach a class at a business school in New York, and that's where we look at the business models for these things. So I'm going to walk you through 5 stages of the esports industry today and kind of get a sense of like where things are, how they evolve. You know, it's going to be light, don't worry about it. There's no need to take notes. But what's going to happen is I'm just going to give you sort of a sense of where we are in the industry to kind of broaden the perspective on how we define the opportunity here. So currently, we're in stage 2. The first stage here was very much a sort of early days, turn of the century. People were gaming online. I remember in 2002, when I was just a wee little baby analyst, I was sitting in Chinatown in New York playing, you know, with all these other kids and boys and girls, you know, in this underground internet cafe, and we were playing Counter-Strike, and it was a lot of good fun. And of course, naturally from that behavior, what follows is that people want to measure against themselves. They want to sort of compete, and they want to say, well, I'm better than you, consistently so, and I'm the champion of whatever local neighborhood. And so that behavior is not new, right? That's not something that we haven't seen before. And it really reached a pinnacle, especially in Asia and Korea, where around 2007, 2008, the total budget of marketing and advertising dollars that went into it was about $250 million. Very much, of course, based on the 2 channels that you had dedicated to 24-hour-a-day streams of people playing competitively. Ultimately, of course, then that tanked entirely. This is what you have to think of what the early days looked like. It's a bit of a, you know, bar picture here, but so the idea is very much that after its success in Korea, it died, right? It was very much so that this is the moment when the iPhone comes out, people starting to move to mobile, it totally just decimated that industry, and you have that sort of valley of death, as consultants might want to call it. But it's really, that's the moment when, you know, it was the question that a lot of people were asking themselves, is Korea the shape of things to come, or is that some kind of a statistical outlier? Is that some kind of weird anomaly, and should we just walk away from it? So there was a lot of confusion around it. Some very insightful people, ESL, MLG, et cetera, they said, no, this is the thing, we're going to invest in it. And so they've been at it for 10 years, trying to build this up. So you see that kind of come up. It's still very amateurish. It's still very sort of low stakes, small things all around. But it slowly starts to build up. This is at the same time also that moment when, you know, consumer interest and behavior starts to change fundamentally. So if I've been defending games for the last 15 years, very much so, the conversation usually goes around as grown-ups like big numbers, saying, well, look, mom and dad, the reason that I should pursue this as a career is because it's actually bigger than traditional media industries. When we look at the US, the last 10 years in terms of annual growth rate, compound annual growth rate, and total spending, video games and interactive is the third largest category, right behind cable TV and broadcast, right? So all of a sudden, you know, and we've heard this before, where ticket sales and box office sales are less now, but just fundamentally, consumers really are drawn by interactive entertainment, and so that's the sort of larger current in which esports emerges. And that's good. That's great. Then all of a sudden, we have this popularization. We start to see a lot of investment coming in from companies saying, like, we need to spend more money here. And so over the last couple of years, I've been spending a lot of time explaining to journalists that esports didn't just happen overnight. It's been around for a long time. But this is really the moment when we start to see this sort of enthusiasm for the industry. And that's a wonderful thing. The problem at that moment, right, in this sort of stage that we're currently at, is that everybody thinks that they invent sex. Every generation comes at these conversations thinking, oh, it's new, all the rules are out the window, and we're going to just do this entirely differently. And not so much, right? So what happens fundamentally, of course, is that people want to explain this to their senior executive boss who has to sign off on a big budget, and so that's where a lot of the sort of hand-holding comes in very quickly. So, for instance, the logic in most of those conversations, as we have them in New York with some ad agencies and media networks, is like, oh, look, you know, people are moving away from traditional media, traditional channels. Traditional sports looks like this. The average age for some of these traditional sports, they're getting older. They're not being, replaced by newer audience members, and so that's declining. It's valuable, but it's declining. What do I do? Where do I go? How do I reach this new demographic? At the same time, you have the publisher sitting like, let's see, we have that demographic. This is wonderful. We're very excited about this. At the most recent Activision earnings report, they flat out say, look, we reach every month 447 million people across our titles. It's a large number of people, right, for any kind of media or entertainment company. And so if you compare it to some of the networks, that's a tremendous amount of people. So obviously the next thing for a company like Activision or EA is to sell rights to that broadcasting. So that's also, of course, where the reality kind of sets in, right? Just because we have all this enthusiasm doesn't necessarily mean that things only go well all the time, right? That's not a realistic expectation of an industry's future. And so, men much wiser and richer than me, they say the same. They say, well, look, here's all these people buying teams, all these people investing this. It's a bit of a gold rush, right? His words, not mine. But there's a sort of turmoil in that audience, in that industry, saying everybody's going to be rich, and that's, of course, never been the case. One of those issues, for instance, when it comes to investing in teams, is the inconsistency in performance. Right, so there's a very difficult equation to be made, saying if a team is successful one year, it doesn't guarantee anything for the next year. And as a brand, what you want to do is you want to be part of that story of an underdog that sort of proves everybody wrong, wins against the odds, and is part of that winning moment. That's the best moment to capture an audience, and it's the best moment to kind of associate yourself as a brand. It's very difficult to establish that just yet in esports. And so that's where we start to see a bit of a wobbly moment, right? This is not some kind of new phenomenon. This is very normal sort of setting after this massive injection of investment money and all these sort of acquisitions. All of a sudden, we start to see a little bit of turmoil. We see some shakeout. We see some consolidation. For one of the things that's kind of difficult and different to understand about esports is that compared to traditional sports and traditional teams, they rely very heavily on local advertisers, right? They have, first of all, a stadium. They have regular visits and visitors. They have an audience that comes every week with a season pass, and they have, this is a picture of where I grew up, if you're interested in that kind of stuff. All you have is like local contractors that would sponsor a team, that would have a big billboard on the side. So that kind of branding, that kind of advertising is still very much absent from the current esports offering. And so what you start to see then is sort of like a shakeout a little bit, right? Some things will hold water, some things will not. Some things will do really, really well. And you start to develop, companies start to develop a business model that's more rationalized around the experience. And that's good, right? So we're seeing all this opportunity, we're seeing all this change in the market, we see these things work out, but at the same time, we have to kind of make money at the end of the day. At the end of the day, most of us will have to go to a boss and they say, well, the ROI was X, or the thing that we did, that we spent $1 on, is now going to make us $2 in the end. So publishers are facilitating this pretty well, especially a company like Riot. It sort of leads the charge in many ways, starts cleaning up its overview. This, maybe to many of you, is still a little confusing to understand and to watch. So they're making it more watchable, right? They're sort of uncluttering their visuals. They're starting to put a heavier emphasis on the minimap so that the thing that's going on the screen right now is a little easier to understand, thereby sort of broadening your addressable market. And that's good. That's where the growth's going to come from, right? If we're going to reach all those people, we have to make it easier to understand. If we're going to, you know, as an immigrant, as a European coming into the US, for me, football is still just a magical box of rules and regulations. They're just totally meaningless. But of course, I could say the same thing probably for soccer and the other way around. So what Riot then does, of course, naturally is enter into this deal with MLB, saying like, look, we want to control the experience, of course, also, you know, alleviating some of its pressures and increasing its leverage with Twitch, saying we're going to move some of this away off platform and have our own video application that's standalone and sell rights that way, right? It's a more vertically integrated approach. They have more control over the quality, and they can really sort of address as many people as they like this way, or they can sort of maximize their reach, as well as sort of control the experience. And that's where the growth will come from the next years, with this sort of business model rationalization, where people take a real close look to how these things work and sort of manage the part that works best for them. What really drives that then, ultimately, and we're 10 slides out. How many minutes do I have left? Ah, perfect, look at that. All right, so what really drives that is the motivation of a company like Facebook, which you might have heard of, and Twitter, all sort of moving into the video space, right? Video is the whole new thing now. That has a lot to do with the type of content that has been very popular for a long time. Games will be a driving force in that, and esports will be one of the, you know, sort of spear points in that effort. That's going to change fundamentally how the size of the market in terms of ad dollars that's available, but it's also going to change the sort of lay of the land. If you are creative, if you're designing a game that is a boxed $60 thing that is sold to you through retail, those are very different design parameters than when it's a game that has to cater to an audience, has to be accessible, but also have a sense of authenticity in it, and so on. So that's what these companies are going to be looking for. And that's going to be, you know, a big change of you know, the way that we come to learn and come to understand what gaming is in the next couple of years. If we looked at it at different channels, you know, if we compare gaming video content, so all things including esports, we see that, of course, YouTube takes the cake, Twitch not too far behind, Facebook well on its way. You know, these are the channels that are going to define the platform and the landscape. If you switch it and say, well, what about esports? Of course, Twitch is still the biggest one. They just came out. They had, what, 232 billion minutes viewed yesterday. I think they had an infographic coming out. You know, this is a tremendous platform that's doing tremendously well, but they're starting to figure out also that, you know, even though they're not part of Amazon, they need to know very clearly what their audience is and how to monetize that audience. And so that's kind of the opportunity then, saying, okay, where do I go as a broadcaster? Where do I go as a brand or an advertiser? What's the best channel for me? How do I reach the people that actually matter to me? And then, of course, you know, that's the larger opportunity. So it's always that one small piece that drives the bigger piece. The bigger piece here is that traditional media industries are trying to vertically integrate both their content production and distribution with their network and their hardware and their infrastructure. And so all of a sudden, you start to see these companies merging at these incredibly valuable deals, really, really large companies. And that's really all about who has the audience and who can create the content that attracts that audience. And that's where the key sort of metric comes in all of this. It's a very evasive, or I say, very qualitative one, but it's all about authenticity. You can't really buy your way into this. You have to earn this, right? And so we saw this earlier this week with PewDiePie getting a tremendous amount of criticism for some of his videos, getting dropped by Disney. And it has everything to do with, can you maintain your relationship with your audience? And do they care? Do they believe you when you say what you say? So the opportunity then in my mind is to build an authentic relationship with audiences everywhere, but you got to do it the right way. And so we heard about this earlier. Women are very much an underserved market. If you look at the traditional channels here for esports, most of it is very much male-dominated. And then, of course, in terms of age range, you'd expect Call of Duty to skew a little younger, but Counter-Strike is the same way. So shooter games skew much younger than, for instance, MOBAs. And then finally, Overwatch, and sort of part of the news here, and again, according to Twitch then yesterday, this was the most viewed new game of 2016. What makes Overwatch so interesting is that it actually appeals to a very much female audience, right? Compared to the shooter genre, and it's a little vague here with the gray, but Overwatch tends to really appeal to a much more blended audience rather than sort of a very skewed male-female audience. And so that's really sort of the punchline for me then, right? So there's a huge, tremendous amount of people out there, lots and lots of numbers. That's wonderful, right? But how do we make a business out of this? And it's really about sort of actively pursuing something that is a little bit more authentic, that is really rational in terms of its approach, and serves the audience and the customer at the end of the day, and not so much a corporate agenda outright. With that, I would love to take some questions, talk to you guys more. Thank you for your time.
Yep, we have time for a real quick couple of questions. We got, very nice. Who's got a question out there? Show of hands. Right there, we got a question right there. Hold on, we got the mic running down because we have our live stream audience and we want them to hear you.
Whenever you guys are collecting the data for all this stuff, where do you tend to collect it from? Because I just find that the industry as a whole right now is not very transparent with their numbers. So how do you go about that data collection process?
I love that question. So I started the company 6 years ago with no data at all. We didn't have a single spreadsheet with a single digit, and it's all about relationships. So we build relationships for esports, specifically with teams and platforms saying like, look, we know that you know what's going on, but you don't know what the neighbor does. And so we have formed this coalition around esports where we deal with both the platforms, the publishers, and also some of the teams. So we have a dozen or so teams contributing their streaming data, giving us sort of the back-end insight as to like how many commercials are being served, how many minutes per session, how many unique views, and so on, allowing us to build a little bit more transparency into it. But it's all about that sort of relationship with people.
Time, I think one more question. Anybody? Otherwise, I have one. How do you see brands, and what does the data show you as brands start to adopt this as a way to reach audiences and do it in a sort of more authentic and listening way versus just a megaphone way?
So that's a tough question, because it depends on the brand. I would argue that sort of the endemics have like a no-brainer conversation, right? So that makes a lot of sense. If you are a PayPal, you should probably have your own Intel. We saw the numbers for Intel earlier. You should probably have your own tournament or your own sort of circuit. If you're a smaller brand, you can kind of co-host or co-sponsor. So it really depends on where you sit in sort of the brand ecosystem. But arguably, it's like if you can facilitate a conversation where sort of this natural talent of esport comes to the foreground, if that's the emphasis, then you can't really do wrong.
That's great. Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks.
That was great. Great data. Really interesting. Esports audiences, and I'm really excited on this. Steve Fowler from Amazon is here. He's the head of marketing at Amazon Games, and yes, Amazon is making games. I'm fascinated to hear how it fits into the Amazon strategy, and a little bit about what the data is telling them as well, because we all know Amazon is an incredibly data-driven company. And sitting down to talk with him is Edward Cheng from the Chernin Group, who will also be doing a little keynote, not right afterwards, but shortly afterwards before lunch, talking a little bit about what he sees as the billion-dollar problem and the billion-dollar miss in the esports game business. So without any further ado, Steve and Edward, come on up, and let's talk a little bit about engaging esports audiences. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. As Jim said, I'm Ed Cheng and I work at the Chernin Group, a private media entertainment company. Steve, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Steve Fowler from Amazon Game Studios, work in the marketing side there with them. Been in the games business about 20 years.
Got it. So we mentioned Amazon Game Studios. I think it's still somewhat of a black box. I think people are just starting to learn about it. Can you kind of describe Amazon Game Studios in terms of the vision, what you guys are working on? 10,000-foot overview.
Yeah, it can be fairly complicated. We've got kind of our hands in a little bit of everything, but I can kind of paint the picture of the ecosystem we're trying to build. So Amazon is the leader in cloud infrastructure with AWS. Turns out that that's really good to do multiplayer online gaming. And so that's where it was kind of birthed and started. And so from there, we have created our own game engine. There's an engine out there called Lumberyard. It's in beta right now. It's free to use for developers. And the vision for Lumberyard was to make it really simple for game developers and publishers to get their games onto the cloud. And then next, we bought this little company called Twitch. Twitch is the premier streaming platform. Yoast gave you all the numbers, so I don't have to give you any of the numbers, which is great. The other parts of Lumberyard that we've been working on, which, taking a step back, Lumberyard was originally begun from Crytek, a Cry engine purchase that we did about 2.5 years ago. And our engineers have since branched paths with Crytek and added features to get games onto the cloud, added features and functionality to enhance games as a viewable entertainment form for Twitch, and just make really kick-ass games with. We also most recently acquired a company called Curse, the Curse Networks. If you know about Curse, Curse started out as a conglomerate of really core fan sites for PC games, League of Legends sites and World of Warcraft sites. They also have a platform which has voice communications and IM, instant messenger, ways for socialization to happen. So Amazon is trying to foster an ecosystem that allows for community engaged games, right? We want to provide tools for our customers and provide games for players that they identify with, that they become communities for. So there's more than that too, but that's already enough.
Got it. So we're really looking at esports maturing as like a viewership destination, right? And so I think for the longest time, people have compared like the quality or the production value of traditional sports broadcasts to esports broadcasts. Not altogether fair, but I think we're starting to see kind of signs of esports really coming into its own with things like the LCS and E-League. You know, what do you think esports is doing really well today in terms of reaching out to viewership and you know, as its own medium? Do you have any favorite broadcasts or streamers that you like to watch?
I'm really impressed with Turner. The E-League stuff is top notch. I think that having television production companies that know how to do that, that are experts in that, has really shook up our industry a bit. I am a fan of E-League. Watch the majors that just happened. There's some incredible competition going on. I'm an avid CSGO player, and I understand the game enough to appreciate the skill that's being demonstrated by these guys. There were some incredible comebacks in the majors that happened this year, and they just broadcast it probably better than I've ever seen it, both on Twitch but also on TV on their network. Other people showed you numbers about what happened on Twitch and on the TV. That's kind of my go-to, like they're doing it best right now, as far as on streams and on TV. Obviously, the LCS is awesome from a live event perspective. Stuff that they put on over at the Staples Center and the performances and the theatrics, and it's a really intense place to sit. Got to go a few times to Intel Extreme Masters with ESL. They've been up here, also impressive. I'm actually in Vegas this weekend to go to DreamHack, so I think there's a lot of guys that I really appreciate. A lot of people in the space that are doing great work.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the maturing is some of it is catching up and copying what traditional sports have done. Like the LCS and E-League have both done a really good job of kind of going in depth beyond just the gaming, like talking about the backgrounds of a lot of these players, their family history, some conflict and things like that. But let's look at actually like things that esports can do out of the box. So you mentioned this earlier, you guys are in a very unique position, being both the game publisher and the platform in terms of Twitch. What do you think publishers should be doing to optimize for esports viewing, and then what is Amazon doing specifically?
Well, Amazon's a very customer-focused company, and so in addition to all those tools I mentioned, we're also making games. So Amazon Game Studios, we have 4 development teams that are making games that would be for these audiences that we put out there. And so when we talk to our game designers, our engineers, we're talking with them from inception around the entire player customer journey, right? What does it mean from somebody who sees a video of one of our games and goes, wow, that's interesting, asks their friend about it, all the way through to how do they go through our websites and register, how are they watching others play on Twitch and on YouTube and others, through the play experience itself. So the entire customer journey. But it's not just the player journey anymore, it's now also the viewer journey. So we ask our game developers all the time, what if success wasn't necessarily, I think it was 75 million monthly actives for League of Legends, but what if that was one of the parts of success? What if more success was 200 million active viewers? What would that do differently into the way you think about creating games? How would you design the game to be more fun to watch, more engaging, more along the lines, as you say, to traditional sports, which is kind of the gold standard? NFL, as an example, just amazing in the production values that they're able to put out, where we're really, really early, right? You mostly watch League of Legends or CSGO from the player perspective. Imagine if you had to watch the Super Bowl from Tom Brady's perspective the entire time. It would get pretty stale. So we have a long way to go, and I'm super excited because I think there's really unique things that we can do that even traditional sports can't do, because we're an interactive entertainment. We have code that we can use and make different viewer experiences because we know the data that happens from these electronic sports.
Got it. Like, so what are some of these experiences that you can offer?
So at TwitchCon this year, we actually announced a couple of features that was demonstrated by one of our first games called Breakaway. Breakaway is, if you haven't seen it, it's a 4v4 competitive game. Kind of think if you mixed Rocket League with Smite. So it's heroes, like Smite-based heroes, third-person camera, brawler, if you will. But the objective is to grab a ball and score it, we call it the relic, and score it in the other guy's hoop, right? Kind of like Rocket League. When we announced that, we also announced 4 different features that were demonstrated in that. One is called MetaStream. MetaStream, if you think about it, is, let's say you're watching a streamer on Twitch. It's very much like ESPN ticker, right? So there's data and information, kill-death ratios, how much has been healed, who's up. Like, it's overlays for streamers, right? So the viewing audience having much more information than just what the player perspective is. Another feature we announced was Stream Plus. Stream Plus is the ability for a streamer to use a game, in this case Breakaway, the data from that game, to offer challenges and have interactive experiences with the viewers. So very simple thing could be, who's going to win this match, red team, blue team? And then viewers can vote. And then as they vote, and they're right or win, they can get virtual currency that eventually they can spend within Breakaway, as an example. A couple other features like Broadcaster Spotlight. Broadcaster Spotlight is where if you're in Breakaway and someone in that game happens to be streaming, you'll know, because they'll have a little icon above their head, oh, I'm being streamed in this game. And if you like that person that's streaming, you can actually click on their avatar in the game and follow them directly on Twitch. So stuff like that is what we're already working on. It's already public. But there's so many other cool stuff, cool things that I'd have to NDA the entire audience.
Can you at least tell the audience that, you know, some of these features, are they going to be baked in only to Amazon games? Are they going to be available as a service to any developer who wants to integrate this and kind of enhance the viewing experience? How does Amazon see that?
Yeah, I think that in general, Amazon wants to have open platforms. So Lumberyard is a good example, right? So the features that we've built for Breakaway are demonstrated in Breakaway, but we have plans and goals that those become native to the engine itself. Like, we don't have monetization schemes around Stream Plus, or those are just going to all help grow the ecosystem. And you know, esports is still really early, and shutting off and creating exclusivity and creating barriers to features or to access or to player communities is just going to slow us down. So we really want to be inclusive in the way that we're thinking about the tools we build and the games that we build and the experiences we provide for players.
So just really touch on it. You mentioned like exclusivity is not the greatest thing for kind of a game in its infancy. You guys do own Twitch. Kind of how do you see that relationship? Is it, you know, whatever's best for the audience is best for the game, or how does Amazon see that?
Oh, it's absolutely where we start. We start with players. And Amazon as a company, even beyond games, most people have experienced Amazon, whether you're buying something on the platform.com or retail, or you use AWS for your games that you're hosting. Fundamentally, Amazon is built on customer trust. And so what that means is we are not willing to take short-term advantages at the exchange of long-term success. So we are only worried about building brand, building customer trust. We have a long way to go in proving that we're creative in this space. Amazon has no street cred there, right? Great companies that are well beyond us that we hope to achieve the same sorts of success. But what we do have is, I think that a couple days ago, yesterday, there was a Harris poll that came out, and then the most respected corporate brands in the world. We were lucky enough to be the #1 brand globally for 2 years in a row. That takes commitment, it takes long-term vision, and it takes the ability to say, no, that's fine. We can take it on the chin today if that means this person or this player base feels like we created value for them, or we empathized with them, like we understood where they were coming from, and we were willing to try to keep that relationship, because later on, eventually they'll spend money and we'll all be happy. So.
Right. Back to kind of the comparison with traditional sports. So I think when we look at traditional sports audiences, a ton of the people don't actually play that sport, but they watch it. And I think Yost touched upon it. It's like almost like a 50-50 type thing right now. I mean, it's not hard to look at a League of Legends screen, even for me, and be like, I have no idea what the hell is going on, right? And you can extrapolate that to many other games, whereas for soccer, football, basketball, it's pretty simple. Do you think this is something on kind of the publisher side to make the game easier, to kind of make a better tutorial? Do you think it could be solved by content marketing? Like maybe we're just not thinking about how to explain this correctly. Is it a little bit of both?
Yeah, I think there's lots of ways to approach it. So from where we sit, one of the things we're trying to do is approach it from technology. So the examples of Stream Plus and MetaStream, that sort of thing. You could imagine that, let's say in the future, I'll forecast out a bit, a game from us or from Activision or from the next Riot game, that we're not the only ones that are thinking about this. There's really smart people that are thinking about these things. But as I mentioned earlier, the advantages we have, even over traditional sports, is for, let's say, a viewer on Twitch, is we have all this data that comes from the game and sits on servers. And so let's say there's a breakaway pro event someday, right? The people in the live audience are seeing feeds, and hopefully we can continue to improve the quality of live events to E-League status or even beyond. But we have that data that runs on those servers. What if we were able to take that game data, move it to another set of servers, put a delay, right? So the home viewing audience are seeing 20, 30 seconds later on. And then on those servers, we have code. The code that's on that servers already knows what happened in the game, right? We know that, okay, the blue team were fighting red team on point A, and that's where the camera was for the live audience. But actually, there was a 1v1 that happened on point B that really shifted the balance of that match. We missed it live, right? Maybe they could show a replay. But we know that that was where really the action was happening. If we're running really sophisticated code and logic on the second server set, imagine what we might be able to do. That smart camera itself might know that ahead of time and give just the perfect angle of that 1v1 match that actually swayed the balance of that. Many other things, like you could imagine giving the viewer a much better understanding of statistical probability of wins or losses of a particular encounter. So that 1v1, it's a guy with a shotgun versus a guy with a sniper rifle, right? Guy with a sniper rifle might only have 15% chance to win in this encounter versus a shotgun, which is a much better close-up weapon, right? We could slow down that, bring up the statistical probabilities, and then go back into a real encounter. And then the viewer, if they see that somehow the guy with the sniper rifle overcame that great challenge, knows how much drama that was. It's like, how do we get things into the games that we're building that replicate traditional sports big moments? Hail Mary passes, slam dunks, grand slams. We need to make that more apparent for viewers, more apparent for the casual viewer audiences. I watched the majors, and there was I forget which match it was, but there was a 5v1 comeback. The guy that was 1 actually took out 5. And that's a huge thing in professional Counter-Strike, right? It's massive. And because I played the game, and because I knew what to look for, I understood how big that was. I showed that to a colleague of mine who doesn't play, and he's like, so what happened there? Like, it's so fast. These guys are so precise that if you're just looking from their perspective, it literally, like, he's got 1 pixel difference between him getting the headshot and kill versus not getting the headshot and kill. And by the time he pulls the trigger, he's already looking to the right-hand side. You don't even see that guy go down. There's got to be ways that we can expose how cool those moments are through technology in our point or other production value things from other.
Well, I think you guys have set the bar really high, so we're looking forward to see some of those things come into fruition. Before we go into kind of question and answer, you know, we have a lot of brands in the audience or non-endemics who are looking to get into the space. Like, do you have any advice in general for some of these companies and these brands on how to really get involved in this whole viewership and esports relationship? Like, do you have any advice, pitfalls to avoid, anything?
Yeah. Add value. These communities, as it's been mentioned already many times, can suss out who's looking for the quick buck. The best way to get adoption from these audiences and these communities is to provide value to them. A very small example was the Mountain Dew piece, right? Mountain Dew could be looked at as a sellout. They're just trying to make money off of esports because it's cool, young, millennial men who probably are their primary demographic. But the way that they approached it was very simple. It was like, let's provide hints, tips, and tricks videos for players that are trying to get better at the game and use pros to do that, right? So that adds the level of authenticity. So authenticity is thrown out also all out there. But if you just think about long-term vision, like, are you going to invest into esports and expect immediate return or profit? You're probably not going to be that successful because the choices that it'll force you to make will not provide value, will probably not be seen as authentic. So you need to have a long-term vision of, this is core to our company's success for tens of years. And then start in a humble, authentic, and value offering proposition. How can I help this community grow? What can I offer to them that's unique maybe to our brand that other brands can't offer? So pretty simple.
Cool.
Yeah, let's do some questions. Got any questions out here from the audience? There's a question way over there on the far side as we run over with the mic. Remember, we are live streaming this as well. Hashtag AList Summit if you're going to be sending any social stuff out. And we have got a question. Go ahead.
You mentioned long-term planning. When you started this process many years ago, how did that look? Was that a 3-year plan? Was it incremental? When you built it up with your corporate management, what exactly expectations did you set, and how did you go about explaining to them what your goals would be both short-term and long-term?
I'd probably be out of my element because I've only been at Amazon for a year. So it goes back to the Amazon leadership principles. As I mentioned, the company takes long-term vision. You'd probably need to ask guys that have been there longer than me. Mike Frazzini, who leads our org, is a great guy and is probably a better person to answer that. And if you want, we can follow up and I can give you contact information from our PR group.
Other questions? Got a question right over there. Yes, sir.
Steve, thanks, Ed. Thanks, guys. So branding and partnerships and sponsorships, how do you think about it when you're developing your product? Is that a consideration set, or really you just defer that to Twitch and that will be the ad platform or a revenue generator? Or is there any insights in thinking? I mean, Amazon really is the largest retail space in the world, and brands obviously have cross-connective and the experience you're doing. Is that ever talked about in any of the planning or any of the sets about revenue or partners or sponsors in the journey, or is it just focus on the game experience and leave it to Twitch on the back end for maybe brands to somehow get along for the ride?
Yeah, no, not from the game design perspective. We don't start with, hey, what would be the in-game monetization efforts, or how could we get brands to be in our game? It's more about the player experience, starting with what's best for players, what's best for communities, what are the features and functionalities and genres and settings that would most excite gamers, whether it's an esport gamer or not an esport gamer. We don't really think from the beginning around how to get endemic or non-endemic brands as part of the native play experience. It's more about making sure that the game is one of the best games ever to play and super amazing fun to watch. That's complicating it with more than that that's already really hard to do.
Cool. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, we have one way over there. We have time for a really quick question over in the corner. Little known fact about Steve, he actually worked on the original Halo when it was coming out with Xbox, which didn't have an esport component to it. But it's very cool. Go ahead.
So you've talked a lot about the core platform and Twitch is the streaming engine, but Amazon has so many other moving parts, film studio, Amazon Prime. Is there a broader strategy to create shoulder content that goes beyond just the Amazon gaming component?
We have so much to do just in our core businesses. Eventually, maybe that could be a hope. I think it would be awesome to have VOD shows on Amazon Prime for our games, or have Alexa be able to play games with you with voice technology and machine learning stuff. Like, I want to have drones that'll drop off our games in your front yard. But for now, we have no customers, and we've got this little baby engine, and we've got to figure out how to make great games first. But I think, yeah, the sky is the limit. It's awesome to be at a company with that amount of resources and that amount of potential. But first things first.
I love that. It starts with great games, which absolutely is what it's all about. Thank you guys very much. That was great. Really appreciate it. Big screens. but there's actually a lot going on in mobile as well. And so Dean Takahashi from VentureBeat to talk about what's going on with mobile. And I'll say this about Dean, and Dean is this is a god of our industry right here, Dean Takahashi. And he does he works at VentureBeat, does the GamesBeat Summit May 1st and 2nd in Berkeley. And if this is an industry that you're at all interested in, you should absolutely go. So that's all I'm going to say, Dean. You can say more about it. But thanks, Dean. You guys go up ahead, and excited to hear about mobile and competitive gaming.
Yeah, thank you. Our GamesBeat Summit is coming May 1st and 2nd, and Monday is our early bird deadline for registering, so that's my plug. All right. So I'm happy to be here to talk about mobile esports, which we haven't heard so much from today. We're going to dive deeper into that with a couple of the companies that are pioneers in this space, Super Evil and Skills. And I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves. So, Wen, let's start.
Hi, I'm Wen Tanu. I head up marketing at Super Evil Megacorp, and we make Vainglory, a very delightful core gaming experience for touch.
Casey Chafkin. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer and founder of Skills. Skills is the leading esports technology provider for game developers. So we provide the back-end esports services for about 3,000 game developers, and that's everything from their amateur kind of PvP competitions all the way up through large-scale, multi-thousand person brand-sponsored tournaments.
So I wrote a lot about Vainglory when it debuted in 2014, and it was always sort of billed as hardcore on mobile. You guys got to go up on stage with Apple when they introduced that idea, I guess. But esports wasn't really in the picture in the beginning. So I wondered sort of like how did esports come into the picture as your startup was evolving here?
Yeah, to be frank, you don't really develop a game for esport. You develop gaming experience for your audience, right? And when we first started doing this, we very much were focused on building out Vainglory, and our community very quickly let us know that they were ready. And so we started seeing tournaments pop up on Twitch where people were creating artificial scenarios upon which they could host tournaments with spectator slots. And so we quickly went back, and our chief creative actually spent an entire week building in a spectator seat, which we had not planned for much further down the road. And that was kind of something that is very much a part of the identity of Super Evil. Just yesterday, actually, Apple released a developer insights on Vainglory and how we see community and philosophy, and how we wrap our community into developing Vainglory. And in that is very much when our community told us that they were ready for esports was when we started to build features in the game that really spoke to that.
And Casey, how did esports come into your picture then as well?
So we were looking at the space as it was evolving, and we were looking at it in 2012, and we saw what was happening on PC and console, and we saw what mobile was doing in terms of the democratization of games among players. So very, very quickly becoming the most popular gaming platform in history. Our intrinsic belief is that competition is an essential part of gaming, and so from gaming comes competitive gaming. From competitive gaming comes professional level gaming and spectatorship. And so when we looked at the space, the average developer was spending about $150,000 to build a mobile game in 2012, and that just doesn't get you very far if you're trying to build a robust multiplayer ecosystem, which is kind of the bedrock on which you need to build a sport. And so we set out to build infrastructure technology that would allow game developers to focus on what they do best, which is building engaging interactive experiences. And we set out to provide the back-end services from player management, anti-cheating, anti-fraud that would allow those games to become sports.
So I guess one of the questions the audience probably has is like, how does this get to the stage where League of Legends is? And what is the nuance that we can offer here about how mobile is different from the PC or where other esports are today? So that's what we'd like to try to get to here.
maybe for starters, how is the mobile audience different?
Well, I think for one, when thinking about mobile esports compared to esports at large, it's still very much a fledgling kind of niche area, right? But the potential for growth in mobile esports is astronomical. And when you just look at things such as the sheer numbers alone, you know, currently there are, roughly 700 million devices that are able or capable of running a AAA title, whereas we collectively around the world have roughly 3 billion devices that can run something like Vainglory. So the addressable audience in and of itself is massive, right? And in thinking about the type of gamers that are on the mobile platform today, a lot of those folks are native touch generation first gamers. And I think that up until today, the gaming experiences that live on mobile have been very different. And what the Super Evil collective dream has been for us was to create the types of core gaming experiences that we fell in love with as gamers, and in the sense of skill-based, strategy-based, to be able to play the types of games with your friends that you remember staying up very late in LAN parties in our youth.
I think what we see is not just a size difference, it's a self-perception difference. So mobile gamers don't see themselves as gamers. So the average player on Skills is playing 58 minutes a day, and they are self-described as a non-gamer or casual gamer, and that's within almost an hour of consumption every day. And so I think when we think about the maturity of the space and the audience, a lot of it just has to do with where the audience sees themselves in their evolutionary history. So like when we were talking beforehand, we talked about if you were to poll the audience and ask people if they play sports in here, almost everyone would have some sort of interaction or relationship to sports. They'd say, like, I play golf on the weekends, but I'm terrible, or I played field hockey in college, or I go running before work, and that they see themselves as part of the sports ecosystem. The mobile gamer today doesn't see themselves as part of the esports ecosystem, even though they're actively participating in competitions, and that they are becoming the kind of base level of a healthy sports ecosystem, which is the amateur level of competition.
So it's interesting to look at a game like Clash Royale as a, kind of a mobile. It's real time, right? Vainglory seems to be like in the middle, and League of Legends is on the other spectrum. I can't grasp League of Legends. It's a little too fast for me, right? But Vainglory is actually in the middle, and I can actually understand what my role is within this team. And it's an interesting place as far as where you guys designed the game to be, right? I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I think that there are a couple commonalities when you think about those three games. And, in one of our earlier conversations today, Casey and I were discussing just the sense of when games become, or as gamers identify themselves as a gamer, and what that gateway drug is, right? And so when we think about Vainglory and we think about League and Clash, is the sense of the real-time experience that's very different from what's on mobile today, the sense of strategy and the sense of skill-based gaming, and I think that you can certainly tie that thread between those three games in and of itself, but also that as games become mass and then the mid and the very much core, is that the rising tides very much raises all boats, right? Is that as we bring gamers into the loop, or as we bring the types of gamers who don't traditionally identify as gamers, and they learn certain skills and they have certain experiences that really pull them in and engage them and help them identify as gamers at the end of the day.
Now, I guess, how do you guys also feel about addressing, say, the amateur layer versus the professional layer as well?
I think the amateur layer necessarily has to exist in order to have a professional layer. So, and I think it's easy to forget, but football wasn't football when it was invented. It was a game that nobody played. Then it was a game that a bunch of people played, and then there was self-organized competition. From self-organized competition, you have player-funded tournaments, you then have third-party organized tournaments, and then people start gathering around the field to watch these third-party organized tournaments or the player-funded tournaments, and so you start enabling viewership through the construction of a stadium or through broadcasting. But the professional level can't possibly possibly exist without the amateur level. And so I think we've taken, or the approach that my company has taken has been a bottoms-up approach, where we're saying we're going to enable competitive gaming starting with the amateur level, and then building on top of that as there's demand from that ecosystem to play in organized competitions with prizes, and then to enable professionals out of that class of gamer.
And when we think about the amateur and the professional level, for us, it's very much the difference between the community and the pro players, right? Last week alone, we made an announcement of a few multi-esport organizations joining Vainglory, and that very much feeds in the ecosystem. But when you think about it, it is very much about the community and the spectators of the sport. There really is no sense of a professional or an athlete, rather, until there is a community of folks that are rallied around the game, the sport, and to watch them and to spectate. And I think the audience is what matters.
So I think a lot of the question in the room is always around when's the right time to invest in this? Is this really going to be a thing 10 years from now or 5 years from now? How early do you want to get into it? And I guess an interesting observation about that is I think people said the same about just mobile in general. And now we have, the Super Bowl where the way to reach people really this year was probably on mobile, right? So it's an interesting how that for many years was viewed as sort of the stepchild platform, I guess, and it's flipping, right?
Yeah.
How do you guys think about that? Or also, what are some milestones that show you that there's a lot of forward progress that this is making towards being, a bigger deal?
I think it's very much about the audience. Again, I mean, as the audience shift to certain platforms, very much brands will follow and games, speak for itself. But when you think about some of the platform changes or broadcasting changes, even in the last 12 months, the big pivot from Facebook, from YouTube, and how much mobile traffic those two platforms command, and that focus on gaming really speaks to where the industry is headed when you think about mobile. And so between those two, I think that when you start to look at milestones for mobile esports and you start to look at what is the next thing or when do I hop in, you start to see, yes, mobile esports is still very small, but the potential for growth there is massive. So Vainglory alone, our viewership in the past year on esports grew by 10x, right? And 10x, that is very much just the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And I think we have a slightly different perspective on where we are. I mean, certainly in the grand scheme of things, mobile esports are closer to the beginning than they are to the end. But I think they're actually a lot bigger than people realize today. And so we recently published data on the winners, 2016 mobile esports winners on our platform. And so the 5th highest earning esports athlete in the US was playing a finger bowling game called Strike Bowling, and it's not that mobile is much more distributed, I think, than PC and console gaming, and so the competitions are much more fragmented. So that person was playing 10 to 14 hours a day, 5 to 7 days a week, playing in literally thousands of small-scale competitions to win $390,000 over the course of a year. And I think this is the organic construction of sports, where you start with people playing and they play competitively. And so I think the first thing that I'd say is I think it's bigger already than people realize. It's just much more fragmented. And then if you're trying to measure velocity of that in terms of the growth trajectory, I think it's pretty important to think about the age of mobile as a platform. So, I mean, what the App Store is about 8 years old right now. When Facebook IPO'd, they basically acted like mobile was an afterthought. And so we've only been in the current age of mobile development for about 4 years. And so to look at the distance that we've covered in that time period, I think is very telling in terms of where mobile's going to be. I mean, I believe that in the next 2 years, mobile will be more than half of all esports.
So Casey, you've got some people who are making a full-time living on your platform, right?
We do, and they're playing games that I don't think people would have historically considered to be esports. They'd say, like, well, that's a finger bowling game on your phone, and so how could that possibly be an esport? Or this person's playing a bubble popping game competitively, and I think it speaks to the idea that competition is intrinsic in gaming, and so you start with the content that's available, and I guess Super Evil was starting out right around the same time Skills was, but there weren't games, there weren't MOBAs on mobile in 2012 when we launched, and so the biggest competitive games today on Skills are a function of the games that existed in 2013, basically. And so when you talk to these players, though, they talk about it in the exact same terms that physical athletes do, or what you might consider traditional athletes do. They talk about the grip for their phone. We've had players talk to us about dripping candle wax on their screen to get the right level of tensile friction between their finger and the screen itself. And I don't think these are people who initially set out. I think these are people who said, I'm not a gamer. And then they find themselves earning a living doing this thing. And that's, I think, how the industry is evolving on mobile.
So Super Evo has had interesting announcements of new teams that have come on board. The Immortals, Fanatics. These are, very professional esports organizations that are joining. Right? So.
Yeah, so we announced last week that the 5 organizations were joining, and we actually have an upcoming announcement this upcoming week. But the biggest signal there is that these esports organizations are seeing a future in mobile esports, and certainly a future in Vainglory, and making a bet for that future, right? And in entering Vainglory, they're also creating or further adding to a very healthy ecosystem so that, players can play Vainglory professionally. They can be a part of these team houses, can train, and teams like Fnatic and TSM are taking what they've learned in managing and growing their teams from other sports into Vainglory. And so the future is there, and we've worked with some big brands this past year and also some big organizations where we all see where the future is headed, and it's very much mobile.
So what's on the roadmap for you guys, and what's coming next?
So we've added a few things in the past couple of updates. The biggest thing is what we're creating a sense of a brawl mode, so shorter sessions. Vainglory very much right now is a 15 to 20 minute game, and when you think about mobile gaming and you're thinking about the attention span of a typical mobile gamer, you may very much have to ease them into that, and so we've created these really fun 5-minute experiences so that people can very much, 1, learn the objectives of it, and 2, just very much exist in that short time span, but experience Vainglory end to end.
Okay.
I think for us, the big thing that we're focused on is leveraging the technological integration that we have with our developers to facilitate a better spectator experience. And I think it's our vision aligns pretty well actually with some of the things that Steve was just talking about in terms of today we're watching esports competitions through a rotating heads-up display, and that'd be like watching a basketball game via GoPro footage, and that's crazy. We're watching 90% or more of most esports broadcasts are live content, and if you look at an NFL football game, it's a 3-hour broadcast for 11 minutes of live action, and the other 2 hours and 49 minutes are dedicated to helping the spectators understand what's going on and why they should care. And so for us, when we think about future roadmap, we're building out an increasing layer of tools and integration points for streamers to enable their audiences to better comprehend the action of what's going on, and to enable true interactive programming where the broadcast isn't just one person playing or a small group of people playing and the streamer disseminating that. It's open competitions where people can both chat in the chat room on Twitch and join in the competition themselves.
So do we have some questions from the audience here?
Yeah, let's take some questions. Anybody have questions for these guys about mobile gaming and where it's going? As you guys think about your questions, I'm curious. I want to dive in a little bit deeper. Oh, we have a question right here. Sorry, wait till the mic comes up. Right up front. Sorry, I missed you. I was looking in the back. We got a question right over here. Thanks.
Will the next generation of devices, including the inclusion of AR, significantly impact the growth of competitive gaming on the mobile front, in your opinion?
I think that there's some really exciting things coming along with AR. So we built a proprietary game engine that allows us to do virtually anything, right? And so the Evil engine right now, and has how we think about AR in the future, is that there's some really exciting opportunities when it comes to spectation, bringing the audience along for the ride wherever they are versus in the stadium alone. And I think that experience is really exciting, right? And not only from what you're seeing on the screen, but maybe you look left and there's an API that feeds in stats so that you're seeing every single player's, KDA. Or perhaps you're in the bush and you can control where you are on the map and you're experiencing the game within your controls and not necessarily within the hands of somebody who says this is the experience that you should view.
One of these days we'll get player versus player on Pokemon Go, right?
Yeah, right. We might have time for one more question if there's a question out there. I don't see one. So otherwise, I just real quickly, you dive a little bit more deeply into brands and how brands can activate into mobile e-games, how it might be different from some of the more traditional esports, and what that looks like for brands on both your platforms.
Certainly for us, I think it's, the big difference is distributed competition versus largely centralized competition. And so from a brand activation perspective, the sponsorship opportunities have a much larger potential reach, but don't necessarily have the same kind of statement level impact in terms of saying like we're the official sponsor of the international or something like that. And so I think the brands that we're working with though are most excited about reaching players in an interactive way. And what I mean by that is, we have our first kind of interactive television broadcasts happening now where we've had TV stations approach us about having mobile esports competitions as the broadcast content that anyone can play in at home and both participate. They're both a spectator and a participant. And so I think the level of integration for brands as they're able to, is much deeper when you can interact with the player spectator as opposed to just speaking to the spectator.
Cool.
We've worked with brands in a variety of different ways on Vainglory, and so there are the obvious things where you, one, host a tournament, or two, sponsor a team, but the opportunity for us to deeply engage with a brand within the game, for example. We can pull in brands in Vainglory into the fold. We can connect different brands with teams. I think it really just depends on what the message is that you're trying to get across, whether that be you're promoting the hardware, and perhaps then in that scenario there's an invitational. Like just for example, last year we did a World Invitational with Samsung because Vainglory is such a rich, beautiful game that runs on amazing graphics. That is the opportunity to show off your hardware, or perhaps there's a sense of sponsoring the teams directly to support the ecosystem. So with Vainglory, I think the limits are a bit endless when it comes to how we work with brands.
Cool. Well, thank you guys very much. Casey, Wenwen, and Dean, great discussion on mobile. Thanks, guys. Thank you. So we're going to move quickly. We've got a keynote coming up with Adam and Tyler Rosen. They're from Blizzard, but their background, they started TESPA, which is the Esports Association, which is all about local chapters in high school and college, really doing a competitive gaming aspect at that level, at that academic level. And they're going to come up and talk a little bit about that, a little bit about the opportunities there, how to reach these high school and college level of gamers, and a lot more. So come on up, guys. Cool.
Hey guys, how's it going? Sounds okay. Hopefully we can make that great. I think this is the clicker.
Yeah, that's the clicker, yep.
Sweet, we'll give it a shot. Awesome. Thanks for having us. We wanted to talk a little bit today about college esports. There's been a lot of conversation about professional esports and amateur esports, but we think there's this really interesting market in the middle, which is college esports. And over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of growth in the market. So we wanted to talk to you guys about, one, what we've learned, and also why we find the market so interesting and why you might want to look at the market as an opportunity, not only from the brand perspective, but from the esports at large perspective. So with that, we'll give it a shot. Before we jump into it, we wanted to give you guys a little bit of background about us. I see a lot of murmuring, so before you ask, yes, we are friends. we almost kept our name tags, but we thought it would be more fun this way. But yeah, Adam and I, we founded TESPA about 7 years ago in 2010. So we were on a single university campus. We were at UT Austin. You guys can cheer. All right. We were at UT Austin, and we saw what at the time was a very small but passionate community about gaming. There were all of these students who kind of loved gaming at the time but didn't really have an outlet for it. And what we saw was when we brought those students together, it quickly grew. We started hosting meetings and events, and pretty rapidly it grew to be one of the largest student organizations on campus at the time. Fast forward a couple years, Adam and I decided to take the organization and expand nationally, which brings us to where we are today. TESPA is composed of two primary pillars, if you will. We have a community pillar, which is all about chapters and members and really trying to build infrastructure on campuses. Right now, we're at 220 chapters across North America. To put that in perspective, if TESPA were a Greek organization, we would be the 7th largest Greek organization in the world, which I think is just a testament to how quickly gaming is growing and how interesting or how interested college students are engaging with others on their campus in like-minded activities. The second pillar is competitive, so we're all about building tournaments and leagues. This year we have 3 premier leagues. Over the last couple years, we've drew in competitors from almost 1,200 different universities to compete in our leagues and given out approximately $1.3 million in scholarships. So there's a lot of interest on the competitive level that we find very interesting because it feeds back to education and trying to support these groups. You'll see on the slide there's a couple other things that Adam and I have had the opportunity to participate in our time at Blizzard. We created and led Heroes of the Dorm, which we'll talk about a little bit more detail in a few minutes. We led BlizzCon from the esports perspective for 3 years, so one of the pinnacle professional events. We helped launch Fireside Gatherings, which is a grassroots initiative for Hearthstone, tens of thousands of events worldwide. And now we focus a lot on the Blizzard esports side in terms of strategies, strategic initiatives, long-term planning for the team. So we bring all that up to say we've had the opportunity to see a lot in the esports industry, and one of the things that remains most interesting to us is college and the opportunity that college esports has to grow in the next few years. Right, so what we're going to talk about today is a couple of things. One, we want to explain and share with everyone why you should be thinking about college esports, and we're going to do that in the best way that we know how to, which is to share with you why we care about college esports and why we think it's a market with a lot of potential that has just barely begun to be explored. Secondly, we're going to share just a couple key lessons from some of the major tournaments that we've done, things that we found really interesting that we hope you'll find interesting too, and then afterwards we'll take questions. So Tyler, walk us through a little bit about college esports. Spoilers here, we'll jump right into it because I know we're a little low on time. The first is the demographic. So the college demographic, this is no secret to everyone who's been involved in marketing and brand marketing. College is very interesting. What we saw when we were actually involved at the campus level is there was a disconnect between what we were seeing on college campuses and who those gamers actually were, and then what we were hearing, right? 7 years ago, I mean, people would slink into our meetings and kind of be afraid to say they were a gamer, right? They would slink in there like, I play games, and I've heard of StarCraft and all of this stuff, right? So what we sought to do was kind of codify and figure out how many people are actually playing games. So we invested in a lot of research into the market, and what we found is almost half of college students are actively playing games or consider themselves gamers at large, and that was really interesting to us. Again, a testament to how quickly that market is growing and the future that esports has. The next thing, students game mostly as a way to socially connect, right? We always think about gaming as I'm playing a game because I enjoy that game, and that's part of it. But on the college level, there's a much more important component, which is the social connection. This is the way that the next generation of college students are connecting with each other. There's also, of course, a lot of STEM components here, right? People who are involved in gaming, and this is no secret either, are extremely technical. They're extremely focused on math, science, technology. Almost half of the people who identify themselves as gamers are STEM majors. If we look at just TESPA members, that jumps up to 70%, which tells us it's a really underrepresented demographic in a lot of the other social activities on campus and has the potential to grow. The last point, which isn't up here, but I think is worth mentioning also, is that college students are very passionate about their hobbies, especially college gamers. They kind of come from this world where they're trying to make a name for themselves, but at the end of the day, they support brands that support them. In the research we did, we found out TESPA members are 60% more likely to purchase a sponsored product just because they're supporting their hobby. This is how undertapped this market is and how interested those students are in supporting those brands who support them and recognize them.
So next, one of the other reasons why we think that college esports is super interesting and something that we should be paying attention to is that we really find it as the bridging of two worlds, between this world of esports and this world of traditional sports. So a lot of times when Tyler and I are talking to people who don't really know about esports for the first time, we like to describe it as really the merging of a few different industries, of sports, of entertainment, and of technology. And just like with sports and entertainment, with esports, we find that there's a spectrum of fans, where on one side you have the super highly hyper-engaged fans who know everything there is about esports, about leagues. They can tell you stats that they have memorized. They can tell you about this week's match. They can talk for hours about their favorite player. And then on the other side, we have the more casual gamer, right? The guys who like playing games, but really, as of now, aren't super hyper-connected into the world of esports, right? Where they might watch it if they see it, but they definitely aren't looking for that content. So what we found, actually, is that college esports is a really interesting way to connect that really more casual fan into the world of esports, and they become more engaged through that. And when we look at why, I think one of the biggest reasons for this is our culture. So if you've grown up in the US, chances are you have a pretty good understanding of college sports, right? So regardless of if you've ever played college sports or watched or followed a team, I bet you have a pretty good understanding of the overall structures. You have a pretty good understanding of powerhouse schools. You have a pretty good idea of how the formats work where teams play each other. And what we find is that with college esports, a lot of that is very similar. So we create this level of familiarity with the content without knowing anything about the game initially. So a lot of times if you take that casual fan, the person who plays games but doesn't identify as an esports enthusiast, and you sit them down and you show them Cloud9 versus Fnatic, they might not have a hook, right? They might not know they might not understand what's happening, right? But if you sit them down and you say, great, this is Texas versus Oklahoma, or this is Michigan versus Ohio State, a lot of times they'll see, oh, okay, I kind of get it. And that's kind of an entryway in where they learn more. So what we found is that really by playing that up, there's a hook for the audience. And hopefully, if we're doing our jobs creating really compelling content, they fall in love, and it speaks for itself. So what we're finding is that college and this element of college sports really creates a common ground that reduces some of these barriers that we see traditionally with esports.
Cool. The last point, the stakes are getting bigger. One of the things we are most excited about in the college market is that it's a very dynamic market. It's evolving every day. It's changing every day. More people are taking notice and trying to get involved. And that's really interesting. A couple examples we'll call out. If we kind of take a trip back in time to about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, a lot of students were involved in college esports, but a lot of the traditional institutions and entities, they weren't really involved, right? They were kind of ignoring it. It was this thing students did. Now that's the opposite of the case. We've seen esports varsity programs pop up, literally programs inside universities that scholarship esports athletes to play and represent their university. This was started by RMU a few years ago. Now there's over 20 different universities with official esports programs embedded into either the athletics program within their school or the student life program, which we think is pretty exciting. We've also seen universities get involved on a more widespread level, not only from the competitive level, but from the research level and more of the academia level, like UCI recently. So there's a lot of universities moving to try to figure out how they service this group within their student base. The second is we've seen a lot of athletic conferences get involved. It's really hard to talk about sports without mentioning conferences. You know the Power 5, right? You know the Pac-12, you know the Big Ten, you know the ACC. These institutions now are looking at esports as a way that they can extend their reach to this demographic and again service that market. Pac-12 announced esports initiatives with ESL last year. Right now, the Big Ten is streaming esports on their network. So we think this really, in total, is an indication that the infrastructure is building and that there's more interest every day. And I think it will be hard to ignore esports in the college level once we build out out this infrastructure and as more entities become involved. The last point, which we kind of touched on earlier, there's a lot of tuition at stake. We're beginning to fund education for these players in the same way we fund traditional sports, and we think that's a really special evolution.
Great. So next we're going to share some key lessons from Heroes of the Dorm. For those of you who don't know, Heroes of the Dorm is one I would call the largest and most premier collegiate esports competition in the world. Heroes of the Dorm offers full scholarships, full college tuition for the winning team for their entire college career. Last year we had over 400 universities field teams to participate and gathered over 1 billion press impressions. One of the things that's interesting about Heroes of the Dorm and makes it pretty noteworthy, it was actually the first live esports competition broadcast on ESPN. And through that, actually turned a lot of heads and created a really interesting national dialogue about what is the place of esports? Is it really a sport? Should we have more of this? And it created a really helpful conversation. The next year, we've done Heroes of the Dorm. This is our 3rd year right now. The next year, a lot of those questions evaporated, and we saw that people started to accept it and say, wow, you know what, this is really great. This is really interesting. I don't know a lot about it, but it's cool and I want to see more of it.
Cool. So the first lesson, actually 3 lessons we're going to talk through. First is the accessibility of college esports. The second is the importance of storytelling and content mix to really engage those fans. And then the third is how we actually have engaged fans within this overarching program. So the first is accessibility. So through the first couple of Heroes of the Dorm programs, we saw something that was really interesting to us, and that was a lot of traditional brands, including universities, including sports teams, including celebrities, get involved with the conversation. And we think this was really special and was only made possible because of the college tie-ins. What we found through talking to a lot of these guys is that because college brands are present, it becomes okay to talk about this to a wider net, right? It becomes a hook that their audience can then latch onto and understand. So the takeaway here is that it's really important to build brands and build hooks that people can then take out and promote. You want to build these evangelists who are talking about these programs and building the visibility for not only the program themselves, but esports at large. And we put a couple of them up here. We had the LA Rams tweet about the program. We had each of the universities of the top teams really get involved. After ASU lost to Cal the first year, they tweeted the date of their next football game. So there's a lot of opportunity, we think, for these big brands that are traditionally embedded in college sports to now become involved in esports because of the extension of the market.
Great. The next thing we're going to talk a little bit about is the importance of storytelling in the esports space. One of the challenges that we have with collegiate tournaments specifically is that there's a pretty high turnover of the players that are involved, right? We have players who are entering college with no name at all that we suddenly have to make people care about. And at the same hand, we have players that are graduating both from college, but also evolving into pro teams and no longer playing for their universities. So one of the things that we had to focus on when we created Heroes of the Dorm was really telling stories about that constant, which is the universities. And we found that it was actually a pretty big blessing in disguise. One of the reasons why I think sports is so compelling is that we take a lot of interest in following the teams, following their stories, and putting ourselves in their shoes, right? When a team is about to break the all-time record for consecutive wins, that's something that we get behind and we root for. Or when a player is about to hit their career 100th home run, right? It's interesting to us. So we took a similar approach with Dorm, where we really said, okay, in order to build storylines, we should focus on 2 things. One of those is stats. So we really dug deep within our games and really looked at these the teams that we're playing and tried to create personas around them. So we created strengths and weaknesses by looking at how they perform in game, what is their team composition, when are they taking their first objectives within the game, how are they more aggressive or defensive. And by doing that, we were able to really create these identities around teams that sometimes had players that nobody had heard of in their lives, but suddenly were interested in because they had some sort of hook. Another thing we focused on was really creating a pretty robust stream of content. So telling stories within a single broadcast of a match, we found, is actually kind of difficult. There's not a lot of time. So we put a lot of emphasis on telling stories from the start to the finish. So looking at highlights, pre-game shows, post-game shows. We even made a documentary that was focused on the top 4 teams and their story and their path to that final stage. And in doing so, we were able to shine some light on the human interest piece, which we found really caused a need, or caused the audience to connect with these teams in a way that hadn't been done before. So our takeaway here is that by focusing on storytelling, we can create identities. And identities at the end of the day is what we connect with as fans. Great. Final one, engagement is key. One of the interesting things about the Heroes of the Dorm program is it follows a format that's very similar to March Madness. So there's a regular season followed by playoffs. And after those playoffs, we take the top 64 teams and we seed them into a bracket. And after the bracket, they play down towards the national championship, right? What we did was we released a bracket challenge where fans could go online and they could fill out a bracket of the teams that they thought would make it towards the finals, and they'd win prizes depending on how correct they were. One thing that really surprised us here is when people started filling out these brackets, we saw them coming in from all over the globe. So we have this North American program with North American colleges broadcasting on a North American TV network that suddenly had people around the world caring about it. We thought it was interesting and we followed it, and what we found was that by filling out these brackets, sometimes we had people from countries all around the world rooting for teams they'd never heard of before, right? The week before, they may have never heard of Carleton versus Boston College, but when that game came on, they sure were rooting for a winner there because they had this investment. So one of the things that we learned is by creating this investment, we get continued engagement throughout the program, which we think is really key to having a really vibrant ecosystem of fans that are engaging. Awesome. So we tried to blast through it. I think we have 4-ish minutes left for questions. We'd love to open it up, start having a dialogue.
Sure, we got a question right here, and the mic is on its way down.
Do the college students get paid?
So right now, they don't get paid in the traditional sense. What we see as the future is actually college athletes getting scholarshiped and having their education funded by their performance and their involvement in both university teams and non-university teams. So it's not a salary per se, but it very closely right now resembles what we see in traditional college sports, where they're actually getting their education funded by participating.
Do they also, if they play in the college, can they play professionally in other tournaments that pay?
Yeah, it's a great question, actually. So this is something that we're really approaching on a game-by-game basis. I think in our perfect world, there's a separation between college and professional, the same way that you don't see an NBA star play in a college basketball game. But different games have different definitions of what professionals are, right? A professional for Heroes of the Storm, for example, is very different than a professional for Hearthstone. Hearthstone is anyone can win. It's very accessible. There's lots of new players coming in. Heroes, actually, it's a closed ecosystem, and there's salaries for the top teams. So what we try to do is then set a definition for what a pro is per game, and then stay true to that as much as we can throughout the franchise.
Is the NCAA trying to get involved?
Question is, by the way, because we're on live stream, is the NCAA trying to get involved?
Is the NCAA trying to get involved? We're not sure. Probably they're interested. We're not really sure.
Other questions out here? Other questions? There's a question way over there.
Cool.
Makes you all want to go back to college, doesn't it? If I could go to school for playing games, I would totally do it.
What a world.
Hey, it's never too late.
With so many gamers getting the revenue from Twitch and streaming on Twitch, how do you guys balance your participants getting revenue from Twitch and streaming and also playing collegiate sports?
Yeah, it's a great question. So one of the things that we think is really important when we look at developing the college esports landscape is I don't think that it would be very wise of us to disrupt the landscape that exists, right? So a lot of times the way that players monetize and they support themselves is by streaming. They get subscriptions, they'll post videos, which they'll monetize against. We think that that still plays a very valuable role in building these players up as personalities and as stars. And we think that if we were to say you can no longer do that, that removes their livelihood, and we don't think it's worth it. So right now we're fully embracing the idea that a top player should be expanding their brand, and they should be monetizing, and they should be streaming while still playing for their university.
Yeah, this is one of those things, again, where we want to stay authentic to the market and to the players. Like, all of these players have grown up playing in local tournaments, streaming online, building their brands. For us to come in and cut that off, I don't think is the right choice.
Cool. So we're about out of time. I have a real quick question for you. Give an example of a brand that's done something unexpected but that worked out, or a lesson that a brand learned in trying to approach this audience that's that may not be initially obvious, but that turned out that way.
Interesting. It's a good question.
Well, I think when we talk about brands and Heroes of the Dorm specifically, I think the one that is the most obvious probably is ESPN getting involved with esports. I think a lot of times when we look, or people think about the esports market and they think about gamers, they think that the sports fan and the gamer are completely different and that it's two separate demographics. But I think what we learned through actually kind of merging those two worlds is that there is actually a lot of overlap. We have almost half of people in colleges who identify themselves as gamers, right? And a huge, I mean, it's almost impossible to go to school and not be aware and involved with your school's sports team, right? So I think that the lesson there was actually the populations and the demographics are a little bit different from maybe what the initial instinct is, and that there's a lot of opportunity and potential to continue building upon that.
Yeah, the other thing I think I'll add there on a more tactical level is we've seen a lot of brands try to get into college in a couple of different ways. And what I mean by that is we go back to the beginning where we talked about TESPA having two really big pillars, right? We had the more community-focused, chapter-focused on-the-ground experience, and then we have the premier experience, which is a lot more broad in terms of non-college students. So we've seen a lot of brands try to attack that ecosystem from both ends, making sure that they have placement and they have visibility on the ground within these really passionate communities, but at the same time, they still have visibility for the broad kind of premier competitions, just like you would see in professional sports. So I think that's interesting, and I think that's something that we'll also see expand as we move forward and see more brands enter the space.
Cool. UT ever show up in the final 16?
We are top 4 right now for Overwatch finals happening this weekend, so we're getting there. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. That was awesome. Very interesting. Wait, don't run off with that clicker. No, it's all right. I guess I gotta give it to Edward. So Edward Chang coming up from the Churning Group. He was up here before. He's going to talk a little bit about going deeper on the article he wrote about the billion-dollar missed opportunity. It was up on gamesindustry.biz, and maybe a little bit about who's going to be around in 15 years. So take it away for us, Edward. Thanks a lot.
Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Ed. I'm an EIR at the Churning Group. We're a private media entertainment company that invests in, owns, and operates other media companies. My role there is mainly focusing on esports and gaming opportunities. So today I'm here to talk a little bit about an elephant in the room, the somewhat very complicated relationships between publishers, like your favorite game developers, platforms like Twitch and YouTube, and then these startups and third parties that are looking to kind of build on top of this ecosystem. You know, we've seen a lot of funding come in from non-endemics and big names and startups raising a ton of money. But what are some of the complications that they're seeing? You know, how did it get to where we are today? So I think the best place to start is really everyone's favorite comparison, right? You have esports and traditional sports. Generally, there's 3 types of organizational models. The first one's decentralized, so it's independently organized competitions, sanctioned and governed by an administrative body, but it's pretty much open to anybody who can qualify. So, you know, the analogy is NASCAR or PGA Tour. The esports analogy is either CSGO or Dota, which are 5v5 games made by Valve. You know, they have major tournaments every 3 months to a year, but in between, it's open season for third-party publishers and operators to create their own tournaments. Hearthstone is Blizzard's digital card game, and it functions very much the same way. They have kind of Grand Prix where you earn points that qualify you for this major Hearthstone tournament at the end. You have the Standard League, which we all know, like the NBA or MLB or NFL, where set number of teams and players. There is a front office that pretty much works for the collective team owners who own this league. Similarly, in esports, we have Vainglory and Overwatch, which have either announced or have executed on franchising models for their games, which is really exciting. And then you have the heavily centralized, like FIFA, where they administrate all professional and competitive play worldwide, have full jurisdiction in terms of sanctions and discipline and whatnot. And your equivalent is Riot, right? They own and operate the league. They own and operate the league structure. They determine how everything, pieces together, and they tightly control kind of everything in between. So this is kind of putting them into buckets. It's not perfect. And there's actually one major difference between sports, esports, and traditional sports, right? The first and foremost is that the publishers own all the IP, right? So the equivalent in traditional sports is if the NBA owned every single basketball court and the basketball, right? And if you wanted to do anything with it, you would have to get the permission every single time. So again, that puts up kind of a wall for a lot of these people who are trying to build businesses on top of existing games. Number two, closed or limited APIs. So again, this is like the fire hose of data that if you're building an app or you're building a web app or a tool, you probably want to get as much data as you can from the publisher to analyze this data and to give feedback and to sell to users. But publishers, rightfully so, like, are very hesitant about who they want to give this information to. So because of that, a lot of these startups that are processing tons of data, they tend to do things like find hacky workarounds until the publisher plugs that hole and they figure out another way to do it. On top of that, people would love to create custom, modules or custom games or maps for these games. Publishers used to be very open to kind of fostering this open communication, but have since kind of closed that off, and it's much harder to build custom, experiences on top of the games. And finally, lack of control over monetization. So a lot of times, let's say you're creating a tournament and you want to sell sponsorships. These publishers tend to have viewpoints on which sponsors you can or can't work with, or certain teams that you can and can't work with, or even those team sponsors, how they interact with the players. So it makes for kind of a messy relationship a lot of times. And we've been really fortunate to work with and talk to tons of these esports entrepreneurs. And I think a lot of times they fall into a trap of their business ending up being a feature, not a product, because the area where they can operate in is very limited and it's very crowded. So, I think it's something that's going to come up more and more as publishers get bigger and start widening their end-to-end solutions past, just the games. So maybe we can take a look a bit about how we got to where we are today. So this quote here is from 2013. It's from Dustin Beck, who ran Riot Esports from the beginning up until recently, right? And to read it, it's a significant investment that we're not making money from. It's an investment into the game for our fans, just like we'd invest in any other feature within the game. It's a worthwhile thing for us to do because it's such a high-quality, engaging experience for our fans. Pretty much saying that, esports started out as a cost center for all these publishers, right? And if they could have third parties building tools, if they could have other people running the tournaments and covering the cost of it themselves, great, we're all happy here, right? But that's when it started to happen. Like, it started to grow really fast, right? And then looking at the publisher revenue in December 2013, you can kind of understand, right? Like, top 10 revenues from Newzoo, everything is in the billions here. This is in the millions, right? These publishers are making so much money on, the game license purchases and in-app purchases that esports is so small, and it's like, okay, great, like, here's some money, go run with it, bring back the results, we're all happy. But then something happened, as I mentioned. In 2014, Twitch was bought by Amazon for $1 billion, right? And if I'm a publisher, I'm thinking, hey, like, this is built off the backs of the games that we've made, and they've got to 100 million plus monthly actives based off of our IP. It's like, this is interesting. This is a $1 billion unicorn exit, right? And so that's like the technology platform side. And then in 2015, MTG, which is a public Swedish media company, they acquired a majority stake in ESL, which is the premier third-party provider of tournaments. They do online, they do offline, they work with a ton of different publishers. This is a large check size, and again, if I'm a publisher, it's like, hey, these are my games they're running tournaments on, they're holding these events, they're getting sponsors, like, this is interesting, right? And it's not just kind of the high-profile exits. You have stuff like this. Alpha Draft was a daily fantasy platform for esports, just like FanDuel or DraftKings. They were acquired by FanDuel. So you start having, like, little small startups also get acquired. And again, this is based mainly on League of Legends and Counter-Strike data and, trying to run fantasy on that. And then, we have these reports that come out every few weeks that say, esports is the next massive thing, right? And this is a Newzoo report from 2016 that says, in 2016, revenue is going to be $500 million. And, I think kind of how they get to this data and the formula is another separate conversation. But, there's different services. There's Super Data, there's Macquarie, and there's all these different services that are coming out and saying esports is going to be massive, right? And I think 2 days ago, Newzoo released a report that said that this year, esports revenue is going to be $700 million, right? So again, publishers are realizing, hey, we make the game, we make a lot of money, but there's this other gold mine here. Another happening is that major sports investors have come in. So right here it says Magic Johnson, Peter Guber of the Warriors, and Ted Leonsis of the Wizards, and the 76ers have all come into the scene right now and purchased either pieces of esports teams or acquired esports teams. And I don't think these guys are doing it because they love the game, right? They see obviously an opportunity here, and again contributes to these publishers thinking, can we start thinking about this, from a revenue generating perspective? And then finally, we come full circle, right? It was mentioned earlier today, but remember that quote in 2013 saying, we don't make any money from this. This is for the fans. the LCS, to their credit, has gotten so big and successful that in the end of last year, they signed a deal with the streaming arm of MLB Advanced Media, for the exclusive rights to the LCS, right? This is, I think, a 6 or 7 year deal with a $50 million minimum guarantee per year, right? And so now we're looking at real enterprise value, and for a lot of these publishers, it's like, can we capture this, or should we open up a subset of this to startups, right? And I think the publisher's mentality is, hey, again, we make a lot of money on the game publishing, but if there's any money to be made beyond on services and products, it should be us. Me personally, I think that's somewhat of a short-sighted, viewpoint to take, because I think a lot of times publishers are sacrificing kind of the short-term revenue for the long-term scalability of their game, and as we're starting to see certain games lose their luster as esports and popularity fall, I think it's very important for publishers to think about, how do we prolong the life of our ecosystem, right? And I think it starts with working with these third parties, building out external experiences or apps or IP that can really kind of increase the longevity of a game. So now I'm going to talk about some, again, not one-to-one, but some analogies that we've seen in tech and esports and gaming that hopefully, publishers can move towards and kind of create this harmony for their ecosystem. So the first is kind of 2 large tech companies, right? Everyone knows Salesforce. It's an enterprise CRM software. Their market cap is $50 billion. But actually early on, they created what's called the App Exchange. So it's like an open SDK that they allowed third parties to build on top of the Salesforce software. So Salesforce, their attitude was, we're going to focus solely on this CRM portion, and then people have built, video chat on top of it, and you can do document signing, you can do call center software. The list goes on, to the point where an IDC report estimated that this App Exchange generates almost 3 times the revenue of Salesforce. For Salesforce, they're happy because, again, it keeps their users in the ecosystem. They get to take a cut of whatever these parties are making, and again, increases the longevity of Salesforce as software. Slack is also an enterprise messaging product that's very popular with startups and tech companies. They have a valuation of $4 billion, over 1.5 million paying users. Very early on, they set aside $80 million for what they called the Slack Fund, and they said, hey, we want to foster and support anybody looking to build apps on top of our platform, because I think it overall benefits the ecosystem. Again, one point of view could have been, no, we're going to build every single piece of this and charge for it, but how long would that take? It kind of distracts from the core focus of the company, right? And I think in both of these cases, ultimately the long-term revenue generating potential is much higher, because again, if a user has everything they need within your ecosystem, whether it's from you or from a third party, they're less likely to churn, they're less likely to leave, and they're more likely to be very happy. Let's now narrow the focus into more esports, right? Or gaming. So Valve is another example. Valve, I mentioned, is based up in Seattle, and they create Steam, they create Dota 2 and Counter-Strike. They are known for being the most kind of open in terms of their competitive ecosystem and their tech. They have an open API, they have a Valve developer tool SDK where you can go in and create weapons, and you can create maps and upload them, and everyone can share them. So in their workshop, which is where creators go and upload their finished pieces of art or in-game items, there are currently over 125,000 individual CSGO items, right, or maps. There are over 50,000 Dota 2 ones. So you can see how they're starting to foster kind of this third-party ecosystem and of people looking to monetize the content. They also have a pretty vibrant ecosystem. So examples are Faceit, which is a matchmaking platform, and they have a professional league, largest in CSGO and Dota. They raised a $15 million Series A, I think, a year and a half ago. ESEA is a competitor to Faceit, one of the earlier ones, and they also do matchmaking, and they do lessons, and they do a pro league. They were acquired by ESL. Kickback is another platform, again, based solely on CSGO. They do 1v1 kind of skills-based money wagering, and they were part of Y Combinator in 2015. On top of that, you guys may have heard that Valve implemented a skin system where they offer different cosmetic versions of guns. Some are rare, some are common, and they've created this market for that. It got to a point where people were building so many different interesting apps, like Marketplace for skins, and then like gambling use cases, that the estimated yearly transaction volume was $7 billion, right? It ran away really quickly, and I'm not saying that everyone should be adopting that, but I think it's a lesson in how big things can get when you really open up this ecosystem and start thinking about beyond just the game, right? And then, not to mention, a very robust competitive circuit. They control, like I said, a few major tournaments every year. The rest is for third parties like ESL and Faceit and E-League and MLG and whoever to kind of run their own events. And it's gotten to a point where, CSGO is arguably either the first or second place esport. I think there was an article that came out recently that said that one of the top CSGO teams just got signed, and I think the salaries were close to $25K a month per player. So, when you build up the ecosystem like this, like good things happen kind of end to end. Another example is Twitch, right? Twitch is the market leader when it comes to live streaming and esports and gaming. A lot of it can be because of their lead. They went all in on esports first. But a lot of it is also because of their developer platform. So very early on, people were very passionate. They loved watching Twitch. They loved streaming on Twitch. And they were like, I want to build things for it. So I can name right here 5 or 6 different features that were either inspired by originally developer-made things and Twitch ended up copying it or acquiring it. And all of these things are very valuable to either the viewer or the streamer, right? And as long as you keep the streamer happy, they're much less likely to go to a different platform. They're much more likely to stream, and it's kind of created this snowball effect where I think their last report was, 5 billion hours watched in 2016 or something like that, right? So finally, I think a question is like, what about us in the audience? Like, how do we get involved with this third party? How do we get involved with startups? How do we create our own? And I think it's really about figuring out where you add value. So esports has traditionally been full of very smart, very passionate generalists, right? These are people that like either own an esports team or they started a company and they need to do every facet of it. They need to get sponsorship.
Basketball. And doesn't the CSGO case study really point out the issues that are potentially the risks that we take on by opening up our ecosystems? As you know, there's a litigation for their gambling on skins in the open market, and they're having to be the ones that defend what's going on because they opened up their ecosystem.
Right.
So how do we deal with that?
I think it's a great question. So I think right now your question is kind of framed in like an all or nothing. It's like either open up and give them the keys to the castle or like just close it off entirely. And I think there's a middle ground. Like I'm with you. I think underage gambling is terrible. I would not condone that, right? But my point is like, I think publishers should try to foster these relationships. I think, again, like an example is Riot again, and I don't mean to like hate on Riot. I think Riot's amazing at what they do, but the sandbox, right? It's like a practice tool that players and teams have been asking for a long time. Like if Riot had worked with like a trusted partner to kind of build that and own part of this company, I think it would have gone to market much quicker than I think like the 4 or 5 years it took Riot to come out with, right? That's an example I think more of the partnership I'm looking for, not so much like instant revenue or instant like gambling for all, right? It's not an all or nothing. I think there's a gray area that publishers can slowly work through.
So for brands, what of those 3 types that you rolled out, what's a better place for them to play in?
Anywhere they can add value.
Yeah.
The examples I use, like there are companies in each different segment, and I'm sure there's many more that we haven't thought of. So I encourage all the brands to kind of use their imagination and see where they can help.
Other questions out here? Other questions? Super interesting. Anything? I forgot to check anything coming in online. If not, Ed, thank you very much. That was awesome. Great look at the opportunity out there and what's happening. And so next up, we have Jeremy Simon from the Ayzenberg Group, who's going to talk a little bit about brand trust, competitive gaming, and he's over there. That's where he is. He throw me for a loop. You're hiding out on the other side. Anyway, thank you very much, Jeremy. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
To hear about trust in brands and gaming.
Thank you. So, hey guys, I'm Jeremy Simon. I'm Director of Strategic Planning at Ayzenberg. I spent the last kind of 15 years or so of my career obsessing about brands and about the relationship between brands and their audiences. And to obsess about a brand is really to obsess about trust, because that's what we're building between a brand. Every time you communicate between a brand and an audience, you're trying to build trust. So today, the topic of this talk is trust. I'm aware that I'm the only thing between you and lunch, so we'll keep this fairly snappy. I'm really excited to share something that Chris mentioned at the start of the day, which is our latest addition to what we call our tools of influence. These tools are a holistic line of platforms, products, and services that help brands achieve their marketing goals by turning data into influence. So it's a relationship between listening and the data into how we then create and share to affect influence. So last year at the summit, we introduced the Ayzenberg Earned Media Value Index, which has changed the way the industry thinks about how we measure and evaluate social and digital endorsement. There it is on the right, surrounded by red. This year, we've developed a tool which we are confident will become another industry standard. It's a collaboration between Ayzenberg's strategy, insight, and AI groups. And it represents our combined expertise in social listening, data science, and brand theory. So I'm here alone, but I represent a large team of people, some of whom are here today. So we've called today's presentation Trust Matters, and the reason for that is because it does. It matters to you guys, it matters to your business. Whether you're a startup or a market leader, whether your category is emerging or if it's maturing, trust is incredibly important. I'm here to tell you why it matters and what you can do about it, how it can be measured, and how it can be influenced. We are living through an era of great disruption. That won't come as news to anyone in this room. But driven by digital technology, industries and institutions are being upended and they're being rethought. Thinking different has become the new normal. So for all the many benefits of this, one side effect is that we also live in an age of great uncertainty. What was seen as a somewhat stable ground of 20th century economies has given way to something far less predictable, for better and for worse. Mostly good, but there is a bit of a downside. In an era of information overload, it's become harder to know who and what to trust, whether that be politicians, news sources, but also brands. It's harder for consumers to decide and make that choice. But at the same time, something else has happened in the importance of trust as a key brand metric has actually risen. It's become more and more important. In fact, there's empirical evidence that trust in a brand is intrinsically linked to brand loyalty. Direct relationship to how much someone trusts your brand and how loyal someone is to your brand. And therefore, clearly, what the value of your brand is. Put simply, the more trust a customer has in your brand, the more lifetime value that customer represents to you. And if people actively distrust your brand, on the other hand, it can have a disproportionate negative impact on your brand's reputation and value. So despite its increasing importance, there doesn't seem to be an agreed upon standard definition of trust in the marketing and business community. And there certainly isn't a kind of standardized way to measure it. So we want to change that. And that's why we're so excited to announce what we believe is the most rigorous and objectively quantifiable measure for brand trust, which we call the Ayzenberg Brand Trust Index. Led by a team of world-class data scientists and brand thinkers, we've drawn on psychometric theory, as well as deep language processing and primary quantitative research to arrive at the most robust and arguably valid measure of trust ever created. And it's one that we believe will become a new industry standard. So our first task was to understand what brand trust is. How do we define that? What are its components? The relationship between a brand and a customer is incredibly nuanced. It's incredibly fluid, and it's very subtle. And yet currently the standard measurement of brand trust is a survey that asks, how much do you trust this brand? 5-point scale. It's way too general, way too broad. The reality is much more complex. Trust is a system of values and attributes. Some are stable, and some are much more transient. So given that trust isn't an absolute measure, we first needed to understand the component subdimensions of trust. So if trust isn't absolute, what is? What are the the most granular measures we can break it down into to measure? And then we develop each of these measures to determine if they meet rigorous criteria for reliability and validity, so we can be sure that we're right. So academic research suggests, and our own studies verify, that there are 3 major components of brand trust. The first is trust itself. That's the kind of core value. The second is emotional appeal, and the third is loyalty. So those are the kind of mega dimensions of trust, the 3 pillars on which we're building our model. So I'll go through each of those in turn. I hope you're all ready for some psychometric theory. This is where it gets fun. So trust is defined as the willingness of the average consumer to rely on the ability of the brand to perform its stated function. In other words, trust in this context is a relationship between expectation as set forth by a brand and the reality of a consumer's experience with that brand. Through extensive research on current formulations of trust, we determined that the measurable qualities of trust, so again, the smallest unit we can measure, is credibility, competence, innovativeness, and similarity. So if you're doing well on all four of those, you're building trust. Secondly, emotional appeal, which we define as a brand's potential to elicit a positive emotional response in the average consumer as a result of its use or through sensory exposure to aspects of the brand. So quite simply, how close someone feels to a brand. The dimensions of that are idealism, aspiration, vision, gratitude, quality, excitement, and engagement. And finally, loyalty. We define loyalty as a desire to be affiliated with a brand through repeated business engagement and by expressing a positive brand view to others. So it's not just purchase, it's advocacy. So again, based on review of the literature, we determined the measurable qualities are personality, reciprocity, values, competitiveness, and stubbornness. That's what makes up loyalty. So in order to determine the relative strength of a brand's overall trust, we need to quantify each of these 16 subdimensions. And we do that using deep language analytic tools. So we are listening. We're understanding and interpreting the language that people are using around the brand and the language that the brand itself is using. And we use tools such as IBM's Watson, as well as our own proprietary hexacode-based model. So just a quick aside, while we were confident we'd arrived at an exceptionally robust understanding of trust, we also knew that an individual's personal characteristics can affect their ability to trust. You know, we're human, we're not all the same, we don't all trust on the same level, so we had to normalize that. We normalized it against these measures here. So it's risk tolerance, it's positive emotionality, it's lack of perceived power, it's gullibility and its associated naivety and over-optimism, it's secure attachment, self-confidence, and emotional intelligence. So we all fit somewhere on those scales, and we need to understand where in order to be able to accurately measure your trust. So how do we envision using the trust index? How do we want you guys to be able to use it? Well, fully understanding the relative strength of your individual trust dimensions will allow brand managers to isolate and improve specific problem areas that need to be worked on in a way that will drive trust, loyalty, and ultimately value. So for example, if a brand's high on innovation but low on competence, the strategy will be different than a brand scored in the other direction. And there are specific tactics, which I don't have time to go into today, but there are tactics and strategies to shore up each of these individual measures through forms of marketing communication. Brand trust is a value metric for both emerging markets and established ones. And this is of relevance, I think, for a category like competitive gaming, like esports. I think it's almost more important for an industry like competitive gaming, which is so fast developing. There's a danger of getting ahead of the audience, of not having that kind of that heritage and that foundation of trust. So it needs to be created. Brands involved in the category will need to rely on smart marketing strategies to efficiently build trust as they scale. Knowing how your brand's trust indexes against others, against other brands in the category, and even against others beyond the category, is the first step in engaging and growing your customer base. So that's what I wanted to say to you today. That's our introduction. We're super excited about the Brand Trust Index. We've already started populating it with data and measuring it and measuring brands across categories. We'll be rolling the product out over coming weeks. There'll be information available on our website. Please do get in touch if you have any questions about it. If you want to be updated with more information, we really look forward to working with you collaboratively on it. I'll be around afterwards. Please talk to myself or any one of my colleagues. We will, to a greater or lesser extent, be able to explain psychometric theory. But please drop me a line if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
We do have time for a question, one or two questions if there are any questions here. That was a lot of data, really interesting stuff. If anybody has anything here. Going once, going twice. Everybody wants to eat lunch.
Everyone's hungry.
These guys are available. Before that, though, I want to bring up Bill Buckley from Ayzenberg, who's got a little bit of housekeeping notes, and he's going to tell you about a way that you can get some exercise at lunch as well, and experience virtual reality, which is very cool. Take it away, Bill.
First and foremost, thank you. We appreciate that it may have been a drive to get here, a flight down, so thank you for spending your time with us today. We appreciate it. We also want to thank our partners, Boom Train, Jinx, for Zoom, take a spin out in the lobby here on the bike, FGPG with their photo booth, Nappy, VentureBeat, Superdata, Nielsen, and AWE. Thanks to those folks. Thanks to all the speakers. Yes. We are running a few minutes behind. We're going to be having lunch from 1 to 2. And the exercises that the gods of Southern California are smiling on us today. We have no rain. We are eating outside. If you want to walk through the lobby and to your right, our staff will direct you. We have a great lunch outside. Please enjoy. Please come back at 2 o'clock. We have a lot of great panels for this afternoon. We'd love to see you. Don't hesitate. We're around for questions. You've heard from me, Bill Buckley, Eric Kim, Rob AList is in the room, as well as Bill Benjamin. Any questions we can answer about Ayzenberg or Ion, we're happy to. Thank you. Go to lunch.
deeper and the areas that really worked and maybe some of the things that you did that maybe didn't work that you said, don't do that. I tried it, it didn't work.
Yep. I think that the key with it all is understanding what your marketing goals are. You know, as a marketeer, and I don't know how many actually marketeers there are in the audience, but you have to know your marketing strategy. You have to know what your business goals are, and you have to make sure that you're laddering up against that. And when you understand that clearly, esports, if it's right to achieve your goals, will become clear about how you activate when you head into it. I wouldn't do it because it's trendy or because it's on the front page of newspapers or everybody's buzzing about it. I mean, it is all those things, and it is a powerful, powerful platform, but only if it's right for your business goals.
So there are a bunch of places where you can get involved. You get involved at the tournament level, you can get involved at the amateur level, at the college level, at the high school level, at the team level, at the individual player level. Do any of those make more or less sense for a brand like yours?
Well, yeah, and the reason is because, again, we have to know what we're all about from a goal standpoint. You know, every one of our brands has its own personality. Coca-Cola, which is what we like to activate in this space, is all about togetherness and all about celebration. And because it's about those things, we tend to be or want to be in the stands with the fans. We're not a performance-based brand. If we were, we'd want to be on the pitch or up on the stage and around the teams, right? So, yes.
Yep. So knowing what your brand's goals are drives you to the individual places that you can best take advantage of and hit those goals.
Yes.
Very interesting. So let's move on and talk a little bit about FIFA. You did a bunch of work with FIFA, and it was very influencer driven, which is a little bit different. So talk about how that was different maybe a little bit, and then maybe we can take a look at the FIFA video.
Sure. I mean, you know, every 4 years we do a massive integrated marketing communications push for around FIFA World Cup. It's part of our DNA. And so what better way to help to future-proof that and help make it relevant to teens and millennials than to pull in a video game. And so Electronic Arts, another one of our partners, makes a video game called FIFA, most played sports game in the world, 150 million active players or something like that. And we started doing a tournament around that called Copa Coca-Cola, because we have an asset in-house called Copa Coca-Cola, and we turned that into a collegiate sort of recruitment tool, and that led into a finals out at Microsoft store in Times Square in New York, where we had the finals. And if they want to play that clip, you guys will see. And influencers were a big part of that.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Welcome, everyone, to the first ever Copa Coca-Cola. I'm your favorite former U.S. men's national team player, Jimmy Conrad, and I'm being joined by the man, the myth, the mustache, Castro 1021.
How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm so happy to be here. We're just overall excited to be here in New York City to watch 4 competitors battle it out to be named champion of this event and the title of best college gamer in the nation.
Ouch. Oh my God, he's
Arthur on the.
He's in.
There, what a touch! What a touch!
No way.
Penalty! Oh, you got it. Still got it.
Oh.
Play back in.
Oh! Get it!
Against the run of play. It was against the run of play.
What just happened? He's drinking the I'm drinking it with him. I'm drinking it with him. What just happened?
That's what it's all about. A guy who needs refreshment, drinking our product organically. That's what it's all about for us. That's what we're going for, right?
That's awesome.
We love moving the needle on the games business and making our partners, giving them, a fresh look or a big stage, but that's what it's all about for us.
So I want to open it up to questions. We probably have a couple minutes left for questions. There's a question right up here in the front. If we can get the mic over there. Who's got the mic? You know what?
I'm going to speak up.
Why don't you just speak up?
Hey, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So it looks like you had to make a hard decision. You mentioned something earlier about looking at community and social. You kind of said, a matter of fact, I think gaming really was the originator of community and social. So for the Coke brand, you think of the millions of fans who are in your classic Coke social platforms. When was the decision made that you said, let's start our own new social channel? It couldn't have been that obvious right out of the beginning.
You mean when you're talking about like our Twitter platform and why we did that? Yeah, that's a great question.
So the question, just to recap for people who aren't who are on the live stream, was basically when for community and social for Coke. When did you start that? When did you start thinking about creating?
How do you make the choice to make the?
How do you make the choice to make your own social channel? Thanks. Sorry, I'm trying.
I think it's a really great question. It's extremely nuanced. We don't have enough time to get into all the detail, but remember, at the time, I was head of global gaming at the company, and I was desperately trying to show the company that gaming had the power to move the needle for us. And what better? And I had to create a comparison that was an apples-to-apples comparison. So leading into social media and Twitter at the time, gave me that. We had lots of Twitter handles in the company that were very, very active. If I could illustrate that gaming had the power to drive social media, and I chose a social platform that we were activating with elsewhere in the company, and I created a new handle, it did several things for me. It allowed a direct measurement, apples to apples measurement of 0 to X many in this period of time to show social engagement, thanks to the gaming community. And it also gave something back to the community. The community knew that we were taking them seriously when we would dedicate @Coke Esports to them and then run all of our communication in gaming for them through that channel. And it did other things too. But I remember the day in my office when I was deciding what social platform to use, and that was really tough. In the end, I think we made the right call, but now we're building we're fortifying that. But it's a great question, and it was a big moment because there was a lot of risk associated with it at the time. Now it looks like a no-brainer, but hindsight, is 2020.
So we have time for one more question if anybody has a question. Otherwise, I am going to ask. I don't see anybody. Oh, wait, I have a question right there in the middle because the lights are shining in my eyes. I can barely see you. Go ahead.
Oh, so quick question. Clearly, amazing efforts as when you're in a brand, the thing is about engagement, right? Like everyone wants to do engagement, but that's like can be everything and nothing at the same time. Was there at any point in time a conversion, like a purchase conversion KPI for this effort?
We constantly measure things like that. We typically do that through our customer channel because it's a way for us to clearly see the results of that. And we're always looking at various kinds of conversion, whether it be through social media conversion or actual lift in sales and all that. I mean, we focus on that heavily. We have to. It's a business.
So real quickly, what's the future look like?
Well,
for you, for Coca-Cola, not like the whole future. The world will explode in 20 years. I can tell you that.
I can tell you, we're really happy with our position in the space. We're going to do more with partners, and more with partners like that we've got now. So I see Todd from High Res, so the High Reses of the world. I know Jay-Z and his team are here from Blizzard, and we love those guys. And so the Overwatches of the world, and Riot, yes, EA, yes. We're the only brand ever work with Supercell, which makes a mobile game called Clash Royale, and so we're working with them on weekly tournaments, and we'll see where that goes. We also have great relationships with the cinema business, our customer channel business, and so all these things, not to mention social media and all of the key influencers that we work with, sort of come together and coalesce around our position in the space, which makes it, defensible. We're there for a reason. We're always providing value. I think the future is really bright. I'm very, very happy with what I see in terms of how the game industry is maturing. Remember, it's not that old, and the way that esports is sort of here to, it looks like, stay this time and mature, and I think the future's really bright, both with live streaming, broadcast, esports, gaming, influencers, social media, and of course the brands that face that, along with our awesome gaming partners.
Well, and
awesome.
The
community. By the way, the community, it's all about the fans and the communities and the players. They're really the ones that are the heroes here.
All right, excellent. Matt Wolf, thank you very much.
Thank you.
VP of Entertainment for Coke. When we do take a break, go out and have a Coca-Cola product out there, please. Support Matt and what he's doing. I want to bring up the next panel. We've got a couple more chairs coming up as well. This next panel is about how to connect with fans through audience. And man, this is a great panel. We have a great group of people here. Bill Young, who's recently new to Twitch. Bill and I have a history. We worked together at Ziff Davis, launched OneUp a long time ago. I'm not going to say how long. Ujesh Desai's Logitech G, who was at NVIDIA before that, who's got a great set of experience in this space. And Matt Pat, influencer, runs his own consulting agency. The Game Theorist is also awesome. Wherever you are, behind me, I see you, Matt. And then finally, our moderator, Manny and Nickel from The Next Level. You guys take it away, 20 minutes, and hopefully we'll get to some questions from the audience after about 15 or so. So get your questions going. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really quickly, Manny Onicle. I'm founder and CEO of The Next Level, where I write about the business of esports on a daily basis at tnl.media. I also have my own esports team, a consulting venture, and a couple more things to be announced later. Enough about me. You don't care about me. Let's talk to our esteemed panelists. If you can please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, I'm Matthew Patrick, better known online as Matt Pat,
and I run Theorist Inc. We run some of the largest channels in gaming, entertainment, TV and movies, as well as one of YouTube's largest live streaming channels. And we also have Theorist Inc. Consulting, where we take our data-driven mindset and help brands who are looking to make waves in digital figure out how to kind of ease the learning curve, optimize their programming strategies, and get the maximum ROI for the investment that they're making in the space.
Hi everyone, I'm Ujesh Desai. I don't have as cool of a name as Matt Pat, but I run the gaming business at Logitech Chi. So we focus on building gaming gear to help hopefully all the athletes that we've been talking about all morning perform better. So that's what we do.
I'm Bill Young. I run the sponsorship sales group for Twitch, which essentially is everything that's not media. So I don't handle anything that's pre-roll or mid-roll or video advertising, anything like that. So esports teams, leagues, original programming, events, things like that.
Awesome, thank you guys. Let's do it backwards. We'll start with you, Bill. You and I have known each other for 12 years. We've been knocking on brands' doors, talking about gaming for a long time. Even Matt and Coca-Cola, we've been through together. We've been through static, been through dynamic ads, been through mobile ads and social ads, and now we have esports. Is esports finally going to be the breakthrough barrier that we've had such a challenge with brands in gaming to date?
So I think that the fundamental challenges that brands face are still roughly the same. I don't think that's changed so much. It's still difficult to reach young men, particularly. What esports and what gaming in general, and certainly video content, allows you to do is reach them. And I can't imagine how many times everybody in this room has heard the word authenticity slammed down your throat. I think the word has lost all meaning at this point, honestly. I'd like to up the stakes on that a little bit and use the word altruism instead. I think that for a brand to really make an impact, it's got to be not about them. And if you're working with a truly top shelf AAA content creator and influencer like Matt Pat, or you're sponsoring, let's say, an esports team like Team Liquid, they're going to give you the opportunity to reach that demographic in a way that really feels right. And that's increasingly more difficult to do.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point. Just to stick on that for 1 second, although you're not concentrating on the media side, pre-rolls, mid-rolls, anything, how much do you think that Twitch and video and live streaming help aid to the brand process?
Yeah, interesting question. I think what makes Twitch in particular unique is actually the chat feature. There are other live platforms or other video platforms. There's other communities. But the chat feature that accompanies live video, it is the heart and soul of the community itself. And you're not just talking to your friends and your, folks that you like the same games together and all that. You're also talking to the content creators themselves, and they respond. And I think that might be maybe touching on what you're getting out there.
No, I think you got it. That's
okay.
fine. All right. Ujesh, we'll go to you next. You've been in the gaming hardware space for 20 years now, going back to SGI back in 1995. Yeah. We've all got the gray hair to prove that. We've been in the gaming space this long. What's been the biggest trends you've seen in the gaming space? I'm sure there's a lot. And further to that, where do you see esports fitting in going forward?
Oh, first of all, I have to thank you, Manny, for giving me the old guy question. So yes, I am the old guy on the panel here, I guess. I've been in esports and just gaming for a really long time. I'd say probably the biggest change I've seen in gaming is, we use the term gamer here, but it's kind of funny. I have 2 daughters at home that are 14 and 11, and before they heard me use the term gamer, they never even called themselves gamers. It's just something they happen to do.
It's a risque word.
In fact, well, it wasn't even risque. It's just they kind of thought about it. They go, well, what do you mean? Yeah, we play games. Why does that make me a gamer? It's kind of like when I grew up watching TV. I also played games. So I grew up the Atari generation. That's why they called me a gamer, and I self-identified as a gamer. But it's not like I also watched TV and I called myself a TVer or a movieer, right? I mean, gaming is just part of, I think the mobile gaming is what's really taken it off, right? And my youngest, I think she was born with an iPad in her hand playing Minecraft. So I think that's been the biggest trend I've seen in gaming is, yes, there's still a lot of males that play games, but I think more and more we're seeing it across gender. You see a lot more women playing video games, people of all ages, young kids, middle-aged college kids, all the way up to old dudes like me that never gave up playing video games. So I think that's probably one of the biggest trends I've seen. As far as esports, I think, there's never been a more exciting time to be in esports. I remember, Logitech G, we started back in esports in 1997 with the Frag back in Dallas. I don't know how many people remember the Frag. So to see where it came from there to now it's selling out stadiums, and what did they say, 32, or I can't even remember, was it 37 or 40 million people watched the league finals last year? I mean, it's just incredible to see where it's come, and I think that's just the beginning. Because I truly feel like the one thing that esports has for it, it's truly global, so you can be anywhere in the world and watch it. And it also spawns, it's a new sport for a younger generation. So that's what really excites me about esports.
No, I think that's a fantastic comment. I think to react to your point on everyone is a gamer, right? I mean, if you play Candy Crush, play Call of Duty, you're a gamer. No one says they're a musicer or a TVer or a movieer. So I think it's a fantastic point. Thank you for that. Matt, moving along to you. Your YouTube channels have 12 million subscribers, 60 million monthly views. We talked about esports in the context of tournaments, events, teams, athletes. I actually believe that Twitch live streaming and YouTube vlogging, VOD is actually integral to the overall concept. Talk about just how you got started in that space.
Sure.
And to someone who'd want to get into that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, to the point about everyone is a gamer, I think that really applies. So I started my channel about 6 years ago at a time when no one really wanted to take a chance on me. I was transitioning industries, and it was in the middle of the economic recession, and everyone's like, oh, you're this weird theater kid. And I'm like, no, I can actually write and direct and edit and use data to grow audiences and this and that, and I understand new media. And so I started a YouTube channel to kind of showcase that. And have since kind of grown it into everything that you said, you just listed. But where we kind of found our niche was we saw a lot of people who were playing games online, reviewing games online, things like that, but no one was taking it and evolving what gaming content looked like. And so what the Game Theorist channel does, what the Film Theorist channel does, is we take your favorite IP and we approach it from an educational perspective. We take, did you know that you could diagnose Super Mario as a sociopath based on his behavior in his games? But, and you're watching a video about Super Mario, but you learn about abnormal psychology and what it means to be a sociopath. Do you... Yep, that's what we do, that's my job. Minecraft, one of my favorite episodes is we analyzed Minecraft diamond armor. And we say, how much would this actually be worth in real life? And we're talking about mathematical scaling and the 4 C's of diamonds, cut, clarity, color, all that stuff. And the audience walks away with something. And I think that goes to the point that you were just saying, which is, being a gamer isn't just someone who is sitting on the couch and just kind of like grinding through games every day, but it's people who are appreciating it from a humor perspective, from an artistic perspective, who are drawing fan art, who are, engaging in remixes of popular music, or in our case, who are approaching these games from an over-analytical standpoint and wanting to kind of look at their favorite IP through a new perspective. As far as kind of recommendations to people, who are looking to enter the space, be it on Twitch or, on any of the platforms, Twitch, YouTube especially, it's just a crowded space at this point. I think, finding what is going to make your voice and your brand differentiated in that space is challenge number 1. And then challenge number 2 is, because the ecosystem has evolved so much, there's a greater pressure for more content, longer form content, more premium looking content at a faster churn rate. And so what you're seeing is a lot of YouTube gamers, a lot of Twitch streamers, things like that, feeling the pressure of having to constantly deliver on this treadmill of content. And so if you're first entering that space, it's a hard treadmill to get on and stay relevant in, as videos have a shorter lifespan and are getting less and less reach because there's just so much other content out there to watch.
No, for sure. I don't think I've ever heard 4 C's in Minecraft in the same sentence, so thank you for that analogy. Bill, back to you. I know obviously you just recently started at Twitch, but if you could talk about, what are some of the biggest or best or your favorite esports sponsorships that Twitch has done in the last year? I wrote about that last year. We saw about 50+ non-endemic brands spend the space, but half of those actually activated on Twitch. What are some of your favorite examples?
Yeah, I mean, I won't even just limit it to Twitch. I'll just talk about the
Sure.
ones that I really appreciate. So again, on the theme of altruism, Xfinity did a program with Evil Geniuses where they dropped a 2 GB fiber line into their training facilities. they not only gave them better service, way better service, but they also brought in a production company to upgrade their furniture and their decor and their TVs. Like, they made their lives better, and because they live there. They don't just train there and play video games there. They live in these houses. So they made their lives genuinely better and benefited from it, from all the content that Evil Genius has created out of that, and just a great way to earn loyalty. Now, for speaking broader, it's not just about like one activation. It's about like a philosophy or a strategy. And I think Buffalo Wild Wings in particular, in the last, say, 12, 18 months, has done a phenomenal job. They've had streamers competing, influencers competing within stores. They sponsored TwitchCon's Arena last year with like 32 different, I think over 32 different influencers and competitors playing H1Z1. And then they just recently had a program with EA on Titanfall 2, which was so successful that they even mentioned it in their earnings call. I mean, imagine that, like a publicly traded company mentioning an esports program that was so successful that it actually made the relatively small number of bullet points there. So I think that they're one of the more savvy players in the space right now, and I hope to see other brands replicating that sort of thoughtfulness.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out Buffalo Wild Wings and Mike Tubman, who was here earlier this morning. They've done a great job in terms of getting to this space. Sheesh, back to you. Logic has been involved in esports for a long time, I mean, many, many years now. You've got team sponsorships with top North American teams like Cloud9, Team Solomid. How do you go about planning your esports sponsorship with teams? What sort of metrics do you look for? What are the key value points, your KPIs?
Yeah, so well, because we've been doing it for so long, you can imagine we have tons of teams that reach out to us. So we try to support as many as we can, but we don't have an infinite amount of resource. So wherever possible, if we can't directly support them through a sponsorship, we want to make sure at least they have the right gear and equipment. But fundamentally, there's 4 things we look for. I'd say the first thing we look for is the ownership and the management. That's really important because, frankly, that's who you're going to spend most of your time working with. You work a lot with the players, especially us, because we use the players to give us information on our gear and how to make them better. But we tend to do that through the manager. We don't want to bother the players directly, when we don't have to, because their number one goal is that they need to train, they need to play, they need to be better. So that's the first thing. So you need to have really good owners, really good management structure that you can count on, because you're getting into a sponsorship with them, and you don't want it to turn into the sponsorship where you write this strict contract and you're following it to the letter of the law, because that's just not fun for anyone. It's really more of a partnership, so you need to feel like you have a good friendship and a partnership. So I'd say that's number one. The second thing we look at is the longevity of the team. So I think everyone looks at kind of success, and I think success is important, but I think consistency is more important than success. Teams are going to have their ups and downs. It's no different than a sporting team. I'm a lifelong fan of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm so sorry.
And I suffer. I suffer, like a lot of suffering. But you still follow your team. It's really painful.
I'm from Cleveland. I know that pain. I know that pain.
You know the pain. So you want that longevity, I think, is important, right? So you don't just look for the one-hit wonders. You want to find a team that's in it for the long run, which leads to the third thing that we look for. What is their long-term plan? Their 1-year plan, their 2-year plan, frankly, their 5-year plan, and you work with them on that plan. And then lastly, because we're a worldwide brand, there's over 20 esports teams that we currently work with around the world. We want to make sure the teams that we work with have a worldwide presence. And we manage most of it through our corporate office in California, but you also have to have a strong team within the regions that can work with the teams, and you're localizing content, you're making sure you're there helping them boot camp on site and everything. So I think those would be the 4 major things that we look for.
No love for Team Liquid, who's based here today?
Oh, I love Team. Is Steve here?
Steve's here.
Where's
Steve, raise your hand. Oh, he's probably outside making more money.
See? No love, because he skipped my panel.
Seriously. Matt, getting back to you, actually segueing back on something you touched upon in the first question. I believe in the 3 Ds, data-driven decision-making. Maybe because I'm Indian, I like math, potentially. But your company, Theoris, uses data a lot in what they do. Talk about how important that is from a social strategy perspective in terms of branding and marketing as well. How do you use that data?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're crunching data all the time, every week, across all the different platforms. And so if I were to kind of make some recommendations as far as things you should be prioritizing, one is similar to what you said, consistency, actually, where a lot of brands see a huge subscriber number, a huge follower number on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, and they're like, oh, this is a big influencer in that space. Well, they might have been 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, whatever, but it's constantly updating and changing. And what a lot of brands don't realize in this space, if they're either partnering with an influencer or looking to build a brand themselves, is that if you're not constantly delivering something that is re-engaging that follower or re-engaging that subscriber, you're going to be filtered out of their algorithm. Right? So that follower will no longer be seeing your posts. Your reach is slowly going to be throttled to the point of irrelevance at that point. And so I think consistent engagement across whatever the platform is, be it retweets and likes in a Twitter feed or views on a specific YouTube channel, concurrent viewers on a Twitch live stream, all of that stuff is important to look at. Look at the past history of their uploads, their content, and how is it performing. More content or more platforms specifically, if you're talking about YouTube, you absolutely have to be talking about absolute watch minutes. YouTube, Facebook, both are optimizing for longer watch sessions on their platforms in order for you to get more reach. They're optimizing for longer form content, and they're optimizing for things that drive long watch sessions from one video to the next to the next. And so if you're creating content, make sure that it's long form. Long gone are the days of the 1 minute, 2 minute long viral videos. You're actually having to drive those watch minute sessions. And so being able to drive viewership across those videos is super important. If you're partnering with an influencer, and especially working in the gaming space, make sure that those videos are 10 to 15 minutes long. That is the sweet spot for gaming content currently right now. If you want to boost your visibility in search, make sure that they're slightly longer. And then for anyone who is looking to kind of establish a brand on the platform, subs per thousand or efficiency of conversion, I would say, on that platform is another one that people tend to overlook. Because if you look at trends about how many subscribers did this convert per viewer, how many followers did this post convert per retweet or whatever, is going to give you a sense of what is driving new eyeballs to your content, what is converting new eyeballs to your content, versus what is just elevating your reach. I think those are the metrics that give you very clear, actionable results that you can kind of optimize your programming strategy in the future for.
No, it's a great point, and nothing against YouTube or Twitch, but I fully believe in Facebook Live and what they're doing as a platform. Now Facebook just launched a TV app. You're talking about TV dollars. I mean, Facebook's one of the 4 companies I don't fuck with, so pretty careful about that. Google being another one of them. Bill, back to you about brands. So we talked about the brands who obviously invest in, sponsor the ones that you like. Me personally, there's one brand that I would love to see enter esports, and that's Dove. Because for me, I believe that the women, young audience, female audience is one of the growing audiences within esports. Dove is very authentic, honest, truthful. I'd love to see them enter this space, and I believe 2017 we'll see the first female Brocus brand. So that's my call. Who would you like to see as a brand enter the space?
Well, you've been very good at predicting
only
what brands are going to
only batting 900.
Yeah. So I'll take a little different spin on it. I think about it in terms of brand categories. For as long as I've been doing this, which is almost 20 years, the primary categories have been the same. It's insurance and beverage and auto and telco and grooming products. QSR, like these are the same brand categories that have been active in gaming for as long as I can remember. But what really amazes me in that is, like, let's look at insurance. Geico has been fantastic. They've been creative. They've been savvy. The neighbor campaign they did with Team Soul Limit, if you haven't seen that video or video series, it's wonderful. Just go watch it. But where's the rest of the insurance industry? You're talking about a customer that is going to be buying insurance for another 60 years after they've been exposed to you when they first start buying insurance. 60 years. Why are you not approaching them where they want to be approached? Geico gets it very well. I'm really, really surprised to see them being the only ones in that space.
Yeah, no, totally. And I think when I did the research on insurance, it's $60 billion spent on auto insurance alone annually in the U.S. So maybe you want to get a piece of that revenue. I'm not sure about that. Ujesh, let's close off the questions for the last two panelists. I recently wrote about, just today, about the Indian esports opportunity. Flipkart, which is the Amazon of India, sponsored a tournament. In this last week, you've seen $35 million of investment go into this space. Do you think the time is right for Indian esports? I mean, just when I used to go back for years, you still had broadband issues, infrastructure issues. What are your thoughts on the space?
Yeah, so I think you know, in the times I've gone there, they still have issues. I think their phone network is better than their PC network. A lot of people don't really have PCs in their house. That said, over the course of my career, I've done a number of gaming events in India. In fact, we did a huge LAN event where, if you know Shah Rukh Khan, he was on stage. He's the Brad Pitt of Bollywood, for those of you that don't know. So he was on stage with me. We shared a dance. He was way better than I was. Wow. But anyway, we had tons of gamers come to this LAN event. So it's a ripe ecosystem for gaming. They're passionate. They do want to game. They just don't own the PCs at home. So you have to set up the infrastructure for them. In the case of our LAN, we brought the PCs. We set it up. They came. I think it was Counter-Strike that we played, and we had an awesome time. We played a huge tournament. So I think if India really does want to get into esports, and I think they should, and I think they will, and they want to, just like any other country, the first thing they need to figure out is the infrastructure there at first. So setting up the right practice facilities so the really good players can have a place to go, you know, and compete. Two, how do they start tiering it so you can start competing with better and better players so they can actually form a team that's really good. If they do have aspirations for competing outside of India and they want to get on the international scene, maybe they do some competition with, you know, some of the Southeast Asia countries or China or Korea. But I think really what's going to hamper them right now is the infrastructure. I don't think it's the desire. Another opportunity could be, you know, we heard a talk earlier today on mobile esports, you know, games like Vainglory, Clash Royale, Hearthstone. I think that could be another opportunity because I think mobile is the right infrastructure in India. So I think, you know, it goes back to that very first statement I made where, you know, this notion of the gamer, I think is just not what it used to be. Everyone, especially the younger generation, they just love playing games, and it's just something they do. So I think it's just natural that it's going to evolve wherever the country is, that gaming is going to be a part of what they do.
Absolutely. And I think just to touch on your point a bit further is that you have the law of large numbers, right? When you're talking about India, it's like 1.25 billion people. By 2020, it's going to overtake China in terms of population, 1.5 billion people. Just do the 10% math, it's like that's a huge audience you can go through.
Frankly, the last thing I'll add to that, you know, I talk about that term gamer. I think personally within Logitech, we've changed that. We use the word play. Because what I think it is all about is play. And when I think about play, play is inherently fun. And I just believe life is more fun when you play, right? Who doesn't want to play? So we keep talking about gaming and gaming. It's just all about play. And I think when you think about it that way, then you realize, you know, if you're out there as a marketeer trying to figure out, do you get into this? Why wouldn't you get into this? I mean, who wouldn't love to play? Who wouldn't want to be part of that scene? So that's what I think about.
Absolutely. And just to touch on that mobile point once more, one of my favorite quotes or stats I like to say is there's 500 million people in this world that have a phone that don't have a toothbrush. My dad's a dentist. What are you going to bet on? I don't know. Last question for you, Matt. Talk about your best brand experience from a content perspective that you've put together, and what was it like working with them?
I would say it was a integration that we did with Ubisoft. So video game brand Easy, and they were, you know, they approached us with kind of like an open slate of, hey, we have this new game, Rainbow Six Siege, pitch us ideas, and we had wanted to do a pilot episode for a new project that we were looking to do that took kind of what our format was, which is very post-production heavy, very much done in the animated space, and translate it to real life. So kind of the Mythbusters of gaming, for lack of a better term. It was kind of an untested format, but they're like, hey, we've worked with you in the past. We trust you to deliver numbers. You know, we like the content that you produce. We're really excited about this. And so, you know, without even kind of having a proof of concept, they enabled us to partner with the LA SWAT team, and kind of pick apart the wins of their game,
but
also
LA SWAT team.
Yeah, the LA SWAT team.
Wow.
Yeah, and at a training facility, with the full-on gear, and they were also open enough for us to basically pick apart what was truthful about their game, but also poke fun at what wasn't. Hey, you can't open a door by launching a bunch of thermite at it; it'll set the building on fire. Go figure. And it was one of those things that the brand trusted us, and they sent kind of a brand advocate there to the day of the shoot, so that way we could kind of clear with them what we were saying. But it was this great synergistic relationship of they were comfortable with what we were saying, but they were also giving leeway for us to say what we needed to pick apart the fallacies of the game, while also trusting us enough to be able to speak honestly and authentically to our audience. And it was so well received that it ended up being one of the first. It launched into one of the first YouTube Red series, original content series, which won us a streaming award for best VR series last year. And so opened up a huge variety of doors for us, and it was all off of this just great brand relationship where it was a very mutually trusting integration.
Very, very cool. I think we're about out of time.
I just wondered, we have time for probably one question if anybody has a question. If not, we're going to roll into the next one. The question way over here. Let's get a mic over there real quickly. Sorry, but there are people on the live stream, so we want to make sure that they know what you're saying. Because otherwise it just is like, what? What was that?
Thank you. This is directed to Bill. Operate Activision, so I have this question about partnerships. When you guys are looking at sponsorship and partnerships with these corporate brands, how are you balancing the sponsorships and looks and feels, and then also with the leagues, and then balancing what the actual individual teams and players have as sponsorships? Sometimes there's a conflict.
Yeah, I think there's two questions in there. One is like, how do we come up with a proposal? And that is typically a group effort on our team. I mean, some people on our team have been around this business so long, even though this business itself hasn't been around that long, that they just instantly know exactly what brand is going to fit with exactly what program, whether it's a league or team or whatever. They just intuitively know it. But we have a very senior group of people who've been around for a long time who brainstorm on this each time, and so we very thoughtfully put together these programs. And there was a second part of your question.
How do you balance the player sponsorships?
Right.
Yeah, players versus other sponsorships. Is there channel conflict or other
Sure. Yeah, I believe in category exclusivity. I mean, wherever possible. If there's a team that we're representing who has a PC sponsorship, they have one PC sponsorship. I'm not going to NASCAR their shirts up with a bunch of competing brands. I just don't think that's good for anybody.
Cool. We are now out of time. Manny, thank you very much. Great panel here with Bill, Ujesh, and Matt Pat. Thank you guys. That was awesome. Thank you. And we're gonna roll right into our next panel. We got to get a chair up here, so I'm going to talk a little bit while the chair comes up. This next panel is about reaching a global gaming audience, because let's face it, gaming is global, the internet is global, and we have a great group of people to talk about that. Starting with Todd Harris from High Res Studios, Matthew Pierce from Versus Systems, Michele Atisani from Face It, Michael Blihaj from ESL, and our moderator, Amin Issa from Mobalytics. You guys, look, the chairs are there. Take it away. Sure. See if I can get off stage without killing myself.
Just pick the chair.
Pick chairs. I didn't screw up the names too badly.
All right. We ready? Okay.
What's the tough one?
We've had a lot of talk about creating content, and the topic here is how global gaming is. We all know how global gaming is, and we really want to. Sometimes I can be overly analytical, but I think that's okay for this talk, and how that deconstructs down into different communities, different games, different areas of the world. You have so many different genres, from FPSs to MOBAs to MMOs to fighting games, and they all come and play in different areas. And I think, Michael, you've had experience hosting tournaments in all parts of the world since the very beginning, and you're an important person in the community. Maybe you can start off and tell us a little bit about that and how different games across different cultures.
Sure. So it's not dissimilar to regular sports, right? Baseball popular in the US and Japan. Fighting games popular in the US and Japan, right? But not necessarily in other countries where it would, I can't imagine an event the size of EVO for fighting games in Europe, for instance, right? So depending on from country to country, and we've held in Intel Extreme Masters events in Singapore, Taiwan, China, Brazil, and the Western countries as well. There are a lot of differences in how the fans consume it in terms of esports, and how Southeast Asia, for instance, very, very fragmented when it comes to which MOBA games they play. Some countries in Southeast Asia completely Dota countries, other countries completely League of Legends countries. So there's a lot of diversity globally. Counter-Strike not very popular, let's say, in China, comparatively to the rest of the world. In China, it's Crossfire.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's sometimes down to how the game is designed and what genre is popular in certain countries. So in China, for instance, they love to have a hero, to have a champion like in League of Legends, and FPS games are not that popular as a whole in China, but also the fact that Steam is not really there in China, that really influences Steam games. So very diverse, both from the point of view of culture and also from the point of view of the publishers that work with those video games from region to region.
Okay. So now that we know that fighting games and baseball have a lot in common, they both in the US and Japan, maybe we could take that a little step further. I think games are based a lot around the communities that grow and evolve out of games. It's a big deal, the community. You always hear the community. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about what kind of communities form and what cultures. And I think as a brand entering in the space, it's a big deal to understand a community before even attempting to try and reach it. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the communities inside these games. I think both of you are more than qualified. If whoever wants to start,
sure.
Go for it.
So my name's Todd, and with High Res Studios. So we are on the developer-publisher side of the ecosystem. We make the game Smite, which is the #3 MOBA. So we have to try a little harder. There's League of Legends and Dota 2, and then Smite. So certainly the way, as a publisher, we look at esports as an extension of the community. With a multiplayer game, we're more successful the more people are playing the game, and really we're in the community business as much as we're in the game business, and so esports is kind of a pillar of that. From a brand standpoint, definitely we've learned as a developer that each geography is a bit different. As a friend from ESL mentioned, I think if I'm a brand looking to get into the space, I want to understand geographically where that game is strong or not, right? It might be community reasons. It might just be platform reasons. In China, there are more players of free-to-play PC games than there are people in the United States. Yeah. So if you're looking at a free-to-play game and looking at these crazy numbers, for many of the games, a large portion of that population are China players. That might be interesting, or it might not be interesting to you as a marketer. With our game, for instance, it is available on the console. So you can play Smite on the Xbox or the PlayStation. You will not find a console in China, at least it's pretty hard. But you'll find a lot of them in Western countries, so our game tends to be actually over-indexed in, say, the United States and Western Europe. So it does break down quite a bit by platform, and certainly understanding the community that plays that is a key part of success.
What about the competitive tournament aspect for you guys?
Absolutely. So again, communities are the key for esports. Esport is a consequence of having strong communities getting together, and that's true both on a global level, but also most of all on a regional level. So what Michal was saying, it's really a consequence of how many people are engaged with a specific title, how many people are interacting around a specific title. And communities really not just playing the game, but everything that happens around the game itself, whether that's watching content, watching esports, or engaging on Reddit or forums, or playing on competitive platforms and so on. So the way we look at the market is really understand which communities are more developed where, and then there we see an opportunity to give the right tools for them to engage at all different levels, starting from the grassroots level, making players more engaged but going up all the way to the top level with professional competitions and professional tournaments and you know, the millionaire prize monies.
Yeah.
But again, like everything starts from the community. If there's not enough critical mass when it comes to community around that game, the esports piece, it's never going to work.
I mean, we've had examples in the past in esports of developers trying to, and companies trying to push certain games. An example would be Painkiller, which, you know, there was a kind of running joke. There was 17 people globally playing that game, and all of them were playing it in that professional circuit. So,
who was championing it internally?
It wasn't, you know, it had nothing to do with ESL. It was another company.
Okay.
Actually, I think one of the top guys at Face It with Mick ended up third, I think, in the World Championship.
Third player in the world in
out of 17.
Out of the 17, but they had a $1 million prize and everything.
Wow.
It's just that the thing in esports is that for the vast majority of games, not all, your audience will come from the player base. So let's say a game like League of Legends or Smite might be horrible to watch for somebody that doesn't play it, but the sheer volume of the community is so large that 1% makes it as big as a baseball broadcast.
Yeah. So I think there are some games that people who don't play watch more than others and can understand and follow. And do you think that that's changing in this day and age more and more as esports becomes a bigger thing? Are you seeing more of a push for that? Or
I think overall, ultimately, any form of entertainment will be about people's stories. Yeah. So if you get into, you know, the Tiger Woods story, you're going to get into golf somehow, right, even though maybe you don't necessarily play it.
Absolutely.
So you don't have to be a player of a particular game in order to enjoy it, but until now, the vast majority of the viewers came as players of that game. This is changing, obviously. Counter-Strike is very accessible. You can follow that. You can very easily follow all those stories, all those great players, and it's going to change much more to the direction of if a game is accessible, people will watch it. If the content is produced in an interesting way, and if the stars are compelling. But I don't think we are close at all, like at least 5 years until we have a game that has more viewers than it has players.
Yeah, I think that's a key point, and two things that are sometimes neglected when it comes to viewership. So the reason people are watching, again, all these games that are successful have a tremendous player base, and there's an aspirational nature. So the only thing that stands between me being the best in the world at Smite or League of Legends is my skill, right? I don't need to be near a hockey rink and afford hockey equipment. If I've got an online connection and a PC, I can get there. So that's tremendously powerful. And two, I actually learn from watching the stream, because platforms like Twitch and YouTube Gaming and others, you know, I can see the best in the world and I can interact with them, and they'll actually answer my chat. So, I gain skills from watching them. So that educational component and that aspirational nature kind of help the top end of the pyramid support players that are amateurs and just want to get better. And that's kind of a big part of why the whole thing works, at least with the current generation of games.
Gaming is probably one of the most rapid skills you can improve just because of ease of accessibility. All you need is internet connection and a game, and you can get to the best if you got what it takes. So I think here we can shift to talking about, we just spent time dissecting how it's geographically different in different areas. But the cool thing about gaming is that it's geographically immune to a lot of the things that traditional sports have as barriers. And you could become the best player in the world very easily as a gamer, but not so easily for traditional sports. But let's spend some time and talk about how that reach, that global reach, affects the way the games are put into the market, as well as how a brand could reach people. Why don't we start, and why don't we talk a little bit about, you told me a lot earlier about how you are geographically distributing your prizes based on different factors. So I think you have a lot to speak about with regards to the localization or not localization of the...
Sure. My name is Matthew Pierce. I'm from Versus Systems. We've built a pricing and promotions engine. It's a B2B play that actually goes into games where brands can offer their goods, whether they're physical goods or digital goods, into the games as prizes. And publishers and developers can offer prizes to their players to drive additional engagement, to keep the game fresh, to keep the game fun. And with respect to the global piece, we realized very, very early on that we needed to make our tool very adaptive to different games, adaptive to different geographies, because obviously, and each game, in fact, right? Because certain games have certain demographics that appeal to, that appeal to different kinds of players, and some of them are very highly competitive games. Some of them lend themselves to laddered tournaments. Some of them lend themselves to esports. Other games are going to inherently sort of shift and be more casual. And the idea for us was to engage the whole pyramid. The esports, I think, drives a lot of excitement. It certainly drives a lot of the spectators. It's why people watch, to see the very best. But for us, the idea that we could bring prizes to people that don't want to be the best in the world, they just want to be the best in their office or the best in their house or the best on the block. And so the way that we did that is we created this platform that has the ability to identify who you are and where you are and prize you out with prizes that are both legal and in your jurisdiction, things that you can legally win, but things that are contextually relevant, right? We talk a lot about authenticity and making sure that players are getting stuff that they really want. Being able to match brands to players is a whole lot easier when the players get to choose what they're playing for. And in for certain games, it might be things like consumables like Doritos or Rockstar Energy Drink. And for other games, it might be apparel. And for other games, it might be concert tickets. And for other games, it might be, it's actually really funny. I was just talking to you guys about it. We were talking about India. We were approached by a telecom that actually wants very much to offer prizes that they want to sponsor. They want to provide, clothes and food and all sorts of different kinds of prizes. But what they're really doing, the people that are paying for it are the telecom providers, because the telecom providers want to get people to buy data plans instead of just buying voice and text. And that's something that we can offer because the platform is really flexible. But the idea, you come up with all sorts of things all the time where you'll run into a geography, and that geography has certain needs that because you're not from there, it didn't even occur to you. So you have to make your platforms really flexible so that they can be adaptive to the different cultural and community needs of that group.
Yeah, it's interesting, but one of the more interesting things also is not only is it specific for the geography, let's say you host a tournament somewhere, and I think both of you can really talk to this, but how many people who are watching a tournament in the United States for a specific game are from the US as opposed to the rest of the world? And how does that easily affect the people who are trying to get brand time in that?
So for us,
yeah.
For us in Intel Extreme Masters, when we have a North American event, it's about 45% of the viewership is from North America. So over half of the viewers comes from countries other than the US and Canada most of the time. And the US actually, for almost any event we do, is between 18 and 35% for non-US events. So the audience is very much global, where a lot of the people will tune in to the broadcast from anything from 120 to 180 countries to any given broadcast. And that's one massive difference, I think, for how esports is consumed, because traditionally television segments that by geo very, very efficiently and very rigidly at the same time, whereas a guy in Ukraine can stream and have 50,000 concurrent viewers from all over the world and be able to reach fans all over the world and be able to represent global brands, whereas so the paradigm is really shifting. Brands need to think globally. in the sense that, okay, I'm sponsoring the Super Bowl. I know it's the U.S. market that I'm paying for. But if you go to ESL1 New York or E-League or anything else, it's not just the U.S. market. And if you have a U.S.-only budget, then you have to face the fact that some of your dollars are going to waste, air quotes, simply because it's completely open to the global audience, and I believe it will remain so.
Yeah, I think there's also a little bit of a confusion in the esports field. People, it's always been global, and now there's a few pushes to try and make it even more regional, as opposed to the marketing going global. There's now, traditional team owners, team sports coming in. Let's make it more regional. And I know, Mick, you had some thoughts on that and how that might affect the ecosystem, and so maybe you can share that with us.
I mean, on one side, the association between traditional sports brands and esport players or esport teams could be a positive thing in drawing a new audience to esports. Because obviously, if I'm a Liverpool fan and all of a sudden Liverpool has a FIFA player, I might be more interested in watching a FIFA match than I was before. At the same time, there's a huge difference, as we were saying. Esports is extremely global. So when we're talking about a Cloud9 fan or a TSM fan or a Fnatic fan, it could be anywhere from anywhere in the world, really. There's no geographic correlation. So, for example, Fnatic, they're based in the UK, but I think probably most of their fans are Swedish because they have a very strong Swedish team. And so, TSM and Cloud9 are in Los Angeles, but fans are really global, are coming from all over the world. So there's a risk when you associate a team, an esport team, to a very specific geographical location. There's a risk of alienating part of the fans that you already have. And on this, I like to quote the founder of Immortals, Noah. He said, having regionalized teams gives you a higher floor in terms of potential fans, but it caps your potential growth in terms of overall number of fans that you can have. And again, this is all in theory. In reality, is we don't have many examples of this in the past. Maybe the CGS back in the days was kind of a similar structure, but it's really hard to judge how this is going to impact the market. But obviously there are pros and cons around the geolocalization of esports clubs and teams.
And how would you say that affects the brands trying to come into this space right now with the attachments to the global? Do you think that being a regional brand is a big disadvantage if you're getting into esports, or?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. Global brands can activate globally and get a much higher ROI compared to brands that are too specifically focused on geography. And that's true in esports much more than probably any other type of content and form of entertainment.
But I agree. I think that that there's no reason that it can't be both, right? If you've got an effective set of tools that can market and provide pricing or provide these kinds of branding and advertising opportunities to players, there's no reason that it can't be both global brands and also local brands. That the right tools can take advantage of a player who is playing in Los Angeles, who is playing against a team from South Korea, who's being watched by a bunch of guys in the Ukraine, right? That if you're using the right tools, then you can provide the players with opportunities to access the benefits of certain brands, but the spectators get a different experience, right? The spectators can reach different, or can see different ads, can see different prizes, and if you do it that way, then you can I hope that you would, if you're reaching the players and the spectators where they are, right? If you have a location verification mechanic inside of it, there's no reason why we can't be, I mean, it's going to be global. To your point, we don't have a choice of whether or not it's going to be global. It's going to be global. But you're able to be both global and specific, both global and regional, sort of at the same time.
Let me just, 2 quick observations. So traditional football, so Hi-Res is in Atlanta, right? I jumped on the Falcons bandwagon. Of course, I got crushed at the Super Bowl. But I hadn't followed football, the whole year. I don't follow it. I follow esports, a little college basketball. But it was my home team. So, I jumped on the bandwagon. And I think that's very powerful and can't be denied in esports. And that's why the winds are blowing in that direction. And then more personally with esports, we had a choice in setting up the Smite ecosystem, and we decided we would at least have kind of continent-based structure. So like the Olympics, like Latin America is going to get a spot, and Brazil had a spot, Australia had a spot. So we haven't gone all the way to the City League, and we saw that work really well, because at the end of the day, people are tribal and they want to rally around something, and that's just a built-in way for people to be attached. So I think it's clearly going in that direction. If you look at the endemic esports teams, many of them this year have already kind of signed up in one way or another with a different organization in traditional sports that has a city league, and I think that it may put a cap on one particular team or market, but the entire ecosystem benefits over time with things heading in that direction, as long as it stays authentic.
I don't think so. I actually think that there's no major downside to, say, starting a team out of London. But the main reason why sports teams are rooted to a home is economical. Roger Federer, the tennis player, he doesn't monetize any particular area just because a tennis player does not have a court that he hosts games in. Fnatic doesn't have, a stadium that they host games in, and it's not likely that in the next 5 to 10 years they're going to be able to monetize a self-sustaining esports stadium, simply because that's not where esports is today. Whereas Chicago Bulls, every time they have a game, it's upwards of $1 million in revenue. That's a very good reason to be rooted to a home. However, Chicago Bulls did not become a global brand because of the city of Chicago, but because of Michael Jordan. And if you look at sports traditionally, all the leagues, all the big sports leagues, NBA, NFL, MLB, etc., were started before 1950. And everything kind of before 1950, where the monetization model is the stadium, gate revenue, concessions, all of that stuff. All of those kind of very old construct, traditional ones, they got started before 1950. Anything after 1950, golf, tennis, MMA, they don't care where the players are from. They don't care about geography. All they care about is, can I make this guy a global superstar and monetize him everywhere? Mm-hmm. So I think while, the fact that there's an esports team out of Chicago or anywhere else, is that a detriment? No. Is that a game changer? Absolutely no.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a game changer, but I'll point out 2 things. One, at least at a continent level, the discovery system for new talent, because of just logistics of server ping, like at a minimum, you're going to have to choose Europe server or NA server or Southeast Asia server. So at a minimum, the discovery system of rising through the ranks in a game like League of Legends or Smite does put you at least on a continent, and that's just kind of until technology gets there. We're going to at least have that amount of regionalization. Whether city adds or detracts, we'll see.
Yeah, so I think we're running close to being out of time. So
we probably have time for a question. There's a question right over there. Wait, let's wait till we get the mic. Again, we have a lot of people watching on the live stream at Ayzenberg.com and AList.com. Those of you on the live stream, thanks for hanging in. We got a mic coming up, and we're going right here.
Okay.
Go for it.
This question is for Matthew from Versus. So being able to play for prizes on a global basis is really exciting, but how do you handle the legality of that? I mean, you must have a really impressive legal team.
The legal piece is a whole thing. I joke that we, for a very long time, had more lawyers than we had engineers. It's and because we needed them. The idea of different regions, especially when you're playing, pay to play, or when we're playing in a competitive landscape for prizes where there's any sort of consideration from the player's perspective. And it's augmented even more when there is a spectator relationship rather than a player relationship, because it goes from being a very obvious game of skill to being a game of chance as soon as you're not participating in it. So just being able to understand that at both a local and and a global level, I think it's super important to be able to do it effectively. And it does go back to this question of location in a lot of cases. A lot of, in the United States, we're this ridiculous patchwork of state laws, and so being able to navigate that on the one side. And then Europe is a shade easier. Asia looks easier, but might be harder. but yeah, just being able to sort of incorporate that into your prize distribution system and into your player identification system, that's going to be a big part of all this going forward, I think.
Yeah, time for one more question real quick, if anybody has one. Otherwise, we are going to move on. Amin and team, thank you guys very much. That was awesome. Really appreciate it. Great look at the global gaming audience right there. We are going to shift gears a little bit, and we're actually going to hear from some players. We've got, this is a Q&A with esports pros, past, present, future opportunities. First up, Dennis Thresh Fong. Dennis is actually one of the original esports superstars out there. He's been doing it for a long time in this industry. He's joined by Daryl Lewis from Red Bull, who's big on Pro Street Fighter. And our moderator is Matt Gunnan from Esportspedia. You guys take it away. You're going to hear from some real esports stars right here. So come on down. How are we doing? We doing all right? Good. Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, cool. Where are you going to sit? I'll sit here. Okay. All right, everybody looks a little tired, so before we get started, let's all stand up. Let's all get up.
See this? Look.
All right, now stretch out your arms a little bit. Lean back.
All right.
On the count of 3, we're all just going to let out a giant woo. 1. All
right, everybody
2,
up.
3.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, now we can sit down and get started. All right, so I'm here with. I've never done that. This is stupid. All right, I'm here with Daryl and Dennis. Myself, my name's Matthew Gunnan. I started. I've been in esports for probably about 10 years, far too long. I'm the founder, CEO of Esportspedia, which is kind of the definitive resource for esports. And then I'm also the founder of Esportsology, where our goal is to elevate the stats and the data in a way that people kind of analyze information in esports. And we just opened our first round of funding, so we're looking for maybe 1-2 more VCs, so talk to me later. All right, so starting with Daryl. Daryl, you lived in Japan for a while to improve as a professional player. Before we kind of get started, you want to kind of go into a little bit about your history as a professional player and living in Japan, how that's kind of...
Of course. Well, first I started off as a Halo 2 player, and basically I ended up not liking the game. Like, I got really good at it. I was a good doubles player. I was good solo. And I realized you need to have a really good team in order to be a really good Halo player. And I was like, you know what, that's just not me. I'm more of a solo guy. So I was like, you know what game did I like when I was a kid? And it comes back to Street Fighter, the old school arcade game. Currently, I'm a professional Street Fighter 5 player, and I absolutely love it. You get direct results when you do good by yourself. That's probably the greatest thing ever to me. But yeah, basically, I didn't actually live in Japan. I visited Japan for a month, and I created a documentary series called Cultivation, which is basically a 8-part episode on YouTube, which basically documents my traveling the world and going to Japan and being able to practice against some of the world's best players.
Why is Japan considered like the place to go to improve as a
That's a good question. Normally that's not the case, but Street Fighter is a Japanese game. So the best players for Street Fighter are in Japan. And these guys are like so far ahead of a lot of the US players. So at one point I hit my peak. I couldn't get any better. I was searching for someone who was better than me in the US to play against, and I couldn't find anyone, so I had to travel to Japan. And when I came back from playing in Japan, I did absolutely amazing. Like it was pretty crazy.
Because a lot of like with League of Legends and StarCraft, they can kind of consider South Korea to be their epicenter, and then you have the same thing with Japan and Street Fighter. Just leading off of that, what from a brand perspective, how important is kind of that global footprint? You know, in Japan, South Korea, how important is for a brand like Red Bull to get involved in multiple cultures and regions in esports versus traditional sports?
Well, see, a lot of players in America, or a lot of businesses that sponsor players from America, they think that it only matters to do well in their branding in America. You know, they never really consider sort of pushing their branding out to international places like Japan or, you know, China, Korea, and places like that. I feel like it's very important to get to take into consideration that people from all over the world watch, you know, whatever specific game you're playing. There's tons of people in China who play. There's probably more players in China who play Street Fighter than there are in America. You know, like China's a pretty heavily populated place. This game is very popular in those areas, so it would make more sense to sort of brand out there than it would out here. The money-making value is, of course, a lot bigger out here, so that's pretty important too.
So, Dennis, kind of getting into you, and then I'll kind of give you a little plug here. But Dennis is considered by the Guinness Book of World Records as the first professional esports player, and so. What would you say, Dennis, and if you want to kind of give an introduction about yourself first, but what differentiates esports today versus esports when you first got started?
It's a lot bigger. You know, obviously I started in the 90s. So I was the world champion of Doom and Quake 2 and a bunch of first-person shooters in the mid-90s. You know, we certainly didn't fill stadiums back then. But, you know, I'd like to think that we filled virtual stadiums. You know, there were still tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that would follow these games online. You know, I would say actually probably the thing that I noticed most for a long time was that players today don't spend, I mean, it's obviously changed probably in the last couple of years, but, you know, it's ultimately about your brand. You know, you yourself, your name is a brand. And I think for a lot of players today, I don't think they spend enough time cultivating their brand. It doesn't always have to be about money. Because, you know, I mean, certainly during my days when I first started playing, there really wasn't a whole lot of money.
Do you think people back then did a better job of cultivating their brand, their individual brand?
I mean, they were really, I mean, I was like probably the first and only for many years. But, you know, I wrote, you know, monthly columns in some of the big, you know, PC Gamer and other popular gaming magazines. I wrote books. You know, I did a lot of interviews. You know, I really thought of my name, which was Thresh, as a brand. You know, I hired an agent back in the mid-90s to represent me. You know, just you're always representing yourself and you're always representing your brand. And I think, you know, especially in the world we live in today, where accessibility, you know, with Twitch streaming, you know, they catch people doing really funky stuff on camera, you know, because they forget that they're being recorded, or they don't really think about, you know, the image that they're projecting. And ultimately, for brands and marketers to get involved with the player, it's really about, you know, it's about how that player represents their brand. And so I think that really should matter. And you know, I think even today, I see a lot of players that don't seem to care quite that much about it, and they end up losing.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they don't care?
It's just immaturity, I think, partly.
So how do brands kind of help you know, these individuals get past that, you know, from the immaturity level, but what do they need to do to help, you know, kind of improve that relationship and just improve them professionally?
I mean, a lot of brands today have, you know, they provide media training to players, but, you know, ultimately, you know, I know as a player, you know, you learn most from your mistakes. So some players just have to screw up and they get dropped and they come back stronger. You know, I think some players, you know, you take someone like Double Lift, you know, he has a, you know, slightly offensive but funny kind of demeanor, and that's kind of how he's built his brand out, which works for him. I think there's greater opportunities than ever for players to build their own brands, but they really, and there's more platforms than ever, whether it's Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Place TV, where you can, YouTube, where people can kind of build an image of themselves that potentially the audience will be attracted to.
And so, Daryl, kind of speaking, what does Red Bull do to kind of work with players and teams to help them improve their brand, help them grow, essentially?
Well, basically, for me, they've done a lot. I was the kind of guy who sort of lived a really fast life. My mannerisms weren't that well when I first came into the community. And to be honest,
like explain that.
I was a little wild. I
had a good time.
Probably curse, here and there, and things like that. But Red Bull, took me by the collar and kind of shook me up a little bit.
Have a Red Bull, you'll calm down.
And now, I feel like I can represent, the company who has my back, at places like this. And it's just amazing how I would dream of things like this for me happening, but I never saw it actually happening. I never saw it as a reality until now. It's
would you put yourself in that so you would say you're immature at that point? What did Red Bull see in you? What do you think?
I felt like they could basically see the future of me. They probably looked underneath everything and saw that I basically had the potential to be a great candidate to represent Red Bull, a great candidate to represent how esports players should be. Currently, a lot of esports players are just really wild. It's like esports is going in a direction where it's sort of getting a little classy. You can't be as wild as you want to be. You have to, be professional at times. And, I play a game like Street Fighter, so it's already a fighting game. And we kind of grew up in that culture. Right. But now we have to act professional. So it's like two different angles you're trying to balance at the same time.
What can brands do from a broadcasting standpoint and streaming standpoint? What can brands do to help facilitate growth for the streamer, broadcaster? What are ways that they can better improve that experience for a viewer through promotion of their product? How do they get more involved in these viewing experiences?
I feel like that's a great question because so some streamers, when they're first starting off, they don't have a great fan base, and a lot of people who are interested in certain games, they don't even know that there's a community within that game. So I feel like Red Bull any company in general, as a whole, could provide sort of an audience to tack in on the audience that the streamer already has. Right. They could also help the streamer or player or whoever it is, YouTuber, push their branding in a specific way. Not a lot of streamers have the resources to do exactly what they want to do. Like
one thing they did for you was you have a page that's on Red Bull that's just your content. It has articles about you, it has your history on Red Bull's esports site.
Right. Yeah. That's absolutely amazing. Like there's really high quality professional pictures on there. Because I take terrible pictures by myself. So they have a lot of things. And they just really if it was, to be honest, for a lot of esports players, if it weren't for the sponsors, they wouldn't really be able to do as much as they did. But to be honest, they would still sort of be able to get by. Esports, it's already an established community. There's when you come home from work, what are your kids doing? They're playing video games. Everyone plays video games, and it's already established. So.
Right. So, Dennis, what would you say are some of the struggles that you have faced personally when speaking with an endemic sponsor or brand with Plays.tv or your future or your past companies that you've worked with versus a non-endemic? What are some of the struggles there from helping a non-endemic understand the space versus an endemic that has a lot more understanding and has worked in esports for a while?
Yeah, obviously it's a lot easier now working with non-endemic brands just because everyone's talking about how big esports is. You simply have to share audience numbers, show them a picture of, the Staples Center, being packed to the gills for a gaming event. I think it's easier, but I mean, I still think there's a lot of challenges, and I think that's why people are here. There's a huge gap between how much revenue you generate and this audience size. And people haven't quite figured out exactly how to. I mean, some brands have, but to genuinely and authentically reach this audience. Esports is not on traditional TV,
right?
And so commercials in the traditional sense are not necessarily the best way to reach the audience that's watching esports. So I mean, I think the challenge is always. At least for the big brands that have yet to come into or looking into it, and I've spent talking to companies, everyone from ESPN and down, where it's what is the backup plan if it doesn't work out? Right. Until you have, to say ESPN who's dabbled in esports, if they can convince a big brand to come into the space, and it doesn't work out. The advantage that ESPN has is that they can say, okay, I know that didn't work out, but we'll give you advertising in these, the NCAA finals or something like that to make up for it, right? And so, I think it's obviously just a matter of time, but having some backstop to, okay, yeah, our first try at esports didn't quite work out, but there's a backup plan where we can still reach a big audience, I think is ultimately what some of the biggest brands that have not entered into this space yet might need. And I think that's why Turner with the E-League may have some of that clout as well, because again, if it doesn't work out, they can give them an audience elsewhere.
So I want to get the Q&A in just a second. I want to ask each of you just a 15-second answer here. You have three options, each valued proportionally to one another. You have a major event, a top-tier professional team, and a high-profile individual broadcaster. What does a brand, value more? And pick one of those three, and then kind of a short explanation as why. Daryl, you want to go first?
I think that a company would value a top-tier broadcaster, or sorry, like streamer, basically.
Yeah.
More than those other options.
A team.
But of course, they value the other options as well. Mostly because I feel like it has the most versatility when it comes to representing your company.
Mm-hmm.
But also, you can show the competitive aspect of what you're doing as well,
Right.
Because at the same time, you always want to represent yourself. You don't always want to represent,
another brand.
Another brand.
Yeah. Dennis, real quick.
I think it kind of depends on the company, really. I mean, if you're an apparel company, you need your apparel to be seen. If you're more of a competitive product, like a mouse or a headset or something like that, you may want to reach a more competitive player. Obviously the Holy Grail is someone that is both a very popular streamer and a high-level competitive player. And there's certainly players like Bjergsen on TSM that kind of fit that bill. Yeah, I mean, they just don't. They're not streaming 24/7.
Right.
So from a pure ongoing audience perspective, the reach is less. But you also get to associate with your brand with someone that people aspire to become.
Awesome. All right, we want to do Q&A.
Yeah, let's see if there's any questions real quick. Any questions out there? We got a couple of there's a question right there in the middle. Go right ahead.
Yeah, you guys mentioned when you were working on improving your brand, the ways that you did that were being taken by the caller and shown the error of your ways, or making mistakes and having to recover from that. But now that the industry has grown so much and the definition of a pro player has become what it is, are there other resources that, let's say, gaming companies or brands could point a player to do it more independently without necessarily having to go through such a aggressive experience?
Daryl, you want to answer?
Failure is the best way to learn, to be honest. You come into a world that's basically very professional like this, and your background is like nothing like this. Basically, you're so wild, and you just don't know how to act when it comes to this. And part of the reason why I even picked up Street Fighter was because of the way it is. it's very close quarters and aggressive, and that's just kind of the culture behind it. But yeah, you just gotta think about it. Really, you gotta sit down and like sort of meditate upon it and think, what's the best way to approach this kind of situation for me? What like for the people who are wilding out. Are they successful? Are they failures? And you sort of learn upon that. So I feel like the best way for companies to approach something like that is, and because they've probably already been through they've already been through a situation like this before, so they can probably give you some tips on how to straighten up your act. But it really depends on what kind of esports genre you're into. Like if you're part of League, you're very team-based. Team-based community, so everyone's gonna like sort of not be as wild and have each other's back, and they're a little more quiet. So I don't know. It kind of depends on what kind of company it is.
And these teams and players are looking for, they'll listen to someone educating them, and if they bring in someone that will, teach them how to, how to act professionally or how to act with a sponsor, they'll 99% of the time they'll listen.
Part of the challenge is that there's no like any major sport, you come through the ranks of like junior high, high school, college, and you're trained all along the way. Esports, you literally go from your parents' bedroom to being on stage
Kicked
at
out of your parents' bedroom.
Right.
Yeah.
It's pretty shocking for people, and if you're not mentally prepared, which most of these kids are not, there's only one path, which is just to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of these kids are, they're 17, 18, moving from Europe to North America, living with a team for the first time, living away from their parents for the first time. So they're put into very, unique situations. And so that's where I think comes in some sort of, someone to work with that will help them improve and grow.
Cool. Thank you guys very much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Very insightful. We have a very short 10-minute break right now, so I encourage you all to go outside and consume some tasty Coca-Cola beverages or something else, and come back in 10 minutes, literally to the second. We got a lot to do in the last hour and 15 minutes here. So thank you guys very much. Thanks to Ayzenberg. Thanks to everyone on the live stream. We'll see you in 10. This is super nice. They don't even have to get up here. And 60 seconds. No, it's full. It's packed. All right, let's get started, everybody. The audience will come in. This next panel is on sponsorship opportunities and working with esports. And again, I want to thank everybody from Ayzenberg for putting this on. Great job today. Everyone on the live stream, you guys are awesome at Ayzenberg.com and AList.com. Remember, the hashtag is hashtag #AListSummit. And we will jump right into it. This is all about leagues, teams, and pros and sponsorship opportunities. We have Dan Ciccone from RevXP, Robert Bowling from Team NRG, Steve Aronset from Team Liquid, Dan Kelly from HyperX, and finally our moderator, the great Stan Press from Magid. So why don't you guys take it away?
Check, check. All right, can everybody hear me okay? Yes, good. Yes. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Sponsorship Opportunities panel. We're going to talk about how and why we should talk to teams, leagues, the pros, individuals. Why should we get into that space? Well, we actually understand why sponsorship makes sense in traditional sports. Why should we do this in esports? Real quick myself, I'm the managing director over at Magid Advisors, a long-standing research consultancy firm. I've been in the esports space for about 12 years. I used to compete back when we actually had to pay for our flights and booze and travel and everything. We'd be lucky enough to win a graphics card or some memory and just hope to sell that to kind of pay for our travel. Nowadays, it's a little different. You get first class, business class, you get DJ after parties. It's a different world now. I'm really excited to see that. I'm a little jealous that didn't happen in my time. I wish I was born 10 years later, but oh well. So, real quick, I'm going to ask these guys to introduce themselves and what your title is, what you do in esports. Make it quick so we can just get right into the conversation.
So, good afternoon. My name is Dan Ciccone. I am the managing director at RevXP. We are a talent management and full-service marketing agency that strictly works within the space of esports and really started our agency a couple of years ago to ensure that the top pros and influencers within the space, like Stan, get paid better than video cards.
I wish that was true, but thank you. I appreciate that.
And free booze after events.
I'm Robert Bowling. I'm traditionally come from the development side. I previously worked on Call of Duty and a few other games. And then I moved over into studio management, had an esports team with Denial, and now I also advise and work with esports team on their content strategies, the most latest being NRG.
Hello, my name is Steve Aronset. I am the co-CEO for Team Liquid. We are one of the largest esports organizations in the Western world. We also have a production company that's called One Up Studios that does a lot of commercial work and videos that you see on pre-roll ads for Twitch, and also when you see tournaments, kind of the features that you see on players in background. And then we also have an agency as well called Liquid Media that basically is an outsourced influencer management arm for brands that want to connect with influencers.
And I'm Daniel Kelly. I'm the Director of Marketing for HyperX, which is a global maker of gaming gear, such as gaming headsets and keyboards and mice, mouse pads. We were born as the high-performance brand of Kingston, making high-end memory and SSDs. The brand started in 2002. We've been heavily involved in esports, sponsoring teams for over a decade already, including the two on the panel. Very global company, deep into esports, and excited to be on the panel.
Awesome. Well, thank you, guys. As a lot of you can see, we actually have a really good variety of people here. If you actually look at any of the models around esports, you have the sponsorship agency, you have two teams, and you have an actual sponsor here. So let's kick things off with kind of how you actually fit in this space. Again, with the agency, teams, and hardware sponsors. Start with you, Dan.
So yeah, we got involved in this space. We saw a very uneven value exchange. A lot of the top pros in esports are either at the same level or have surpassed traditional athletes their social following, with their kind of influence. So really, the story you gave earlier is not far off from what we initially saw within the space, that the kind of contracts that were being engaged, it was a very unfair value transaction that was taking place, so we stepped in.
So I had cheap booze back then, hopefully, and you had cheap contracts.
It's much better booze now. But as Matt...
And better contracts too, right?
So, yeah, but as Matt was talking about earlier, like, there's still a major need in the space right now for representation to make sure that a lot of these pros are actually compensated for what they bring for a sponsor.
Yeah. So I fit into the space in a number of different ways. First and foremost is on the development side of developing games that are esports focused and have esports features, and looking at, you know, my first game was Call of Duty 2, where we didn't put any thought or effort into the esports community, and yet there were people competing on it, and they would make up how they got involved and how the tournaments worked. And now we've evolved from a development standpoint to think about that in pre-production of, like, is this going to be an esports title, and if so, what does that mean? Because you can't do it by accident anymore, where we used to be able to do it by accident in the past. So now we get a lot more involved, and since then I've also evolved into moving over to the team side, owning some teams, advising other teams on how can we continue to push that forward, because I'm always interested in what can we do that is different, that's beyond putting your logo or brand on a jersey or sponsoring an event or being present on the stage. Are there things that we can create that have never been created before that add value in entirely different ways?
So actually, real quick, what are some of your sponsors right now for NRG?
NRG is all over the board. I just advise NRG. And really what I was looking to do with NRG and what I'm looking to do with esports in general is look at how can we bring in much larger corporations to create content that doesn't exist and is not traditionally esports content, but appeals to the same demographics as esports. So that's my focus, is not how can we focus on current sponsors like HyperX and others, but how can we go out and create an entirely different vertical that, you know, the major automotive or beverage or other companies can come into and actually get value and putting money into.
Got it.
Yep. So in terms of what I do in the sponsorship space, we started Team Liquid, kind of bootstrapped the company, and our partners are the ones that basically financed all of our operations. So really building those relationships in order to gain value to generate more fans, but also engagement for our partners. I think we approach it in a way where we identify a particular community that's in gaming. We might say Counter-Strike or League of Legends or maybe something even like Civ. And we say, how are we going to serve up a need that exists within that community and then do something that is only possible because of Team Liquid and HyperX. And we ideate on it, we brainstorm, we figure out how much it's going to cost in order for us to do X, Y, and Z at a particular event, or it's going to be around a certain player, or we're going to bring these two players that haven't met each other before together to do something really special. So that's kind of where I feel I bring in the expertise, is knowing what that is. And it's so hard because you kind of come out from the outside looking in. What do we do in gaming that's authentic, or that's going to be, you know, read well and reacted to the right way? So really, that's what we provide is that expertise, and then also the inventory to get it done. So we do about 4 million monthly viewable hours on Twitch.tv. So we've got a huge streaming network. We've got 6.2 million followers on our social. So how do we pull in all these pieces of inventory to do something really cool for a client? So we have a lot of endemic clients that we work with in the space, like Alienware and HyperX, and then we have a handful that we've done some activations with, like Nissan, this is just real quick, a fun example. So Nissan came to us and they said, hey, we'd like to work with you, but we don't know what the fuck esports. Sorry, we don't know what esports is.
We're encouraged to swear.
We don't know what esports is.
Do we know
what
for
is
sure?
this thing? I was like, look, okay, just trust me. Give me a date. I'll crash your website. I promise you, I'll just crash your website. So we went to Voyboy and we said, hey, Voyboy, like,
who is Voyboy?
Voyboy is a streamer on Twitch. At the time, was one of our players, and we told him, hey, we need you to go to Nissan.com, and we need you to, it's actually NissanUSA.com, and we need you to go on the site and customize a car, and he ended up crashing the site, which was awesome. So I went into the agency the next day and I said, hey, you know, what happened? They're like, who is this boy, you know, reference URL? And literally that was kind of the only way that we could prove, hey, esports has value. Like, we can crash your website. So that's kind of how we're involved, both endemic and non-endemic.
Anybody else have websites they want to get crashed around?
Now we charge for it.
Well said.
So I'm, as corporate marketing, we have a lot of marketing regions around the world that all have local teams and local language that they also directly manage. We have over 30 esport teams.
How many regions do you guys play in?
We break it up by 5 regions. We're pretty much everywhere because, again, we're HyperX, but we're part of the larger Kingston company that's been around for 30 years. So what we found out early on, a good 15 years ago, is when we were looking at who was buying the high-end, really high-end memory, the really high-end SSDs and so on, they were gamers. And so there was an early-on understanding that we needed to get into this space, and then as esports and some players started getting some notoriety, certainly with broadband and then the greater games and everything, we really jumped in. And so now, you know, our job is to hopefully bring the fans closer to the players on the teams like Liquid and NRG. Authentic, I think, is a key word. We really want to bring out the personalities of these players. So we do work as closely as we can. We see them as relationships, not just sponsorships. That let's get together, let's figure out, you know, where we're going to be in an event, or what's a good idea. Let's figure out something cool, unique, funny, and those are usually the things that pop and get a lot of views or a lot of activation activity, that type of thing. So it's a big job, but it's a growing space, and it's just filled with opportunities. I think just one more point. I think we are in a good spot because we make gaming gear, right, as an endemic sponsor, and we're in the space. So I think as other brands are trying to come in, you definitely need to find your voice and find your unique thing that you're going to bring to the space that's going to add value to it and help it, you know, keep moving down the field.
So Dan, let me ask you. Well, Dan, I suppose. Tell us what endemic and non-endemic really means.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, endemic is a product that is necessary for the event, right, or the game to unfold. Non-endemic would be anything that's really not specifically gaming related.
Do we have any non-endemic sponsors or groups here?
Potential sponsors.
For these guys. Okay, we got 1 or 2. It's always tricky when someone says, oh, you're non-endemic. Do you think that kind of pushes a brand out, perhaps?
I think it might intimidate some brands. We talk a lot about authenticity. We talk about a lot about
keeping track
organic.
of how many times authenticity is mentioned out there.
Yeah, no, and you know, and influencers, right? Influencers. So we try to stay away from that. What we try to encourage all of our clients, and what we specifically utilize the teams for, is how to engage the audience. One of the things we really haven't talked a lot about today are the fans, right? The community. The reality is the fans in the community are really what's driving a lot of what's happening within esports. We talk a lot about League of Legends and its IP, and they're in control. The reality is they hit a couple of bumps because the community didn't like some of the new rules that they were instituting, right? The players didn't like it. So what we encourage with our sponsors or partners that we bring into the space is using the teams and the individual personalities to get that, to really engage the audience from a conversation standpoint, versus, right, just throwing up your logo. Real quick example, Turtle Wax comes into the space. The reality is 90% of
Turtle Wax.
Turtle Wax came into the space,
okay.
Excuse me.
What are they?
So yeah, well, the reality is 90% of the content that they were involved with, no one ever actually saw the product, right? And a lot of people were like, why is Turtle Wax even here? What was great about working with them is they let Optic Gaming start the conversation, and then the fans took over. And if you literally went to Reddit or Twitter, the fans immediately took over and had a discussion amongst themselves why they thought it made a ton of sense. Right? These guys all, like, the average cost of a car in the Optic garage is probably about $50,000 or $60,000. Cars are very much a part of their lifestyle, and the audience picked up on it immediately. So again, it's really how do you engage the audience through the teams or the individuals and let the audience actually tell your story for you.
So you actually sit in between both the brands and the teams. And how do you like to brag about Optic Gaming?
Very recent example, General Electric just paid $7 million to put their logo on the jersey of the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics have 2.1 million Twitter followers on their main Twitter page. Optic Gaming has 2.4 million followers, and arguably, when you look at them as a whole, they have well over 24 million social followers. And when you look at the fact if GE is willing to pay $7 million, even when you look at a lot of the metrics, right? If we looked at the number of views and the audience level that Optic brings to the game, it's actually well above what the Boston Celtics do. So those are the ways that we try to brag in the space.
Well, hopefully you get to see some dishwashers for your players, I suppose. Oh, Dan, you mentioned, Dan K, you mentioned earlier about the relationship with the players or the teams and their players. Can you elaborate on some of your wins, some of your successes, or any challenges you had there?
Yeah, I think that we really rely on content, because I think the content is a great way, whether it's a video or something in person, where we can actually bring those personalities out of the players. Because anybody who's really, really good at any sport, and they have these fans, they want to get that peek behind the curtain. They want to understand their personality more than just their gameplay. I think that's what hopefully we're trying to do and provide is facilitate that. So we do silly stuff. Sometimes it's a little bit higher production value, but sometimes it's just getting a team around a table and playing pie in the face, where whipped cream's going on there. It's just, I think that they like that as well, just to get a break from the pretty rigorous practice and tournament schedule that these guys are in. That to take a break from that, I think it's good. It's comic relief. It brings the fans a little bit closer to them in terms of their personality. And at the end of the day, there's a love of gaming that I think ties us all together. So we did again look at his relationships and what are some unique and cool ways that we can bring those personalities out, bring the fans closer, and facilitating that. I think that that helps the HyperX brand get to new places.
Well, this goes a team-related question for Steve and Robert. Dan just mentioned about the busy lifestyles of the pros. Can you talk a little bit about their schedules and how you fit sponsorship activities into those times?
So I guess it first starts with the types of contracts that we have with our athletes. So right now they provide their likeness and marketing rights for certain sponsorship categories to the team, and then we then sell those rights to sponsors like HyperX so that we can fill that inventory, and we make sure that we accommodate their competitive schedule as much as possible. So we typically reserve like 1 day a week where they're doing more marketing, promotional support, and to Dan's point, it is really like figuring out that narrative that is ongoing with the teams and players, and then letting the audience peek into that information and have some insight that isn't available anywhere else. Because a lot of these guys, they'll just be seen on the tournament stream. They're just on the LCS stream. They're on the the DreamHack stream in Vegas, and that's it. And then they follow their social profiles and they get some pictures and stuff. But a sponsor can come in, or a partner can come in and provide resources to really provide additional visibility or do creative things with those teams and players. And so that's what we try to do, is just, reserve Mondays with the guys, or we reserve windows of time before and after events. So for example, NuckleDo, he just won Capcom Cup, and
who is he? What kind of game does he play?
Yeah, so NuckleDo is the best Street Fighter player in the world, and he plays for Team Liquid. He's won the last...
See, I get to let you brag about that.
Yeah, 8 events. He won Capcom Cup, but, at that event, once he's holding up the trophy and he walks off the stage, that moment where he has an opportunity to talk to his fans, and that can be provided by a partner, and it's done in a really cool way, the engagement is an all-time high, because there's more people that are going to be following NuckleDo at the Capcom Cup than following him on some week in the middle of the year outside of competition. So we really try to hone in a lot of the marketing efforts around events that the teams are playing in.
So you talked about the types of content. Can you kind of break down a couple examples of, is it a live stream that you just catch a player while they're playing? Is it a logo? Or how do you integrate? Hey, can you just give us some more color there?
Yep. So the Team Liquid package is typically some of the things that you would assume, like logo placement on the jersey. There's going to be more placement on the jersey that's going to be more expensive than other areas of the jersey, because you're going to see them on the webcam during the broadcast at events. The size of the logo, and then there's website inventory. So we have a network of sites that you can buy traditional media on. There's streaming. So what's really cool about gamers compared to other professional athletes is that they stream in their spare time. And so they're broadcasting their gameplay online, and there's a webcam, and there's a chat system, and they can go to certain web pages like Voyboy did for Nissan. So there's a lot of creativity that you can do with all of the streaming traffic.
Forgive me, we actually see some traditional sports athletes actually stream themselves, right? Can you guys name a few?
I think Ronaldo did the live streaming thing on Facebook, I believe, of him learning how to play League of Legends, and it got a ton of traction, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and we actually sponsor Gordon Hayward from the Utah Jazz, because he was big into these sports before he became a professional basketball player, but he streams for us, monthly, and it represents a nice crossover. The streaming world, I mean, it's obviously something that if you're a big personality and you can get into it and you like a game, that it's a great way to, again, get a lot closer to the fans there as well.
So it's not going to be like a $7 million fee, obviously, to get onto Gordon Hayward's stream. Can you talk about how much that may run, like a range, or like is it different for each team you work with? How do you kind of justify the sponsor spend for each different team and each different region?
It is a range, right? You have to look at, you're saying some of the numbers at how big so you have to look at everything, right? You have to look at how many teams, how many players.
So how many teams within a team?
Yeah, how many teams within an org, I guess you would say. And you evaluate it. You evaluate it by a lot of different factors, and it's going up a little bit each year. I mean, I think that's just the nature of the beast with such a growing industry. And we want to have long-standing relationships. I think we've had this sponsorship for at least 5-6 years going in a row. So we value a lot of different of the factors in terms of just the followings, the ability and access, and the willingness to do unique things from a content perspective, which is really key to our marketing strategy. So it ranges quite widely, but we try to customize it and get as much out of it as we can.
So you can't tell me like a ceiling or like a lower high? Anything?
There's a lot of 6 figures out there, but not too much higher.
All right, I got something. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, so Robert, you mentioned that you're looking to create new avenues for sponsors to work with teams. Can you give us some hints to that, or elaborate a little bit?
In my experience, moving from development over to team and league territory, there's a wide range of people who could and want to sponsor esports, and there's an even smaller range of people who understand what sponsoring an esports means, right? There are people like HyperX that fit in so naturally, right? Because there's already streams that they can be present in. There's already events they can be present in. They're the
football to the football player.
Exactly,
the helmet
right? They're bettering the lives of the players naturally and organically. And then there are other brands that do not fit in naturally at all, right? Like a car company may not fit in naturally unless there's a specific tie-in, like with Optic. And so what I like to look at is how can we make this industry make sense for them, right? And that may be developing a slate of programming that is more like television programming and less about esports, but pulls in the same interests of esports players. And gives them something that they can wrap their head around of like, oh, I understand how to do an ad buy in television programming, right? Or build content specifically for them. For example, like, I believe they're doing this now, actually. If a car company comes in and wants to sponsor Rocket League, you can make life-size Rocket League that makes sense for both audience, right?
So you put a giant booster on a car, right?
Exactly. And that's compelling content. It makes sense for the brand, and their marketing department can wrap their heads around it.
Got it.
If I can add on to that, I think a lot of marketers in the audience, when we talk about streaming, traditionally you probably envision someone just playing a game online. But the other point these guys are making is that there's really a lot of lifestyle content that is created from these individuals as well as the teams. And that's something that should not get lost in this discussion either is, while we're talking specifically about esports and the individual games, there's still a ton of lifestyle content that's created around this. It's the same reason that you see in traditional sports why you would engage with one particular pro athlete versus another. It's because you want to be a part of the lifestyle that they represent, and there's a broad representation on the panel here as well as within esports in general for those lifestyle opportunities.
No, it makes a lot of sense to you. Everyone wants to know the life of a traditional sports athlete. Well, why should this be any different for esports athletes who may even have bigger social followings? All right, so we're kind of getting towards the end, and we want to ask this amazing crowd some questions.
Yeah, we have a question right here. So, Mike here. We just got a couple minutes, and we'll move on to the next one.
Hey guys, this is Kima from Hammers Esports, and I just want to take the angle of an emerging organization. Actually, we pride ourselves in being born out of mobile esports. So Super Evil is sitting right there, and we're very much proud to emerge from that. I guess from taking the angle of, and this is for all of you, do you see a David and Goliath effect of having too crowded of a space for teams to gain further sponsorships or further partnerships in the space? And for Steve and Dan especially, so what should organizations be taking into account, and what should partnerships take into account so that we're not overglanced, or that we're that just because of our social metrics that they're not there yet, and that we're relatively new, though our performance is pretty stellar at this point? What are you guys doing to accommodate the emerging esports organizations versus differentiating from an overcrowded space?
Sorry, gonna have to kind of get the question going, get some answers going. Super quick answers, please.
Yeah. You know, I think there's a lot of existing sponsors that are currently in the space, and there's a lot of advertisers, you know, services and products that are looking to get into the space, and they're not sure how to get in, and they are trying to educate themselves on what is authentic and what's not, and who is the right lifestyle brand to be associated with and not. And you know, I think it's not oversaturated. I think a lot of it comes down to creativity and the right associations that make sense, like the turtle wax and optic, you know, and how that's communicated, and what's the messaging, and what's the big reveal about it, and how are the players talking about it, how are the orbs talking about it. And what I see missing a lot are a lot of the ideation, like getting it right, like having the right creative associated with the integration of a sponsor and a player, or a sponsor and a team. So I think it's just having the good idea and having the right kind of budget to make sure that it happens, and then just brainstorming with a client and making sure that it's right. So big or small, there's still a way to kind of engage in the space. You know, because you can have small budget, you can have big budget, you can still get things done.
Cool. Let's get another question out there.
We have another question here. Got 1 minute, one more question. If not, we're just going to roll up to the next panel. So we are running a little bit late, so thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it. Great insight right there. From Dan and Robert and Steve. And Stan's going to stay put as we bring the next panel up.
Can I stand up?
Yeah, you should move chairs. You should move to the other end. Might as well. We're going to take this chair anyway, so don't lose your phone.
Thank you.
So next panel coming up is about how to reach the competitive gaming audience. You know, as we were saying before, esports is narrow, relatively. Competitive gaming market is huge. People are playing competitive games. We have a great group of people coming up to talk about just that topic. So Walter Wang from HTC, Hunter Lee from Yahoo, and Candace Brenner from Jinx. Come on up, guys, and talk to us a little bit about how we're going to reach this audience.
Hey, hi, good to see you.
Always. 20 minutes hard.
Working? There we go. I can yell if you guys need me to, it's fine. All right, so now we're going to talk a little bit about the competitive gaming audience. Now, the point was just made that if you think about all the pros that we just talked to, there's only several thousand in North America across the top tier titles. But of all the people that play all the games, and they have outreach to competitive audiences, anyone who plays a multiplayer game generally is going to be that target. And there's absolutely millions upon millions of those. Even had a mobile team actually just say something, and the truth is mobile is a huge category. We're trying to blow out hardcore competitive titles. But the idea is that you have this audience of people that are highly accessible, highly engaging, digital first, very millennially driven. How can we talk to them? How do we reach out to them? So, like I had before, would love for you to introduce yourself, a little about who you are, what you do, and let's go down the line.
Sure, I'm Hunter Lee. I work at Yahoo ESports. I joined Yahoo about 7 months ago, running kind of strategy, partnerships, developer relations. Before that, I was at Riot Games, running the NALCS.
And I'm Candace Brenner. I'm the Vice President of Marketing for Jinx. For those of you who are not familiar, Jinx has been around since 1999, and doing most known for video game apparel. We most recently launched our endemic brands Jinx and Jinx Pro, and that being basically the first endemic video game lifestyle brand. And with Jinx Pro, we're really solidifying and forging a path in being the gold standard for competitive sports and esports apparel.
I'm Walter Wong. I'm at HTC. I started and run the esports division at HTC, and we sponsor the teams such as Team Liquid, Cloud9, TSM.
Awesome. So we do have a good range of people here as well. Now, this audience is obviously very rabid, very content-driven. Actually, if you could start going down the line again, tell us what about this audience made you so excited? What was that one thing that hit that light bulb on your head and said, I need to be working in this space?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I am that audience. I'm not a millennial. I'm a little older than the average millennial,
like
but
Gen X, half millennial.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
so
that same
I'm 35, like I'm right on the edge, but you know, I've been a gamer all my life. I'm obsessed with League of Legends. You know, I got rid of my TV 10 years ago, and I don't pay for cable, and I ad block the internet because I don't like ads. Like I am
So you're like
this
everything
audience.
that marketers hate is the ad blockers and cord cutters.
Right, and I'm out now trying to sell things to myself, knowing that I don't consume ads and, you know, like have a hard time.
I'm gonna give you
reject all of that.
We're gonna have the audience give you a lot of shit for that in questions.
No,
later.
no, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think so why do I like? I am this audience. I love this audience. You know, in many ways, esports is sort of a dream come true. The idea that I can make money doing this thing that I would be doing anyway.
Got it.
So Jinx, like I said, has been around since 1999, and really, you know, our co-founders are hardcore gamers. Nobody works at our company unless you play games. They have even created a couple of games here and again, and there's one out there in the hallway that we made for fun too. But really, it's about being a part of the video game culture and really loving the community and wanting to be a part of the community. And you know, you mentioned ad blocker, but you know, that's really the point of difference when you start talking about how to be in the space. You know, it's not about picking up that menu of options and kind of splattering your stuff all out across the internet. It's really about understanding the nuance of the gaming communities, including, you know, competitive gaming and esports, and understanding how that's even different than the general video game landscape community, and being a part of it. But it's really about, you know, being authentic.
Okay, because we got like 5 or 6 times I was mentioned in the last panel, so I'm
Yeah.
going to keep a track of how many times we say
Yeah,
authenticity.
it's now the drinking game, just for those of you.
Is that gotten across yet? You have to be authentic?
Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe that's one thing that we can talk about in a little bit is what does that actually mean in terms of this audience? And maybe let's see the specific details. It's not something we can't measure. It's something that a lot of us don't understand. Sometimes I don't understand certain concepts in certain esports titles that I'm not super into, while others I completely get and have to explain to everybody. So yeah, we can try to actually put some more color to that word as well. Walter?
Yeah, much like Hunter, you know, I am the audience. You know, I play League of Legends, play CS:GO, watch esports streams, you know, and so I consume esports, you know, and that's what I love. And then second of all, you know, as a VR company, you know, we make games, so it just makes sense.
All right, so we talked about, again, how each of us fit in this space. Now, question for you at Jinx.
Yeah.
You guys were always doing gaming apparel, like just around the lifestyle of a gamer.
Yep.
I'll admit I actually had one of your bumper stickers when I was in college, and I was very proud to have it because at that point I wanted to showcase to everybody, hey, this is who I am, this is what I do, and I want to find people like me.
Exactly.
But we're now getting to the point where a lot of us are like me. Over 100 million people supposedly play League of Legends, and Counter-Strike hits tens of millions of people. Every major esports title is just hitting 7-figure and up numbers. It's pretty crazy. Is that really because these games are moving into that competitive direction why you got into esports apparel?
No, I think it was just a natural evolution, you know, having been in the video game space for a really long time and being fans ourselves of a lot of the esports teams and whatnot. It was a natural evolution for us to take an opportunity to say what is missing right now, and seeing teams that were competing at such a level and not necessarily having the comfort and the fit and the look that would really, you know, broadcast well, but, you know, elite players don't need to have distractions while they're playing. They need to be focused on winning. So we work with players to be able to make sure that, you know, the comfort is right, the feel is right, the look is right, so that they're able to compete at that level. But, you know, even in, we're talking about, you know, the top, the middle, and the bottom of the pyramid. It's the middle of the pyramid where we have folks that are maybe up and coming, and Jinx Pro is a perfect fit for somebody. Maybe they don't have an official team name, jersey, etc., but we can fill that slot with, you know, kind of high quality jerseys and goods. And then, just as, you know, we've had many analogs today about traditional athletic sports, but there's also that aspirational element of, you know, fans and spectators and players who just want to participate in esports from that perspective and carry, you know, wear the jersey of their favorite team or, you know, their favorite player, etc.
And what kind of apparel do you have? Is it jerseys? Are they hoodies? Are they T-shirts?
I'm so glad you asked. No.
I mean, I'll take the commission out right now.
No, for Jinx Pro, there are, you know, there's jerseys, there's T-shirts, there's hoodies, there's all kinds of hats, there's compression gear, there's, you know, joggers, all kinds of things.
And you have two teams as well?
Yeah, Team Liquid and Echo Fox.
All right, Team Liquid's getting a lot of love, Steve. I also get my commission later, too.
Yeah, where's Steve?
So with that, how did they play into your space? Why did you work with them?
You know, Team Liquid obviously...
Not it. That was
Sorry?
not me.
Order up.
Well, no, like that was being leaked out just in case I dropped another F-bomb or something.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool. No, you know, we are working with teams that really are wanting to work with us, and we're taking on just a couple at a time to make sure that we really service those teams well. We've had an opportunity to work, like I said, with Team Liquid and with Echo Fox, but we work in depth with them, creating official jerseys, creating apparel that really connects to them. So we don't take on everyone because we want to make sure that we get it right and service them in a way that feels good.
And have you seen a lot of improvement from the non-esports apparel because you have these new esports content and apparel and sponsorships?
You know, I think we get a lot of feedback from fans and players, regardless of whether it's esports specific or not, frankly, but we do take all of that into consideration, and having the right cut and the right fabrics and all of that is super important, but we do get a lot of feedback across the board.
Got it. So, another question for you at Yahoo Esports. Who do you guys really like to target with your content? Because you have Yahoo Sports, and you have Yahoo Esports.
Yes, and I think it's, you know, it's striking how different those audiences are. Yeah. Esports.
Hold on, I'll figure out what
May I have your attention, please? The hotel safety system has been activated and is being investigated. Please remain calm and stand by for further instructions.
All right, so by remaining calm, we're just going to keep this going.
Yeah.
Just focus on us, pretend everything's okay, guys.
If anybody wants to freak out, you can, but
Yeah. I was just thinking maybe we should get some shots or something.
Yeah. That's for later. That's the after party. We're supposed to call that out.
Every time it beeps. You know, I think the audiences are very different. When I look at our demographics, you know, we are sort of
like, how do they compare actually?
Yeah. Whereas esports is much younger. Like the average sports fan is about 35. The average esports fan is about 23. You know, it's sort of TV versus PC. And I think, you know, esports is overwhelmingly male. You saw that earlier. Sports is certainly fairly male, but esports is kind of overwhelmingly male. The demo is, you know, 18 to 34-year-old men, which is great, except it comes with a whole host of challenges that make it even more different from sports. I ad block. I'm certainly not alone. You know, ad block rates in esports are absurdly high. Think of the highest number you've probably heard any website tell you about their ad block rate. Double it, and you're getting in the range of the average esports ad block rate.
Well, this audience is very smart. These are tech-savvy people. They grew up with PCs, computers, tablets, phones, consoles, handheld gaming, everything, right?
Sure, yeah. And they don't like advertising, which is why, like, authenticity's come up a lot, but it's for a reason, because you can't serve ads to this audience. You can't, you know, we'll sell you an audience segment if you want that. That's great. You can advertise on Yahoo. We'll totally take it. If you want to connect with sort of the core esports audience, you need to do it through some kind of integrated content and probably get yourself on Reddit. And of the two things, it's been a full day and there's been a lot of stuff going on. I don't think Adblock or Reddit has come up yet, and they're probably two of the most fundamental concepts about getting into this space that I think non-endemic brands need to understand. And I think, for you guys can probably speak to this, Walter, better, the difference between hitting on Reddit and not hitting on Reddit to an advertising campaign, and I'll put that in quotes only because it's not really a traditional advertising campaign, is dramatic, and authenticity is a key part of landing all of that.
Yeah, I think each game has its own community, and you have to speak to it, right? And all of them, most of them, go on Reddit.
Well, it's kind of like traditional sports.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to talk to a football fan the way you talk to a golf fan.
Exactly, and you have to understand that. And so, if you look at League of Legends, League of Legends subreddit is huge. And when we run a piece of content, say Breaking Point, a movie documentary that we did with Team Liquid, because it made it to Reddit, we have over 500,000 views on YouTube. It's a 2-hour movie, and the average duration is like 20 minutes per viewer. And so, if we don't hit Reddit, sometimes the content is not worth making.
Yeah.
Is that a way you could actually almost consider that a metric? Has it been hit on Reddit?
Well, I think that metric sort of explains itself, because when you look at your viewership numbers after a piece of content, night and day for the most part whether something is hit Reddit or not. The platforms in this space are tremendously well established and incredibly sort of passively powerful, if that makes sense. Reddit isn't actively massaging esports in one direction or another, it's just kind of out there. YouTube is a giant website that's doing a lot of different things. Esports is a piece of it. Even Twitch, which is very, very gaming focused, esports is sort of a slice of them. They're platforms that are allowing content to come onto them. Working with them and getting real presence on them is the difference between making a piece of content that nobody sees and making a piece of content that everybody sees. And the kind of working with them, finding a company that you work with, working with Team Liquid to get Breaking Point sort of acceptable and authentic enough within the community, that's sort of the secret sauce of all of this.
You have to tap into what the heartbeat is, right? If you're talking about creating really compelling content or campaigns, if you will, or just a connection. It's really about tapping into the emotional aspect of whatever it is and being able to kind of connect with that community versus just casting it, broadcasting it out. And at that point, you're really just kind of throwing stuff at a wall that's probably not going to get seen. But it's really about that collaborative conversation and pulling out of that particular brand what we think will resonate to that audience.
I like that. So, Walter, one thing that I really liked what HTC did was some of the content that was around creation. So, if I remember correctly, you had someone who designs skins for Counter-Strike. Because in Counter-Strike, you can actually buy a paint job for your gun, basically. It's really cool, and I have about a couple ton of them, and some of them are actually worth several $100s. It's ridiculous, and trust me that it makes sense. But there are artists in the community that actually create these and sell these and make a revenue from them. And can you tell us a little about the video that you did of one such personality?
Yeah, we've done actually a couple of videos. So, we make VR, the Vive, and there's a software application called Tilt Brush made by Google. And you can basically draw 3D models, things like that. And we actually hired a couple of artists, such as we did one with FFSOD. And Nips, we had them make League of Legends characters.
These are endemic to the esports space. These are personalities that are artists already there, right?
Exactly, and we had them, make League of Legends models, heroes, champions. One time we shot a video with TSM. We had them play Pictionary in Vive, in VR. And so you could see like Hanser, Bjergsen, Wall Turtle, they're really bad at drawing. They're really bad.
But actually, the artists that you worked with, how easy was that for them to move to VR, and how was the content received?
It was incredibly well received. I mean, it's really easy to actually move to VR in terms of the sculpting and art. But in terms of how well it was received, obviously it made Reddit. It went sort of viral in the esports community, and we have hundreds of thousands of views on these videos. So it did very well.
And retention was near like above 50–60%.
Yeah, exactly. And so we hate using this word so much, but remaining authentic to your community is so important. If you don't show them a piece of content that they like watching, then there's no point in making it, right?
So we talked about some of the good ways to do this. Can we talk about some of the bad ways? Can we talk about, hey, here's a piece of content that maybe a brand should name nameless or something you've experienced before that you're kind of willing to fall in the sword a little bit and say, this didn't work out so well?
I think one of the big pitfalls to stay away from is just being a logo. Logo on a stream, a logo on a jersey, a logo anywhere. Yeah. You have to do something with it. You have to do something that will reach your audience.
Yeah.
Being a logo is just not enough in this type of market.
Yeah, and I think too when we talk about, you're out in space and you're putting your brand out there, you're trying to, like I said, create a connection with that community. If the first interaction with your brand that they have is kind of like a buy now, you know, it just hits a weird sour note. You know, it needs to be more about the experience, that emotional kind of relationship that you're willing to put out there, particularly with the gaming audience, and even more so with the esports audience and competitive gaming audience. They can sniff that out like that. So anytime you put content out in the world, really think of it from a collaborative perspective and understand your audience really deeply, so that you're not putting out silly stuff like that where it just comes off so e-commerce-y or so, you know, focused on that end result.
I'm getting the Q&A side.
Oh, hi.
So I don't mean to cut you off, apologize. All right, we only have a few minutes left, so you guys have some really fantastic experts in this space who understand this audience perfectly. If you have any questions, now's the time. Please, let's just get one or two. If you're curious about something. Otherwise, I can just keep talking. Go ahead.
Sorry. So in like esports, the audiences are generally like really diverse. They're global. They have different needs from each game. Some people are in it for art. Some people are in it for the gameplay. Some people are in it for the competition. So when you're trying to reach that audience, like how do you prioritize your audiences, knowing that by pleasing this side, this other side could get upset that they're not being serviced? So how do you?
I think that's a terrific question, and I think part of it truly is there is something that is unifying them. They're a community because there is some little nucleus, there is some little molecule that's why they're together. You know, everybody who's been a part of video games has that moment in time. Like, tell me your favorite game story. You know, it's the one where you get the catch in your throat when you're talking about it, or the one that, man, you start talking about it, you get really excited, you're, you know, kind of breathing a little bit faster. That's the moment you need to tap into. You know, don't worry about creating it for a woman and for a man and for this and for that. Yes, the culture and the demographic is quite diverse. You need to tap into what is bringing them together and spotlight that, feature that, create content around that, so you unite people. And that's why people play games together, particularly, you know, when this is their life.
Well, it's a passion-driven community. At that point, as actually said, find that core thing that brings them together. I wouldn't worry about it. It's also, you can try a little bit.
Yes.
Ask the right people. Ask your audience what they would like to see. Oftentimes this audience is very happy to tell you what you do right and wrong.
Yeah.
They're really good at that.
Reference Reddit.
More so wrong. More so wrong. Well, hopefully I can mention Reddit more than authenticity at this point. Any questions?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yes, Travis. Question for you.
Right now we got the mic. By the way, in case you're wondering, we're all good. We're all clear. No problems. We'll be fine.
Wonderful.
Except for the feedback.
Yeah.
Except for the feedback.
So there's been, I don't know if it's working. There's been so much conversation today about authenticity and about, in this panel, ad block, and all these really kind of challenging ways that a brand has to figure out how to handle this stuff. Is there any chance that non-endemics should just throw their hands up in the air and say, esports is too complicated, there's all these established areas out there already, I should just not even worry about this?
No, I think the reasons to get in are the same reasons that everybody else is getting in. This audience is young, they have disposable income, this is one of the most desirable demos, and they're so hard to reach that if you can get in and be successful in the space, there's a tremendous opportunity there. So it's challenging, like I think you have to approach it differently, but the benefits really are pretty huge.
Yeah, and there's no silver bullet. I think sometimes when we are, we have these panels and there's experts and the whatever, like everybody's looking for the one-size-fits-all solution. There is not one. You're going to have to work hard. You're going to have to go to the events. You're going to have to watch the streams. You're going to have to, stay up to date with what's going on. You're going to have to talk to players, because that's how you're going to create authentic content. You're not going to fake it. You're not going to go, oh, hand me that menu of ad options and I'm going to put something together off the shelf that's going to work.
Would you say there's a lot of filtering and a lot of education?
I definitely think so. I think, if you want to participate, you've got to educate yourself about what's happening and really get in there.
Like, I know nothing about golf, but everyone always just, I have a couple of friends who do, and it's like, if I'm going to engage with them, I have to learn that, right?
Right.
Would esports be any different? Because there's how many different games to play?
right. I definitely think you have to get in there and educate yourself.
Got it.
Cool, great. Thank you guys very much. That was awesome. Walter, Hunter, and Candace. And a special thanks to Stan for playing a doubleheader for us today and doing 2 panels. So thanks a lot, guys. We're going to move on to our next panel. We're going to bring a couple of chairs up, and this is looking ahead into the future. So this is about where are we going? What does the world look like over the next 3 to 5 years? Or even further, 10 years and beyond. And again, it's not just about esports. It's about competitive gaming and everybody involved in being and playing and being competitive and the gaming world. So we've got a great panel here. Oscar Miranda from Wargaming, Brian Chu from VReal, Mike Flamberg from Nielsen, Jan Gutgeluk from Virtuix. I should have figured out how to pronounce the name of the company. Virtuix. Eric Jansen from Verzoom, and finally, Mark Deppy from UC Irvine is our moderator. He runs the esports program over there. So you guys, take it away.
Oh my God. All right.
I'm blind.
First of all, thank you all for making it through this long. I know we're the last thing standing between you and happy hour, so we're going to make it worth your while here. So, first of all, my name is Mark Deppy. I direct the esports program at UCI. Through competition, academics, community entertainment, we are hopefully trying to blaze a trail for what esports on college campuses look like. And we're just 50 miles down the road, or 8 hours if you drive, like we did today. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, talk about maybe just their title, what their company does, and then we'll jump right in.
Hi, my name is Oscar Miranda. I'm from Wargaming America, best known for our title World of Tanks, where I manage relationships specific to competitive gaming.
My name is Jan Gutgeluk. I'm the founder and CEO of Virtuix. We make the Virtuix Omni, which is a first ever VR treadmill that enables you to walk and run around in 360 degrees in virtual reality games and other applications.
I'm Eric Jansen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Verzoom Inc. And we do real physical competition in virtual reality. We actually have our product right outside if you'd like to give it a try.
Hi, I'm Brian Chu. I do run marketing for, it's loud.
I hear you.
For VReal, where we do streaming for VR games.
Hi, and I'm Mike Flamberg. I'm the stuffy market research guy on the panel. I'm from Nielsen. I lead the gaming vertical for Nielsen globally, and what we do is consumer research around the globe covering the gaming category, so anything from traditional gaming to mobile and free-to-play gaming, and of course VR and things like esports. So.
Well, very cool. Thank you. So I thought I'd first give the panelists just, we're going to go down the line here and just give everyone a chance to bust out their crystal ball, and they're each going to give you kind of their vision for the future of esports. Then we'll get a few more detailed questions as we move forward. So we'll start off with Oscar.
Cool, yeah, I think something that hasn't been talked about too much is, how much more legitimate esports is going to be in the future based on where we're seeing the industry go right now. If anybody's a baseball fan, I recommend a book called The Glory of Their Times, where back in the 60s, an author was able to get a lot of interviews from professional baseball players at the turn of the 20th century. And I was amazed to see how many players at the time said that when they would tell their parents or their friends that they wanted to become a professional baseball player, the typical reaction was like, how are you going to make money playing professional baseball? It makes no sense. So drawing that parallel to esports today is kind of amazing, and I think we're at that point where a kid tells his parents that he wants to play X game professionally. He's going to have to get to know what that means pretty soon. Another point is just the volatility of the space. In my opinion, I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. I think there's a lot of people want to try and mitigate the risk in esports by trying to confine it in certain kinds of ways, and I think it's so successful because it's been able to endure so much volatility and how complex it is, and we'll continue to see that.
Yeah, I think a few of us here are from the world of VR, so we have a keen interest in what we call VR esports. For example, with our product, the Omni, we allow people to actually physically run inside VR. So you have the esports competition, a first-person shooter, for example, but you actually see the player actively running and gunning on our platform. So you add that level of physicality that makes it quite spectacular both for the viewers as well as for the players. In addition to that, VR adds an interesting element to esports, because with VR, I no longer just have to watch the game on a 2D screen. I can be in the game. I can put my headset on and be in the arena or in the map, be around the corner. I can partake almost in the match. So it's much more engaging for the viewer as opposed to sitting in a chair and watching it on a screen, which is already awesome by itself. But VR can make it really tangible, and you can be right there during the game.
Yeah, so Verzoom makes a what we call a vSport platform, and so if you try it outside, you'll understand that you are, as Jan says, engaged. You are in the actual gameplay, so you're not observing it through a little window and projecting yourself into the gameplay. You are in the game. So we have a tank game. By the way, my co-founder is a huge fan of your game. You're in the tank battle. You're being chased. You're shooting at things. You're gonna die. You really feel like you're so involved in the actual gameplay in a way that has a great deal of immediacy. Now, the challenge, that's the good news. The bad news is there's not a lot of VR out there yet, right? There's 10 million total VR installed base compared to, esports starts with millions of players, right? So what we're trying to do has to grow much more organically, and we think it's going to happen because what's going to grow it is this core benefit of it being so really engaging as something that you're involved in.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going off of that is that, we're a platform for streaming VR games. We allow, players to embody in VR, to watch games from within the game. What we also allow you to do is to take cameras and stream out to Twitch and out to YouTube so you can reach current audiences, right? So what this means is I see a broadening of both the way people watch watch games and esports, the way that people engage, because what this does is when you get inside the game is it starts blurring the lines between viewer and broadcaster. You also start getting a much bigger sense of presence, right? And you start getting that connection between fans and between the athletes and the stars. I also think that once you can get inside the game, virtual spaces become real spaces. Right, so that also allows you to start broadening the definition of what competitive games, competitive entertainment is, so that if you think of sports right now as, esports right now kind of follows like an arena sports model, right? It's big name sports like basketball, football, that kind of idea. We see in competitive entertainment right now, things moving from that are essentially non-competitive events, right? So think like Project Runway, think Iron Chef, competitive cooking and fashion design. You're able to do, once you can start getting inside a game, you start getting more creative in the way that you can process and film content, and that you can start creating experiences for a game that isn't necessarily inherently competitive.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different take, I think, maybe more along the lines of what Oscar was saying, more of a mainstream view. I actually see esports moving, as it has over the last few years, into more of the traditional sports space and having more of the leagues and the more of the consolidation where there's a governing body, there's an advocate for the league or the teams or the players in an integrated fashion that we don't see right now. There was some talk earlier about this being kind of very fragmented, and I've been on some of these panels before. A lot of people talk about the esports as the wild, wild west. Well, that's already changing. Even in the last year or so, things are starting to become more organized, more, and as brands, which is a lot of talk about that today, get involved with it. It's a natural evolution of making this more mainstream, like a traditional sport. And I think it's going to eventually continue to move in that direction. Now, how it goes that way, whether it's through VR or through other experiences, there's lots of ways to do it. But it's going to become more mainstream. We're already seeing that in recent announcements in the last couple of weeks. Things moving to TV and more of the traditional types of space, even though this isn't a traditional sport really yet. So.
Well, cool. Thank you all. I like that. So we've talked a lot about the difference between endemic and non-endemic brands. I think endemic sponsors and brands are going to always have a space in esports. But as esports continue to evolve and we go from PC and console to VR and AR, how are ways, or what do brands and marketing people need to start thinking about now to be ready for technology in 5 years? So whoever wants to jump in and take a stab at that. Love to know, for the audience of brand representatives, how are they going to start planning today for what we don't even know, I guess, is going to be down the road?
I'll take a stab at it, at least from our point of view. So this whole V-Sports ecosystem concept is a little bit new, so I'm going to be throwing a bit at you. So we launched at CES earlier this year, and our V-Sports, founding V-Sports sponsors were AMD, HTC Vive, because V-Sports is a room scale activity, at least in a venue. Fitbit, they gave away these things, and Life Fitness, with whom we are partnering to provide platforms for our systems. So those would be endogenous, right? Or
yeah, endemics.
Endemics.
Sure.
So the others that would later come in, they don't have a direct interest in supplying either equipment or otherwise, earning some revenue share, would be companies that would want to identify with the actual physicality of the games. So more traditional sports kinds of things like clothing, sports drinks, those kinds of things.
You have to think creatively, right? We've heard this throughout the day. We heard it on the prior panel. It's thinking outside the box, because this is a consumer, a fan base that doesn't usually get reached through traditional channels. We've heard a lot about how they consume esports, where they're fans of esports. It's online, it's digital. There's a lot of ad blocking going on, so you can't get at them through the traditional ways of banner ads or just advertising or even logos. As somebody mentioned, might be a challenge. You have to think creatively. You have to engage them with your brand, and so you have to just think out of the box. It's not an easy thing to do. It's going to be very hard and difficult, but those who start concentrating on that now for the future in the next 3 to 4 years, whether it's either different avenues to engage with these people through the way they consume esports, the way they view esports, or the way they engage with the games themselves as players and fans, it's going to be the ones who are most successful.
Yeah, we have this game that we developed internally for the Omni. It's called Omni Arena, and it's basically a first-person shooter multiplayer game inside an arena. Exciting game, and inside the arena we have these flags, banners, on which you can put company logos. And it's in the arena of the game. If you do that on a 2D TV, well, I'm not sure if a viewer from the home could really see those banners from the TV when he's watching first-person shooter competition. But in VR, if you're in the arena, you're there in VR watching that esports game unfold, you see these big banners waving around you. Well, you can put company logos on there, and they will be seen by the participant viewer in the VR environment.
I think the other thing is that, this is all from a VR perspective, right? But once you have people inside the game, you start adding this element of personal contact, right? So now it's not. So now if you think of right now, we have like a broadcast experience, we have a live in the arena experience. Once I have a VR headset and I'm inside the game, now I have a live at the game experience. So imagine if you were watching a football game or a basketball game, and you're able to just jump right down to the field and see what the offensive line is doing, right? Now that I'm connected and I'm inside the game, I also have an opportunity to engage with people that way. Like as a brand, where I could go and say, let's say we have just scored the winning play, and because I was backing this one team and I'm rooting for them, an achievement gets passed and reached through time and space, where my broadcaster essentially reaches his hand out through the monitor and hands it to me, and now it goes into my inventory, right? So I have this ability to interact with someone on a one-to-one basis, essentially while broadcasting to thousands.
I'll just add, how can brands prepare? One way you could play the game that you've already identified you want to work with, start playing it. That's obviously pretty hard to do. So if you work with the community in the sense that work with somebody in the community that plays the game, knows the game really deeply. Because one of the reasons why I think esports, probably the main reason why it's so successful, is because it's built on a peer-to-peer network of gamers, and trying to anticipate where the next big thing's going to happen, whether if it was a Street Fighter and Dago sparring, or the next Wombo combo. Just understanding the community and trying to anticipate where the next big thing is the best way to prepare.
Cool, so we've talked a little bit about VR, and we have some VR experts here. So how are some ways that brands are already kind of getting into virtual reality, and how are you designing your games and products and hardware so that brands have access to that? And I think you mentioned your flags and stuff, but what are some other things that you're thinking about, or ways you think that you're going to be able to have some opportunities to sell some ad space to these folks?
I mean, I think there's. I'll just jump in, right? I think there's a number of different ways people can engage, right? You know, I talked a little bit about virtual goods. I talked about interacting with people on that level. I think that, you know, there's always traditional advertising, but I think that, and then there's also just looking at it in terms of like better broadcasting and programming models, right? Where you can create better, more interesting programs than you currently can because you can be freed up from like the player camera. So with that, it's, you know, like you could create, you know, so you can mimic the NFL's like 9-camera system or whatever they used for Monday Night Football, and you can get really exciting, compelling content, which helps draw people in, and then all those opportunities open up.
Yeah, and again, from our perspective, a bunch of ideas. One is branded content that we can use instead of the standard assets out of the game engines asset stores. There's this concept of product placement, so different kinds of items in the games could be actually branded items, like car brands, for example.
Yeah, it's in-game advertising, because if you're in VR, you're no longer watching the game on a TV, but you're in a virtual stadium. Like in a real stadium, you can have logos at the bottom, banners, you see the shirts of the players, everything you do in a real-life sports stadium. But now suddenly you can do that in a virtual stadium for people watching the game virtually in VR.
Cool.
It needs to be relevant, too, for the community. We've heard this all day long, though. It needs to be relevant. These are passionate people, right? They're passionate about what they do. This is, in some cases, a hobby, but in other cases, it's something that people really do a lot of, spend a lot of time, and are engaged with. So as long as you're engaging with them and their communities and not being opportunistic, although you can be, as long as you're opportunistic without looking like you're being opportunistic, there's ways around that. So it's got to be engaging. It's got to be relevant to that fan base, regardless.
In the theme of adding value, I don't add a whole lot of value to the VR conversation, so let's go to the next one.
Okay. We've heard a few people talk about kind of the underrepresentation in kind of marketing and the strategy towards reaching different demographics. Obviously, we have a bunch of men on this panel, and we've seen probably most of the panelists have been men today. How are you all designing your hardware and software, and how can these folks kind of contribute to make esports kind of a more representative, I guess, experience and entertainment platform moving forward, given that we know that the overall population of people who play games is a very diverse group. And I think we're getting to this point where esports is, as legitimate as it is, there's money and resources, and now with our program, scholarships, it's really important that I think we're opening up access to everybody, and for brands, they want to get their products in front of as many people as possible. For game developers, hardware makers, you want to sell your product to as many people as possible. So for everyone, I think it's a kind of a win-win to broaden the base. So what are some thoughts that you're all thinking, or your companies are doing, or how are we trying to make the world a better place, I guess, through all of your work?
I think it's a great initiative, and I think it's what does a brand want to do to try and promote diversity. There's a lot of organizations that already exist that they could support. You know, one that is pretty well known is Misclicks. But I think ultimately, I think there's two routes you can go. You can try and highlight achievements that females do in the space, or you can try and cultivate competitive gamers out of the female segment. And ultimately, what's going to happen is when you get the Ronda Rousey of MMA, or call it the Marta of women's soccer, or the Williams sisters of tennis, I think it's going to force the audiences to pay attention.
Okay.
I'll say that, I mean, I have been trying to think how I can get through this entire thing without saying authenticity. But so, I mean, as a marketer, you know, like, what's rule number one? Know your audience, right? Like, you know who who makes up your audience, know who's in your audience, know how to interact with them and communicate with them, right? So if you think about, I mean, if we write lazy briefs and we say that, oh, I'm targeting males 18 to 34 who like to drink, you know, this particular soda and skateboard, and that's who I'm targeting, then what you're essentially saying is that's all that's in the conversation, right? Know your audience, know that there are a lot more groups in the audience than just a group of young males. That there are women, that there are young people, that there are old people, that there are, that gamers are not. That's not just a group for of young folks. That there are African Americans and Asians and everyone in between, right? And so if you have this, if you keep that in mind and you have conversations with your audience in mind, then you're including everyone in the conversation, right? That's really, I think, what the issue is. When you start presenting brands, or you start presenting your sport or your media or whatever as exclusive and only talking to one, you make everyone else invisible. And when you make them invisible, what you're essentially declared is that they're irrelevant. And so don't do that.
It's about accessibility. We've seen through our own research over the years, even 10, 15 years ago, we talked to our clients or brands or whatever, and everyone, males, 18 to 34. The idea was that these are young men in their basements playing games, and that might have been true for a specific segment of gaming, but it's really broadened. The gaming market has broadened overall in general, right? We see with your mobile devices, your tablets, with casual gaming, with young gamers, older gamers, the audience has broadened in gaming considerably right now. Within esports, it's still mostly male millennials, as we know, but there'll be a natural progression as it becomes more mainstream and as a lot of these companies get more involved in the communities and understand who these people are and what they want. You'll find white space then around that. And it might not just be that male millennial that you're going after. There's going to be other opportunities to bring other consumers and engage with them as well to grow the market.
I was going to say, I think it has something to do with the games themselves, right? So if they're shooter games, if there are certain kinds of games that attract certain demographics. So what we're finding for the range of games that we ship right now, that there's a certain affinity for different people for different games. Certainly, we have a tank game, nothing like yours. It's a great tank game. It does tend to attract more of a male audience. So it's really, I think, going to have a lot to do with which games are popular.
Very cool.
Want to go Q&A?
Let's go to Q&A.
So I want to start off. I've got a question for you guys, and maybe there is no answer, but it's always good to think about at the end. So will competitive gaming ever get as big as the NFL, and if so, when? Pick a point in the future, and I'm going to hold it to you. I'm going to call you up on that day and see if it's true or not. Anybody want to take a look? He's checking his watch already.
No, wait, I didn't touch phone.
Well, I'll take a stab. Personally, I haven't looked into my crystal ball, but I think if you look at NFL, there's a lot of publicity this year about ratings in NFL really declining, and whether that's politics involved or injuries or political statements that were being made, I think it shows that NFL is not invincible like many people think it is. I think every product has a life cycle, and I think we're at a point where a lot of traditional sports are at their peak or near their peak, and they either need to reinvent themselves or get out of the way, and games and activities and entertainment platforms like esports will take over. So I think my generation, I have a 9-month-old son. I don't want him to play football. So I think a lot of people that are my age are kind of thinking along those lines, and so I'll say 25 years. I think esports will surpass that, and I think I've heard data from certain places that say that esports worldwide will surpass American football in terms of popularity in 2017. So that's worldwide, all games, but it's showing the trajectory that we're on. So I think it's much sooner than people think. So
Super Bowl 76.
There we go.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll jump in. I think it's going to happen within a generation.
Okay.
Right. It's kind of like what you said. Is that why is football so resonant in America? Because people grow up playing it. They grow up playing it, they grow up watching it. There is the family Monday night football gathering, there's the tailgate parties, there is Pop Warner. Why is soccer or football to the rest of the world so resonant to everybody else? Because they grow up playing it, right? They're outside, they're running, they're kicking the ball, and they aspire to be this, right? We now have an entire generation of people who have grown up being games. I think very early in today we had, someone raised a great point, is that you don't say you're a TVer, you say at some point people are just going to take it for granted that they play games. And so if that's the case, and you have this, and you have an entire generation where games are as simple as part of their lives as the air that they breathe, then it's not that far a stretch to say that the things that they watch will also be related to that.
I think it depends on how long it takes for infrastructure to improve worldwide. You heard Josh talking about India and Logitech. So, I mean, in our trips to Brazil, I've been surprised to find more guys playing Crossfire than I have seen kids play soccer. So I think it's just a matter of time to bridge that gap.
Yep. Okay. Any questions from the audience before we wrap this up? Let's see. I got a question back over there. Yeah, all the way back in the corner at the table.
Hi, I wanted to ask you guys a question about women in esports, and particularly Counter-Strike is on my mind. A lot of professional teams have chosen to have a women's team and a men's team, which has never made sense to me in esports. It's one of the few places where it's unique in that there's not a biological argument for that. So why don't we see mixed teams at the highest level of competition now, and when would you expect us to see that in the future?
I know Tekken does something like that, mixed, I believe. But, you know, I did think of something similar. And I know FIFA has a program for Southern Asian countries where it has a tournament just for its own country so they could help develop them. And I think while I agree that you want to see women compete with men, I think you want to be able to foster the growth of the competitive level of females. And I would imagine that helps too.
And I'll add on, we actually hosted a panel a couple of weeks ago on women in gaming, and we've debated whether we should have an all-females team to kind of cultivate and create role models. We've also talked about trying to grow the pipeline of talent authentically, so to use the word everyone's used a million times. So create summer camps and create opportunities and kind of show like this is something that's important and this is where things should go. But the women on the panel that we had, they kind of talked about, a lot of it was kind of socialization, how they were brought up. Like if you're a kindergartner and you get a Barbie and your brother gets a Nintendo, like you're going to have a lifetime or thousands of hours of gameplay to prepare you to play competitively at the highest level. So I think a lot of it's socialization. It's the way we raise people. It's the way we treat them. It's encouragement. So that's I think there's a debate right now on how to move the needle, but we're approaching it in the pipeline methodology where we want to create interest at a young age, and by the time that people get to the college or high-level professional scenes, we see more women popping up.
All right, that's great. Thank you guys very much. I'd like to thank this panel. That was awesome, you guys. But that wraps it up. It was a great day. A lot of really interesting stuff going on here. A ton of interesting things. Okay, a couple things that I learned. One, if you're bringing your parents, you've got to have Winecraft for Minecraft. We probably need League of Liquor for League of Legends. Mario's a psychopath. I never knew that. Curling is the next great esport. Beware the valley of death. Finger bowling is the way to riches with competitive bubble popping. And next time, we are doing an authenticity drinking game. So get your liver ready. And I want to bring up Chris to just close it out. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Ed.
This incredible, Jim. So, yeah, my takeaway was I got 4 key things. Cut, clarity. No, that was it. We should have had Pat just live stream ours and take up his audience. That would have been great. But, Jim, stellar job. Thank you. Again, my friend, keeping us on schedule, dude. So, somewhat on schedule. There's a small group of humans that make this possible, and you guys know we put a lot of effort. Really, it's our ability to kind of give back. But I would be remiss not to thank some key individuals, starting with Lauren Varello, that helped really master this. John Gaudiosi got a lot of the content. Bill Buckley getting you guys all here. So thank you guys, and a small team at Ayzenberg Group behind the scene, as well as Eric Ayzenberg. Thank you. I think you guys all should have got drink tickets if you're doing the VR cycle. So if you didn't, that's how you get drinks. No, I'm just kidding. You know, drinks are free. And last but not least, I really genuinely have to thank the speakers and the attendees, because really we're just a forum here and a platform for you guys to get together. So thank you guys for taking your full day to get out here and be engaged and put your energy into the efforts here. So thank you. That kind of sums up the AList 14th Summit here on esports and competitive gaming. Thank you, and see you guys out there. Bye-bye.